Hey guys, welcome to part 5 of What If Naruto Seriously Trained Under Jiraiya. If you enjoy the video then like, share and subscribe and also comment your thoughts as it inspires me to make more such videos, and remember to check out my playlist section for other interesting stories. So let's get started. Chapter 21 The Truths. Tsunade, the Raikage and Narashikaku were busy watching the members of the formed alliance as they went through specific drills meant to familiarize each other as a team. Battle team formations, collaboration jutsu, leadership skills. These and more were slowly being formed under the leadership of the Raikage, who was appointed the general of the alliance. The three formed teams will battle S-ranked opponents, so aside from completing the drills, it will be up to Shikaku and the Raikage to best see which team will be up against which member of the Akatsuki organization. The material gathered by the villages was extensive, and should very well aid them. Tsunade the Godame Hokage was quiet as she watched the teams, though her focus was only on one person. Ever since Jiraiya arrived with Naruto from the land of toads, she could see in his face that something was wrong with Naruto. Jiraiya told her what happened and told her about Naruto's cold shoulder after waking up from beating the fox. She could only guess that the kid was angry with those who deliberately kept the information about his parents from him all this time. In this group was herself, the Sandaime Hokage and Hatake Kakashi. Because of the events right now, Tsunade hadn't so far found a proper time to talk to him about it. She knew that it would take some time to convince him of the reason behind it all. Tsunade briefly contemplated talking to Yugao about it. The Hokage knew from Shizune that Yugao had a long talk with him about the subject. Yugao was shocked about the news that Naruto was the Yondaime's son. Tsunade heard that Yugao apologized to Naruto about not figuring it out sooner. According to Shizune, Naruto thought nothing of it, saying that he wouldn't even consider blaming Yugao for something she didn't know as well. However, the fact remained that he did blame those who did know about it, and didn't tell him about it. Truth be told, Naruto was supposed to be informed about it when he received the promotion to Chunin, but a lot of events led her to postpone what would clearly be a sensitive topic. With a resolved mind, after today's training, she would call Naruto, Kakashi and Jiraiya to put some closure into this situation that the Sandaime Hokage started. As she witnessed the power and anger behind Naruto's attacks, especially when pitted against Jiraiya or Kakashi, she feared that Naruto wouldn't function correctly in the future assignment without it. Taking the trouble aside, Tsunade couldn't help but smile at how much more powerful and faster Naruto was now due to receiving the Kyuubi's power. Aside from Kakashi, due to the Sharingan, only the Raikage and the Sannin managed to follow Naruto's speed. The Raikage was deeply impressed to see the second coming of the Yellow Flash. The Yondaime Hokage was perhaps the only one that was faster than the Raikage, and now the Kyuubi Jinchuriki would take over the mantle, it appeared. In a sense, the Raikage was thrilled to see that the Akatsuki will have a fierce competition ahead against these selected shinobi. The training progressed smoothly until the sun began its descent. The Kages followed Tsunade to her office, while the shinobi from Kumo and Suna left to their hotels. Jiraiya, Guy and Kakashi knew better than to stay close to Naruto now if today's training was any indication. With Guy's exception, since he considered Naruto's fierce training as a result of his youthfulness, Jiraiya and Kakashi knew the reason behind Naruto's behavior. Jiraiya had already heard bits and pieces of it, and told Kakashi about it. With that in mind, both of them departed, leaving the Kyuubi Jinchuriki alone to ponder on his thoughts. The sky was slowly, but surely changing its color from the bright blue to a melancholic orange. Naruto's eyes lost their focus as he surveyed the destroyed field, courtesy of his anger. To this day, the people he trusted the most in his life had withheld the truth about his past. He only became aware of his Jinchuriki status when he was 12, and that was because the traitor Mizuki didn't care if he went against the Hokage's orders. He wondered about if the circumstances were different that day. What if he went against Mizuki from the beginning? Would the Sandaime tell him about the Kyuubi? Walking a little towards the small river, Naruto looked at his reflection in the water, and was surprised to see the image of the fox smirking at him. He sighed, and closed his eyes. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Looking at the gates that held the creature responsible for the destruction of the village, Naruto released a sigh once more. You wished to speak to me. The haunting laughter echoed for a while, before the gigantic beast appeared for its jailer. I can feel your anger towards those who wronged you in the past, and I applaud how you thrashed your sensei for withholding this precious information from you. Naruto just stared at the creature, which was savoring every bit of his negative thoughts, as if it was the fox's meal of the day. He knew that the fox's power was directly linked to the human's negative emotions. Truth be told though, Naruto didn't simply believe himself capable of letting go of it all without confronting the ones responsible about what they did. Before the quest to plunge the Kyuubi out of its hatred, Naruto must understand the source of its power. All the bad events in the world culminated in the fox being as powerful as it was now. For Naruto to end this cycle, he must find a way to break it and start a new one. I won't lie and say I'm not angry at them for keeping the information of my parents from me. I will demand every bit of explanation possible, but I will not let my anger get past that. The fox kept looking at the Jinchuriki. I told you before that I managed to feel your chakra. I could feel the amount of hatred coming from it, and I understood the source actions moved by negative emotions like vengeance, treason, murder. I won't be moved by my anger, no matter how strong you make it out to be. The Kyuubi snarled at his jailer, but Naruto didn't waste more time inside his mindscape. When he opened his eyes, it was already nighttime, and he allowed himself some ramen time. It wouldn't do him any good to keep his stomach waiting. With Sasuke . Every step Sasuke took towards the direction Tobi has supplied him with, his heart skipped a beat. Ever since that fateful day when Itachi annihilated the entire Uchiha clan with the exception of Sasuke, the young Uchiha had prepared for this meeting. Until a week ago, Sasuke wanted nothing but to kill Itachi for the sins he had committed against their family. Now, as he understood the truth behind the events, Sasuke's revenge was now shifted to another target. His ire was now pointed to those who forced Itachi's hand into killing their family. Konoha had taken everything from him. And worst of all was that Sasuke had spent his entire life seeing the peace inside the village walls. He saw people smiling and going on with their lives. All the laughter he heard was nothing but torture for the young Uchiha. To Sasuke, they were laughing at the Uchiha clan, laughing at the sacrifice made by his brother. It only made Sasuke even angrier when he remembered the Sandaime Hokage smiling at him from time to time. He was the one who ordered Itachi, and yet, the old fossil had the nerve to show a happy face to Sasuke as if he didn't have anything to do with it. Sure, Sasuke knew what was at stake. According to Tobi, the clan was about to make a move against the village in retaliation for the village supposedly diminishing the prestige and power once held by one of the founding clans. Because of this, the elders of Konoha believed that one from the inside of the clan would be perfect to cut the roots of the problem before it happened. Thus, Itachi was used for the village's benefit. In the end, he was declared an S-ranked missing nin and branded as one of the worst criminals by doing what the village wanted from him. Just by thinking about it, Sasuke's blood began to boil. His arms began to tremble as he remembered all that happened so far in his life. It was all a lie from the beginning, he reasoned. After a few minutes, the trembling stopped as Sasuke calmed down somewhat. He would find his brother and together they would make Konoha pay for what they did. As he entered inside the old castle that was used by the Uchiha clan in the past, Sasuke smirked as he would see his brother again, not as his enemy but an ally once more. Reclining on a stone throne located in a room inside the castle, Itachi had his eyes closed as he sensed Sasuke's chakra presence enter the compound. Today was the day his destiny would be fulfilled. Itachi opened his eyes just as he heard footsteps echoing in the hall that lead to the room he was in. Itachi had a detached expression and even placed one hand on his chin as if he was bored from being here. In seconds, the Uchiha brothers stared at one another quietly as Itachi was busy contemplating the subtle changes in Sasuke's behavior. He knew that Madara told Sasuke the truth about the day he slaughtered the Uchiha clan. It was the reason that Sasuke was here in the first place. Itachi made it this way so that Sasuke could avenge his clan and kill Itachi, but instead Itachi couldn't sense any hatred coming from his younger brother. Tell me, Sasuke, what is your Sharingan showing you? Still to this day, you fail to fulfill the one thing I told you to do. You lack hatred, and without it, you will never defeat me. Despite knowing the truth about it, Sasuke couldn't help but flinch at those words that still haunted his mind. Every time Itachi used the Mangenkyo on him, the same words were repeated over and over. I didn't come here to kill you, Itachi. The older brother remained impassive as he listened. Madara told me the truth about what happened, and I no longer bear any ill will towards you for what you did. They forced you into doing this, and they will pay for what they did. I came here to talk to you about joining forces and killing the real ones responsible for the death of the Uchiha clan. Itachi still remained impassive as he now understood the small shift in his brother's mindset. Sasuke now wanted to kill Konoha and not him. I see that Madara has told you what happened that day. However, he didn't tell you one crucial aspect behind the event. How could he, since he wasn't in my head to understand it? Sasuke immediately tensed at the words. What are you talking about? Sure, Konoha felt that the Uchiha clan was about to start a civil war, and yes, I was chosen to end it before the problems escalated to a full-out battle that could cost the village greatly. However, what Madara didn't explain to you was that when confronted with different ideas to resolve the issue, it was I who came up with the solution and even volunteered for it. Itachi was still stoic as he saw Sasuke's eyes bulge at the recent revelations. Itachi could very well see the ramifications of his declaration, and stood there waiting for Sasuke to snap. Itachi could not control what Madara spoke to Sasuke, but he could very well twist and bend the truth a bit to make sure the events occurred to his liking. When Sasuke's Sharingan activated, Itachi allowed a brief sigh in dismay at how easy manipulating Sasuke was. You asked me what my Sharingan showed me, Itachi. It showed me your death. I'll avenge the clan right here. With impressive speeds, Sasuke unleashed his sword and immediately charged Itachi while casting a subtle disorienting genjutsu. Itachi, though, snorted at the amateur tactic and parried the sword with a kunai. Itachi had a look of surprise on his face, though, when a different sword pierced his stomach. He looked at the Sasuke he was battling, and saw his brother smirking before it transformed into a bunch of white snakes. For a moment, Sasuke stood behind Itachi with his sword inside Itachi. He allowed a moment of silence, wondering if it was that easy to kill his brother when Sasuke realized that something was terribly wrong with this image. For one, he didn't remember if Itachi ever got up from the throne where he was seating. It took you a while, Sasuke. I already told you, brother, without hatred, you cannot defeat me. You do not have the Mangenkyo Sharingan. This time Itachi did get up as the other image faded from view. Sasuke saw red. I don't need the Mangenkyo to beat you, Itachi. I know about the secret behind the Mangenkyo. I know about the cost of being blind just to be able to control the Kyubi. As usual, Itachi remained his usual facade, which infuriated Sasuke. Yes, indeed, the Mangenkyo does come with a price. However, there is one way out of it, Sasuke. You see, there is another level to the Mangenkyo that I bet you knew nothing about. It's called Eternal Mangenkyo Sharingan, and it consists of merging a set of Sharingan eyes with the Mangenkyo, thus ridding the curse. Sasuke was immediately startled when he saw a sudden look of madness and laughter from his brother. Now I'll take your eyes, foolish little brother, and will be unstoppable. Itachi activated the Mangenkyo and vanished before appearing in front of the surprised Sasuke and sending his flying to the stone pillar behind them. Upon contact, Sasuke spit blood from his mouth as Itachi began to extract the right eye from Sasuke's sockets. One down. Sasuke, though, screamed at his brother and used the power of the cursed seal to force Itachi away from him. Itachi did back off from Sasuke as he looked at the influence of the cursed seal, courtesy of Orochimaru. That alone won't stop me from getting what I want, Sasuke. Eventually, you'll succumb and I will have your eyes. Sasuke now looked at his brother without one shred of doubt in his mind. I will kill you for good, Itachi. My hatred will make that a reality. Itachi smirked at the answer. Sasuke was already going through hand signs for a fire technique. We shall see. Itachi said as he mirrored Sasuke's hand seals and started the sequence as well. And konoha . Unaware of the fight happening between the Uchiha, Naruto was heading straight to the Hokage's office as he was summoned to attend a meeting there in 10 minutes. The enda that gave him the message was rather vague in stating the subject, merely stating that the Hokage wished to discuss personal subjects with him. Naruto snorted though. There was only one sensitive subject in his mind, and that was why he was kept from the truth. No, it was worse than that, he reasoned. He found out the hard way about the truth, because no one had told him about it. Mizuki told him he was the Jinchuuriki for his own selfish reasons. As he entered the Hokage's administrative building and climbed the stairs towards the office, he wondered how the conversation would go. With Sasuke . The extinct compound of the Uchiha clan became alive as the gigantic fireballs clashed against each other. As far as fire manipulation, it was clear that both brothers were equally matched. Itachi conceded to his little brother that he had advanced a lot as far as fire ninjutsu was involved. However, he wasn't kidding when he said that the Mangekyou Sharingan was the key to winning the fight. While continuing with the fireball technique, Itachi morphed his eyes into the Mangekyou Sharingan and released the deadly black flames of Amaterasu at Sasuke. The young Uchiha was surprised and instantly activated his second-level cursed seal, before placing both wings in front of the black flames to protect himself. Immediately upon contact with the wings, Sasuke let out a scream of pain as the wings were extensions of his own body. He remembered the lessons from Orochimaru and realized that these flames would consume his body in seconds. He yanked the wings from his back and backed off, while looking at his brother with a snarl. You still believe yourself capable of defeating me, Sasuke? Sasuke snarled and charged at Itachi once more, unleashing small-sized fireballs, forcing Itachi to dodge them, allowing Sasuke to reduce the distance and strike Itachi with his sword. Sasuke's speed had doubled and Itachi wondered if Orochimaru supplied his little brother with something that would enhance one's normal speed. He doubted that Sasuke would move slowly at the beginning just to trick him. However, Itachi was well versed in speeds much faster than this when he was still an Anbi captain in Konoha. He turned just as Sasuke moved in for the last blow and dodged slightly and moved in to stab Sasuke in the stomach. The young Uchiha saw the move and abandoned his course of action, before throwing a bunch of shuriken at Itachi, hoping to stall him. Itachi's body transformed into crows and he appeared behind Sasuke, who also used a replacement technique to escape Itachi. Sasuke immediately went through hand seals before slamming his hand on the ground. Itachi saw a chain of lightning leave Sasuke's hand and charged him at impressive speeds. Itachi jumped slightly to avoid the lightning technique when he saw a windmill shuriken approaching his position, threatening to slice him in half. The elder Uchiha dodged it before seeing another following it shortly. Using a simple replacement technique with the other windmill shuriken, Itachi then charged Sasuke once more. Both Uchiha began a series of taijutsu blows to each other. On occasion, one would cast a disorienting genjutsu, and the other would break it before defending the blow. Eventually, Sasuke and Itachi parried swords in the middle of the room before backing off slightly. Sasuke took the opportunity and made quick hand signs. Katanguri Yuka no Jutsu Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. From Sasuke's mouth, a bunch of considerably sized dragon mouth-shaped fireballs charged at Itachi. The elder Uchiha couldn't dodge them all, and even one scorched his arm, before continuing its travel towards the ceiling. The dragon mouth-shaped fireballs opened a hole and continued to go up until it reached the atmosphere. Itachi decided to take the fight to the roof and took advantage of the hole created by Sasuke's technique. Once outside, he saw the entire compound surrounded by the ethereal black flames of Amaterasu. The stage was already set for this fight as Itachi saw Sasuke emerging from the hole with the cursed seal level 2 without his wings. The Uchiha brothers stared at each other for a while. Both were slightly panting, but for different reasons. Sasuke's chakra was nearing its end, but Itachi was suffering from his disease. Black clouds started forming above their heads, but Itachi thought nothing of it. Thunder began to echo in the clearing before heavy rain assaulted the area. Sasuke was smiling, though, as his plan was completed. There was no way Itachi would be able to dodge it. He went through a long series of hand seals before lifting his arm up. His hand was coated in lightning energy just as a lightning crossed the sky and headed straight towards Sasuke. Quickly using the power of an actual lightning, Sasuke directed it towards the surprised Itachi as he saw a huge dragon made of lightning roaring at him. Sasuke smirked before unleashing the powerful beast. Reitan Kirin. Itachi had only time to use his both Mangenkyu Sharingan before he was hit dead on, as well as the compound that they were standing on. In instants, the compound was reduced to nothing but rocks scattered. Sasuke got up from within the rocks and looked around to search for Itachi's body. After a couple seconds, Sasuke began to smirk in victory, as he managed to exert vengeance for his brother's sins. Sasuke was about to take a seat and rest when he saw a purple light beam erupt from the debris a couple meters in front of Sasuke. His chest began to ache as he saw Itachi getting up. His body was terribly damaged because of the attack. Sasuke saw the purple light beam take shape into a creature Sasuke couldn't quite describe. In one hand there was a shield, and in the other was a sword. That was some technique, Sasuke. Who would have thought I had to resort to Susanoo against it? Too bad your chakra is depleted. Itachi soon started walking towards Sasuke. It didn't take 2 seconds for Sasuke to realize that he was as good as done against his brother. Instantly, fear began to rule his thoughts at the possibility of his brother ending his life right here and taking his eyes. Everything he went through, every sin he committed to get stronger would be for nothing as he saw his doom approaching step by step. Sasuke thus tried everything he had at his disposal that didn't need chakra. He threw kunai at his brother, but the shield blocked. He even attached paper bombs to the kunai, but to no effect at all. Itachi just kept walking towards Sasuke. This shield is impenetrable, Sasuke. This is the end for you. Now I shall take your eyes and will be complete. Sasuke started to back off until he stopped at a destroyed wall with the Uchiha symbol as Itachi's hand was inches from his eyes. When Itachi stood in front of Sasuke, the young Uka's heart was beating than ever before. When his brother poked his forehead instead, just like he did when they were younger, Sasuke looked at Itachi's face, shocked to see Itachi smiling at him. The creature's sword descended and struck right on the place Sasuke's cursed seal was located. Sasuke thought that he would scream, but the deafening noise he heard wasn't coming from him, but Orochimaru instead. Itachi still maintained the smile as he realized that everything had gone according to his plan. I'm sorry for what I put you through, Sasuke. I hope that in time you can forgive me for everything. Those were Itachi's last words before falling on the ground dead. Sasuke looked at his brother dead on the ground, and wondered what Itachi's last words were. His last actions were meant to rid Sasuke of Orochimaru's influence before collapsing on the ground. Something was wrong in the truths that he was told from both Tobi and Itachi. He didn't know what it was, but he couldn't for the life of him figure it out. For some reason, as he looked at his dead brother, he didn't feel what he expected to feel upon being able to kill his brother. Sasuke couldn't remember the last time he saw Itachi smiling to him like he did just before falling. This Itachi was different from the one that tortured Sasuke every day and every night. Just after taking a soldier pill, he grabbed Itachi's body and vanished from the location using a flame body flicker just as Setsu emerged from the ground. With Naruto . After entering the room, Naruto saw Jiraya and Kakashi there as well as Shizune. All four of them were looking at Naruto as he walked inside before closing the door. You wish to see me, Hokage-sama? Stealing her resolve after not being called like Naruto usually does. Tsunade nodded. Yes, Naruto. It has come to our attention, particularly from Jiraya, that while attaining control from the fox, you managed to contact the images of your parents Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. I thus called you here in order for us to talk about it, and to answer any and all questions you see fit to ask from us. Feel free to ask anything you want. Naruto looked at everyone's faces for a while and could tell that the Hokage meant what she was saying. Indeed, the ones in the office knew the most about Naruto's parents. However, Naruto didn't feel at ease. The main reason was that this conversation was occurring only because he snapped with Jiraya shortly after the confrontation with the fox. This conversation wasn't happening because they wanted to tell him. First, I wish to know who I'm talking with. Are you the Hokage now, or just Senju Tsunade? The first question was intriguing to the others present, but Tsunade smirked. If you're worried about questioning my authority or something in that regard, I have stated before you came here that everything discussed in this room is off the record. As for your question, now I am both the Hokage and Senju Tsunade. Naruto nodded and looked at the Sannin for a while. Off the record, she said. Surely, the shadows hidden in the room weren't there, but the only ones who had the power to prevent anything from happening were in the room. Jiraya knew more tricks than any to stop a Jinchuriki's power, and Kakashi could use his Sharingan to keep Naruto in check. Despite the current assessment, Naruto swore to himself that he wouldn't give in to the fox's urges, even if right now he was battling against the subtle influences. First of all, I would like everyone in this room to know how I felt after realizing a couple of things. 4 or 5 years ago, for instance, I was only made aware of my Jinchuriki status because Mizuki-sensei said so minutes after betraying the village. I wondered the entire day if Mizuki didn't do what he did, would someone tell me of the fox inside my gut, and the fact that my very father was the one who sealed it inside of me. At the time, Sandaime explained to me that he didn't tell me because he wished for me to have a normal life. Today though, I realized that it would have been much better if he had told me long before instead of keeping the lie from me. Now, after almost being killed by the fox trying to defeat it and claim its power, I was saved by my mother and my father. Once more, neither of the ones I come to trust in my life told me about it. Because of this, I find myself wondering if my trust was misguided. You claimed to care about me, and yet you kept information that was vital for me. They were my family. Everyone remained silent as they listened to the surprisingly eloquent way of speech. None of them were too surprised, though. It seemed that Naruto's impulsive and hyperactive behavior was gone for good. Of course, while they were all proud to see a grown Naruto, none of them were very thrilled to hear that Naruto began to mistrust them. After all, their goal in withholding information from Naruto was meant only for his protection. Naruto, as Hokage, Tsunade was there in Hiruzen's behalf as well. I won't waste anyone's time here and tell you we understand what you're going through. Indeed, choices were made to keep you from the truth. However, as I'm sure everyone will agree, these choices were made to protect you. As you were well aware, the Yondaime Hokage, while considered a hero in Konoha for his actions in the last war, in Iwagakure and even in other villages, he was considered the opposite. You could imagine the lengths these villages would go to kill you if they were aware that the man they hated with a passion had an offspring. I'm not saying that my predecessor's actions were valid. Sensei believed it to be the best course of action to protect you as much as possible from outside interference. Naruto kept silent, hearing before Jiraya cleared his throat. He gave you your mother's name so that no one would know the truth and keep you safe? Okay, I get that Iwagakure could have attacked me and all that, but let me ask you something. What about my mother? What did she do? If I couldn't know about my father, I could at least know about her, right? This time, Kakashi spoke. Kushina didn't do anything to other villages, but she was captured by Kumagakure when she was a genin. I don't know if she showed you Naruto, but Kushina's chakra was so dense that she could mold it to resemble objects, not to mention that her knowledge in the sealing arts was second to none since the Uzumaki clan was wiped out. I'm sorry for keeping everything from you, Naruto, and I know I wasn't the best Jounin sensei you could hope for. Naruto didn't say anything to that. Kakashi did help him after Sasuke's fight, and started him on the path he was now. I'm not angry about that, Kakashi-sensei. Okay, I wasn't aware that my mother was targeted by Kumo a long time ago. She didn't tell me much. However, I fail to see any reason why I didn't know there was a Uzumaki clan in the past. I loved Sandaime Jiji with all my heart. He cared about me when no one else would, but he could have given me hints about my mother and our clan. This way, I could know about her and about my family that is now dead. Eventually, I would appreciate news about my father, but I would be more than satisfied in knowing about my mother. I only met her inside the Kyuubi's cage, and I wished to spend more time with her. I wished to spend more time hugging her, feeling what it meant to have a mother that cared for you more than anything. Naruto was having trouble containing the tears that were threatening to escape from his eyes. Also, the lack of prompt response from the group seemed to be enough for him to realize that they failed in this regard. Would Naruto's life be much easier if he had known about his mother? Without a doubt, it would be. Tsunade sighed for a while and realized that Naruto wasn't searching for a rational explanation here. She approached Naruto, and quickly enveloped in a fierce hug. You're right, Naruto, we failed to tell you about your clan. However, you're wrong in assuming that your entire family is no more. Naruto looked at Tsunade's eyes for a while, and the woman could see hope in those deep cerulean eyes. Aside from Jiraya, Kakashi and Shizune were perplexed about the news of another Uzumaki that was still among the living. An interesting fact about the Uzumaki clan is that they were related to the Senju clan, which means that you and I are related. Naruto's eyes were open wide in realization. As Tsunade took a step back to let the kid breathe somewhat, she saw a faint smile on his face. He was looking down for a while, probably wondering about the new information about his family. Offer note, I know that Nagato is also an Uzumaki, but his identity is not known yet. It's nice to know that I have family, but still the past happened and cannot be changed. Sarutobi Jiji did manage to take care of me, and he still had an entire village to run. I know that it was hard for him to take care of everything on his own. I'm not saying I'm okay with everything, but I suppose it's now impossible to change what happened. I understand also that you all wished to clear everything up, and I appreciate it. It will take some time, but at least I have met my parents and saw them together, instead of merely hearing stories about it. Now, my father told me about a house that they lived in. He said that my godfather knew where it was. Jiraiya nodded and gave Naruto a scroll. He was saddened, but could feel that Naruto was more at ease now. I would go with you, but I can see you wish to go on your own. The scroll contains the map and the key to the house. Naruto simply nodded without giving Jiraiya much acknowledgement. The subtle nod was only seen because of the group's experience in the shinobi arts. Naruto simply bowed in respect to the Hokage before leaving the office. The tension in the room eased with Naruto's departure, but all the tree shinobi involved in the debates found themselves hard-pressed to fall back on their respective vices. Tsunade grabbed a bottle of sake underneath her table, Jiraiya vanished towards one of the bathhouses, and Kakashi left the room while reading his perverted book. Shizune just left, not saying anything. She wasn't a part of the mess, but she knew one thing. When Naruto was pissed off at something, he sure knew how to keep the tensions high. The woman was seriously considering going to a bar and ordering a couple of drinks. Once outside, Naruto walked for 10 minutes until he arrived at the destination pointed out by the map. When he looked to see the house, he was hard-pressed to wonder about the necessity of hiding this place. First of all, it was located in a secluded neighborhood filled with identical twin two-story houses. The population here was rather mixed between civilian and shinobi, so Naruto must have figured that the place was better suited for small shinobi families. In front of the houses, a small playground was located. Thinking nothing of it, Naruto approached the small white gate that separated the little road from a small porch in front of the house. According to the scroll, The key to the house consisted in Naruto's fingertips, actually. As soon as he placed his hands on the fence though, Naruto sensed something odd with the place. First of all, as he passed the fence, the usual noise outside was reduced somehow, which was strange. According to the scroll, the only Fuinjutsu was located in the fence, but Naruto didn't understand much. He remembered getting through the place where Sujiro-sensei was located, and guessed his father had done the same to protect his house. Once he opened the door to the house, Naruto was bombarded with the confined air that was begging to be released. As expected, the house was filled with dust on the floor and spider webs on the walls. The furniture was entirely covered in white sheets. Closing the door, Naruto started touching the wall to find a switch, before his hand touched what appeared to be a scroll paper. Instantly, the house lights came alive. Apparently, both his parents were Fuinjutsu users, so it made sense that everything here would work by the use of seals. However, while the house had light, Naruto still needed to clean up the place. Quickly summoning 10 cage bunchins and sending them to do the dirty job, the real one began to scout the area for clues left by his parents. Lifting the sheets from the furniture, Naruto found a few pictures and looked closely at them. He found a picture of his father wearing his Hokage's outfit. There was another picture of his father with his Jounin attire, his mother and the Sandaime Hokage. It must have been the time when father was appointed the Yondaime, as the picture showed a disgruntled Orochimaru looking at them from the back. Naruto heard from Jiraya one time that Orochimaru was meant to take on the Yondaime title, but Sandaime fought against in the end and nominated Minato instead. There was another picture of his father posing with 3 other people. Looking closer, Naruto could see a young Kakashi looking away. Naruto didn't recognize the other 2 next to his sensei though. What he knew, though, was that the picture was very similar to the one he had taken with Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi sensei. Moving on, Naruto inspected the living room and found it very cozy despite the simple design. He smiled knowing that his parents weren't big fans of fancy stuff either. Naruto inspected the first floor a bit more until he came across another seal placed on the wall. There were no doors nearby and the lights were on. Naruto couldn't for the life of him figure out what this seal did. He placed his fingertips either way, wondering what would happen. Perhaps it turned on the water supply or something. He definitely wasn't expecting a door to materialize behind the seal and open to him. He saw a wooden-made ladder going downstairs. Checking the quality of the wood, Naruto found that some of the steps were missing pieces, but nothing that couldn't be fixed, he reasoned. When the ladder ended, Naruto's eyes threatened to leave their sockets at what he saw. It was a library filled with scrolls and books on a lot of subjects. He found material about pretty much all there was out there about ninja arts, including the art of seals. After inspecting a bit, Naruto found a lone desk inside the library. On the desk was an open scroll, and Naruto took a seat to check it out. Before reading, though, he sensed an odd feeling as he imagined how many times both his mother and his father were here studying. He smiled at the memory before checking the contents on the scroll. He was surprised to see that it was a letter from his parents. The letter was basically the same thing his parents said when they battled against the fox together. What surprised him was that the letter had one odd-looking seal that, according to the text, it was left by his mother and it contained the secret of her most powerful skill. Just like the other seals around the house, this one activated when Naruto pressed his hand and focused some chakra in it to show a new hidden scroll. The Chunin was flabbergasted when he read the contents of the new scroll. It contained the knowledge of his mother's ability to mold her chakra into chains. He figured he could learn bits and pieces about Fuinjutsu, but Naruto would smack himself in the head if he didn't learn his mother's ability. It did sound more like his style, as Naruto was more of a close-range fighter. Whispering praise of thank you to his parents, Naruto summoned even more cage bunchins to go over the contents of the library. He set aside one clone to do something for him outside the house though. 15 minutes later. The clone managed to bring Yugao inside the house. The Amba captain was thrilled to be with her boyfriend as he went through this. She was inside the library as well and immediately drooled at the prospect of reading material about Kenjutsu. Naruto looked at Yugao with a fond smile while going through the different knowledge in the library. All of a sudden, something popped in Naruto's mind and his eyes began to water a bit. Yugao noticed it immediately and looked at Naruto for a while. What happened? Naruto said nothing for a while, before getting up from the chair. Could you follow me for a moment? Yugao nodded as they climbed the ladders towards the living room, and then another ladder to the second level. Yugao was at a loss for what was going on, as they entered in one of the rooms. As soon as she saw the crib in the middle of the room, she understood completely. Instantly, the image of both the Yondaime Hokage and the woman from the picture appeared around the crib smiling while playing with a baby Naruto with whisker marks. Yugao gently embraced her boyfriend as he stared at the crib in front of him. There were no words that she could say to him now. All she could do was be there for him all the way. Eventually, Naruto turned to look at Yugao with a smile on his face, despite the tears that were falling non-stop. He was back home after all. At the old Uchiha compound. When Setsu and Tobi inspected the battlefield, neither of them were able to find Sasuke or Itachi's body. It was something Tobi couldn't have predicted, since based on the level of destruction and heavy usage of the chakra, it would seem that both bodies were destroyed. Sasuke going as far as to die together with his brother was unheard of. The same could be said for Itachi. Tobi's Sharingan eyes began to spin madly, showing how angry he was that things haven't gone like he expected it to. I want you to scout this entire area, and I find traces of them. The plant-like shinobi said nothing and went back to the ground, leaving an infuriated Tobi alone, before the man vanished once more. Chapter 22, Long Lost Friend. Tobi and Setsu tried searching everywhere for Sasuke's whereabouts, but to no avail. Both were frustrated, because they happened to be able to find everyone everywhere. Zetsu would use his special ability to travel below ground and find his prey. Tobi's Sharingan allowed him to shift time and space on himself, allowing him to be in one place 1 second, and the other second in another place. Despite it all, Sasuke's location still eluded them. Tobi knew the young Uchiha to be quite fast on his feet, but as far as Tobi was concerned, Sasuke could be the Yondaime Hokage in disguise, and it would not matter. For some reason, Sasuke managed to find some place throughout the elemental nations that they could not find. Tobi considered using his knowledge on the kid's way of thinking, but realized that he had only found Sasuke because he was busy fighting against the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke, thus, could be anywhere right now. With Naruto Naruto and Yugao remained a few minutes simply staring at the crib that Naruto was supposed to sleep in long ago. Neither of them appeared bothered by the sudden dark clouds that blocked the moonlight outside. The gentle wind breeze gave way to strong gusts that were easily able to punish the extensive forest that surrounded the hidden village. No sooner had the wind picked up, the first few drops of water hit the residence's roof. From this point on, lightning illuminated the black skies and a torrential rain fell upon Konoha. Naruto and Yugao looked at one another for a while, both thinking about the same thing. The heavy rain outside pretty much convinced them that it would be ill-advised to go outside and towards their respective apartments, which meant that this would be their first night in the house where Naruto was supposed to grow up in. The couple looked at each other's eyes with a smile on their faces. There was no need for words. The couple started hugging and simply stood there for a while, not moving from their position. To Naruto, this very moment seemed even more special because of where they were now. Yugao felt the connection as well as she felt Naruto's lone teardrop reach her right shoulder. Are you okay? Naruto simply nodded with a smile on his face. His ocean blue eyes were even more mesmerizing when Naruto was inches away from crying. Couldn't be better actually, I finally found about my parents and you're here with me, like I said, couldn't be better. Yugao smiled and caressed his hair for a while. So, seeing as how we will be here for the night, what do you feel like doing? Yugao asked, already knowing the answer to her question. She remembered the number of clones her boyfriend left at the library to look at everything there. She was also eager to return there and noticed some old kenjutsu styles that were lost in history. Naruto's clones were dispelling by the minute with important information that would aid Naruto greatly. The couple then marched towards the library, having to choose the top wall to walk through, since the ladder was rotten due to time. Naruto needed to fix that sometime. Unfortunately, neither of them was an earth user. Yugao had water and lightning as elements, but she focused only on water elements. Once inside the library, Yugao went immediately to the sword arts section while Naruto grabbed a black scroll that was on the table. According to the memory, the scroll contained specific seals that were meant to be used in conjunction with weapons. Remembering how much of a pain it was when his staff broke in the middle of a fight or training, Naruto could really use these seals and place them on his staff to harden the metal. Naruto's clone memory was even reading on two rather interesting seals that could make his weapon not only indestructible, but also very deadly. The first one was actually a seal design created by seal masters of Uzoshogakure that were later sold to Iron Country's craftsmen in exchange for unlimited weapon supply. The kanji absorbs chakra from the weapon user in small amounts and incorporates said chakra to the metal, hardening it. The scroll said that the user needed to constantly channel chakra to the seal, but Naruto was hardly concerned about chakra shortage. Before he absorbed the fox's chakra, he already had more than most cages placed together. The other seal was actually even more interesting as it absorbed wind chakra into the weapon. This way, while in the midst of battle, Naruto would not need to focus wind chakra into the staff, since the weapon would have it already. He could use his other element at the same time. It was times such as these that Naruto appreciated Jiraya's training, as the pervert would always tell him to practice the basics of Fuinjutsu. Although he knew little about the sealing arts, counting the creation of explosive tags and storage seals, Naruto also knew how to draw the seal and activate it. He only needed to copy the design that appeared on the scroll. Grabbing a few blank scrolls, Naruto got to practice the seal design for a while, before he was content to try it on his staff. His mind did not necessarily understand the fundament behind these seals, as Naruto's patience for such an art was small at best. He could only replicate an already created design and activate it. Once he was finished, Naruto inspected the two seals and placed the scroll near to compare the designs. This actually was the first lesson he learned from Jiraya in the sealing arts. Before activating it, always perform double checks on your work. The memory of drawing an explosive tag wrong was still fresh in his mind. Naruto then tried the first seal and simply molded chakra throughout the staff. The black ink of the seal started glowing with the presence of chakra and immediately absorbed it. Naruto knew that it worked, as the staff was heavier all of a sudden. Now smirking at the possibility of this new staff meeting flesh, Naruto began to mold wind chakra throughout the staff, once more mesmerized as the second seal glowed as well, absorbing it. Yugao was busy checking on a rather thick book when she suddenly felt a small wind current inside the library, but thought nothing of it and returned her focus on the book. She didn't get to see Naruto's content expression that he was able to include two new seal designs to his memory of seals. Even if Naruto had yet to learn the theory behind seals, the Chunin had something called photographic memory. He could replicate any seal after seeing it. With the staff done with, Naruto now moved on to the next set of skills, his mother's chakra chains. According to the scroll, Uzumaki Kushina's chakra had a different quality to it than the others. Her chakra was much more potent than the others, allowing her to mold it outside her body and form objects with it. The chains were actually her choice, as it benefited her close-range style of fighting. The chain uses were varied, from impenetrable walls to unstoppable attacks, coming in quick succession. Naruto even saw it in action against the Kyuubi and saw how the chains were able to hold the gigantic fox. Naruto wondered if his chakra had the same qualities as his mother, seeing as he was a direct descendant of Kushina. He didn't know if Kushina was the only one in the Uzumaki clan to have this ability, but he figured that this scroll was left here for a reason, so his mother believed him capable of learning it, even if not to her level. If he ended up learning it, then Naruto will have a whole new style of fighting in close range, using both his bow staff and his mother's chains. You ignorant fool. Naruto was surprised at the voice echoing in his head, before he narrowed his eyebrows. What did you say? I don't believe I stuttered, brat. I don't believe you remember what happened when you hugged your parents. The lack of an answer received a snort from the fox. I thought so, you're right. Your mother left you the scroll containing those annoying chains for you to use it. However, you couldn't hope to use the chains before her appearance inside your mindscape. Her chakra happened to be stored inside the seal holding me in captivity, and was released inside your body when she appeared, and saved your sorry little ass from becoming my dinner. Despite it all, Naruto had to roll his eyes at the fox's words. It appeared that the creature still wished to rile him up from time to time. So you're saying that her chakra is now a part of mine? But I don't feel any different. Why do I waste my time talking to you, brainless meat sack? Since you came back after stealing my chakra, you have yet to use large amounts of your chakra. You will realize that your ninjutsu now is much more potent than before. I won't explain more, because the simple task of talking to you annoys me to no end. Naruto would have said the feeling was mutual, but he knew the fox was just repeating the same speech by riling him up. Despite it all, he felt that he should say thank you to his only inmate. I appreciate the help, furball. Naruto smiled as he heard the fox growling at the nickname. With a smile, Naruto opened his eyes and read the scroll in fine detail. He needed to first manifest the chakra chains. The scroll happened to be quite extensive as Naruto read through everything with a broad smile on his face. The writing itself was different than the other books and scrolls. Naruto now understood that he had inherited his mother's personality and even way of thinking. Naruto could practically see his mother writing all the creative uses for her chain with a predatory smirk on her face, scaring everyone around her. The Chunin even flinched once or twice as Kushina pretty much put all her experience in the scroll, detailing how she used the chains to attack men's private parts. When he finished reading through it all, Naruto felt that he knew a lot more about his mother than the time when she spoke to him inside the seal. He looked up suddenly when he heard a slight noise coming from the aisle where Yugao was currently. As soon as he got up to check on his girlfriend, Naruto smiled upon seeing that the woman was asleep right next to a huge pile of books. Poor Yugao-chan must be exhausted, since she was still working when I called her. Naruto figured that he could leave the clones there reading the material about the chakra chains as well as advanced water manipulation exercises, while he placed Yugao on a more suitable place than the floor. As far as wind was concerned, Naruto was already a master in the art, finishing the 2 steps required to complete the program. Sujiro-sensei even taught him a couple of exercises used in Suna for wind users as well. Naruto was surprised to see some material about the Nadame Hokage's mastery of water techniques. He remembered Tsunade saying that the Senju clan was a distant cousin to the Uzumaki clan, so it made sense. Once out of the library, Naruto carried Yugao upstairs, and passed by what would have been his room. He walked towards the room that was at the end of the hallway. His heart was pounding like crazy as he figured that this room belonged to his parents. Once inside, Naruto's arms almost dropped Yugao on the ground at the sight of the Yondame's classic robe on display inside the closet. To this day, a part of Naruto, the kid that still screamed to the heavens about becoming the next Hokage, couldn't believe that his most idolized shinobi in the world happened to be his father. He quickly placed Yugao on the master bed located in the middle of the room, before covering her with the white sheets that were left there. He figured that they would be quite dirty, but he wouldn't be able to clean them now. Tomorrow, he would leave this entire house spotless as he couldn't live inside a house filled with dust. With Sasuke Uchiha Sasuke was on the ground panting for breath right next to his brother's dead corpse. He wondered if his choice was the right one to take. The stories didn't add up, he questioned. Ever since the fateful event of his clan being murdered, Sasuke had a very firm notion of who Itachi was. Even after Tobi explained to him that Itachi did all he did to save the village, Sasuke was still skeptical about his brother being a nice guy. When they fought, and Itachi demonstrated his intentions of taking his eyes, Sasuke believed that his previous conception was the right one. When the battle was over and Sasuke took a closer look to his brother's smile, he began to question everything that he believed thus far. Whatever it was, he just didn't want anything to do with the man wearing that orange mask. He needed to sort things out for himself, but he also knew that there was no safe place to hide from them. With this in consideration, Sasuke chose to head straight to the only place no one ever believed he would be right now. The secret passageway built by the Uchiha clan under their compound. The passageway was built taking everything in consideration. It wouldn't be an escape route from a hidden village if any Earth user could sense a shinobi down here. Throughout the passageway's walls were chakra suppressor seals that kept anyone from knowing what happened in the tunnels. Of course, it was a double-edged sword as the seals blocked the usage of chakra from the inside as well. If for instance, either Tobi or Zetsu found him here, Sasuke wouldn't be able to use chakra to save his life. Looking to his destination, Sasuke had to force his eyes a bit to see the darkened path. He remembered passing through here as a kid, so he imagined that the passageway would end in about 5 minutes at a sedate pace. Once more grabbing his brother's body and throwing it over his shoulder, Sasuke ran once more towards the end of the tunnel. The Uchiha still wondered about what would await him from the other side of the passageway, but he figured that he could mask his presence inside Konoha until he could ponder things through. Next day Naruto had awoken at his parents' room the next day with a smile on his face as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the room. As expected, Yugao was already up and about, fixing her Anu armor. She gave one smile at him followed by a small wink, before covering her face with the Nico mask. Naruto got up as well and hugged her from behind, before Yugao could vanish in a shunshin, surprising the Anu captain. Such display of affection surprised the woman, but she merely smiled at her boyfriend. She could feel nothing but warmth in Naruto's arms and even embraced his arms, trying to absorb as much warmth as possible from Naruto. The couple stood like this for a while, before Naruto broke the hug and took off the mask. He couldn't kiss the mask after all. It would be nice to be kissed like this every day, Naruto-kun. Naruto merely nodded, not even bothered by the indirect hint of moving together. He was thinking of asking her this anyway. It sure would. I guess that I'll be moving in here now. It would be incredible if I had your company here as well. Since the mask was off, Naruto saw the happy smile on his girlfriend's face. If Yugao had more time until she had to be at Anu HQ, she would jump on Naruto right now. Instead, she just hugged him once more. I will, Naruto-kun. We will talk about this more later, but I certainly will. Oh, and we can also have our first run here tonight, what you say, Naruto-kun? Yugao ended the sentence whispering close to his ear. She got what she was hoping for when Naruto suddenly lost his breath at the implication. As if to give the chunin a preview on what tonight will be like, Yugao gently pushed Naruto towards the bed, while swinging her hips slowly for him to savor every moment of it. She smiled as she saw how excited her boyfriend was at her movements. When Naruto was close to the bed, Yugao placed a fierce kiss on his lips, pushing him to lie down as she was on top of him, kissing his lips and caressing his hair. Naruto was already melting in desire by now when she left his lips and began to work the area near his ears. She even licked his neck for a while, before stopping close to his ear. A small preview, Naruto-kun. Until tonight, Naruto couldn't help but tremble at this statement as Yugao vanished in a shunshin, leaving him showing how excited he was to the room wall. Yugao left still not certain if she should have finished what she started right there. After all, her power of seduction was heavily dependent on her past experiences with Naruto, and she wanted nothing more than to call in sick this morning. Naruto, for his part, concluded that the morning shower would have to be a cold one as he was scheduled to meet with his squad in half an hour for training. Like Yugao, his mind wouldn't leave him alone for a while. After the shower, Naruto got into his chunin outfit and left the room towards the library when he believed his clones were still at it. When he got there though, Naruto saw all his clones were reading something. The real one could see how tired they were as their eyes were slowly closing, due to the lack of chakra sustaining them for longer periods. The amusement stopped, however, when he realized the outcome of so many clones dispelling at the same time and prepared for the onslaught. Like he expected, all 10 clones vanished, and the information returned to the real one. Naruto felt that each memory was like a speeding train on a collision route towards him. When the last memory came, Naruto almost fainted right there. With a nasty headache, Naruto used the desk inside the library for support, before melting on top of the chair for a while. He should have released some of the clones before going to sleep yesterday. As he massaged his temples, Naruto went through the assorted memories, hoping to catch up on what the clones were reading before being dispelled. Naruto remembered reading about water manipulation exercises and a diary of someone that accompanied Senju Tobirama during his reign as the Nidaime. He read about Fuinjutsu and even techniques on how to disrupt created seals, though the clone's understanding of the material was limited. There was one clone that picked up a scroll on Genjutsu for some reason. Why the heck would he be interested in Genjutsu other than learning how to dispel it? It turned out that A-ranked illusions worked differently than lower-ranked ones in terms of chakra consumption. Naruto always had trouble with ninja arts that requires little chakra to perform. Also, higher-ranking illusions affected an entire area, as opposed to only affecting the opponent. With this knowledge, the clone even got to read on some techniques created by a woman named Senju Taka, though Naruto didn't know who she was. Sending a wave of chakra all around him, Naruto could, for instance, with the appropriate hand seals, send everyone into a deep slumber. Offer note, you all know which technique I'm talking about. Getting up from the chair, now feeling much better, Naruto left the library and walked out of the house. Quickly he created 10 clones once more and sent them to a secluded training ground, and practice what they learned in the library. He wouldn't have the time to do so right now. He was a little bit late for his meeting. As he passed through the old Uchiha clan compound, Naruto saw something from the corner of his eyes that looked suspicious. The Uchiha clan grounds were abandoned ever since Sasuke left the village. There shouldn't be anyone there. Quickly approaching the walls, his eyes widened when he saw Sasuke there carrying what appeared to be Itachi's body. Sasuke appeared to be on the verge of collapsing, before he threw Itachi's corpse on the ground and collapsed as well. Naruto took 2 steps behind and summoned another clone, this time with as much chakra as if he had summoned 10 clones. Go to the meeting in my place and avoid receiving too much damage. The clone nodded before Naruto looked at Sasuke once more. With Sasuke . As soon as Sasuke left the passageway and entered the Uchiha clan grounds, he looked around to see if someone spotted him. It appeared that no one was around as Sasuke crossed the open field towards what used to be his parents' house. Looking at it for a while, a sense of nostalgia hit the young Uchiha. He remembered his young days playing at the garden with his big brother, who happened to be on his shoulders right now. His entire face was covered with sweat as his stamina was slowly succumbing to the strain of carrying Itachi's body while at the same time escaping from Tobi and Setsu. As soon as he opened the door to their old house, Sasuke dropped on the ground with Itachi on his shoulders. His chakra was slowly coming back to him, but he was so tired right now. Now that he managed to come here without getting noticed, Sasuke wanted nothing more than to sleep. He closed his eyes slowly and let his body fall. Imagine my surprise when I wake up this fine morning and see you here, Tem. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively grabbed his kusanagi and immediately attacked Naruto. Naruto, though, parried with his staff and sent Sasuke back to the ground, panting from exertion. Sasuke looked at Naruto and cursed his presence here right now. Who would have thought that the damn dope would catch him of all people? A fighter he may be, and a good one at that, but Naruto was no good at sensing others. At least, not as far as Sasuke's knowledge was concerned. Relax, Tem, unlike you, I wouldn't lower myself into picking on someone who's seconds away from exhaustion. Naruto was already over the shock of seeing Itachi's dead corpse right in front of him. I see you reached your ambition. Sasuke looked at Naruto with irritation. What the hell are you talking about, dope? Sasuke was already formulating plans in his mind when he heard Naruto's comment. For some reason, he figured that Naruto would move to capture him. When we introduced ourselves to Kakashi-sensei, you said you didn't have a dream, but an ambition to kill a certain man. If Sasuke was surprised that Naruto remembered that, he wasn't showing it. He merely looked at his brother's dead body for a while. Naruto found it surprising that Sasuke didn't answer. Sasuke sighed in dismay and then narrowed his eyebrows, before turning abruptly to Naruto, wondering when the dobe would move for the capture. However, Naruto just stood there unmoving, and from the look on his face, it appeared that the damn dobe was smiling at him. To this day, he mocks me with that smile of his. Why are you just standing there? Go on, take me in custody, dobe. Fulfill your duty as a Konoha shinobi. Unlike Sasuke expected, Naruto merely snorted. I can do that anytime I want, Sasuke. If you may recall, if it wasn't for the Akatsuki, you'd be in a jail cell right now. Back then, Sasuke didn't have the Mangekyou, but right now Sasuke doubted that Naruto showed everything he could do in that fight. Sasuke saw that Naruto was looking at Itachi, before looking back at him once more. Why did you come here, Tem, and not with Akatsuki? As usual, any conversation with Sasuke was difficult, ever since they were a part of the same genin team. However, this time Sasuke's dismissal of his questions was not due to the Tem's act of superiority, that much he could tell. For instance, Sasuke had the same look Naruto had when he learned the truth about his parents. Moving swiftly, before Sasuke even registered, Naruto placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, earning the Uka's attention. What do you want, dope? If you're not going to capture me, then stop wasting my time. Naruto was serious this time. You're in doubt, aren't you, Tem? This time, Sasuke shot him a murderous look. Something wrong about your brother? You keep looking at him as if expecting an answer to something. Shut up, dope, you don't know what you're talking about. Naruto knew better than to even listen, and simply stared at the Uchiha. I do know what I'm talking about. Just yesterday, I found out that I wasn't just a simple orphan, and that I had parents who cared for me. Yesterday, I was told that the Yondaime Hokage chose me as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki not because I happened to be born on that fateful day. Yesterday, I was told the reason why the truth was kept from me. Sasuke looked at Naruto, and also saw a lot of himself in Naruto's wondering eyes. Also, if what Naruto said was true, then he too grew up with misleading information. You see, Sasuke, I understand what you're going through. In fact, now that I think about it, I believe that if given different circumstances, I could have very well become the missing nin instead of you. Sasuke's eyes widened as he looked at Naruto, wondering why he said those words right now. He wondered if he could share his questions with the dope. Naruto smiled as he saw that Sasuke wouldn't trust him with anything if he wasn't willing to do the same in exchange. I do know that I've given you half answers here, so I'll tell you what has happened to me. Yesterday, I was told the name of my parents. My mother was Uzumaki Kushina, heir of the now extinguished Uzumaki clan that used to reside in Whirlpool Country. My father was Namikaze Minato. The name alone didn't ring any bells with Sasuke, but that only lasted for about a second, before his throat became dry. Who would have thought that the worst student in class and troublemaker was not only the last living descendant of a clan, but also son of the legendary Yellow Flash of Konohagakure? Despite his first surprise, Sasuke suddenly felt like kicking himself for not seeing the resemblance. The Yondaime was your father? Naruto nodded, amused by Sasuke's sudden loss of words. One would imagine the superiority complex of being the fourth son. Yeah, he was. That was also the reason why he sealed the Kyuubi no Yoko and me, as he couldn't ask anyone to sacrifice their child for the burden. Made my live a living hell nonetheless, but that's the past really. Suddenly, the question marks in Sasuke's head about his life history vanished. Naruto kept talking though. I was never told because my father had enemies all throughout Iwa and Kumigakure and even the other villages as well. They feared that I would suffer assassination attempts if the world found out about it. Never mind that up to yesterday. I wasn't even told about him being my father. So, without knowing anything and being led to believe otherwise, I can tell you that I know what you're going through, Tem. Sasuke found himself incapable of negating it. His head nodded by instinct. His mind was still boggled about what he had just heard. I have told you my story, Sasuke. Because of my precious people, I was able to put it behind me, and became a better shinobi because of it. You're still a dope though. Naruto smiled at the now non-lethal jab. He was expecting that from Sasuke. Yeah, and you're a Tem. I would have to punch you in the face if you started treating me differently. This time, Sasuke snorted. Now, what about you? Sasuke nodded at the fair game. I haven't told anyone about this, but when Itachi murdered the entire clan, he turned to me and used an S-ranked illusion called Tsukimi, granted to him by the Mangenkyu Sharingan. He said to me that I wasn't worth killing and told me to hate him, and only when my hatred was strong enough, could I kill him. I did just that, training every day with the memory of Itachi saying these words to me. My hatred for him became second nature to me, and it has sheltered me throughout the hardships in my life. My preconception of him changed when we fought, and the Akatsuki rescued me. Itachi was actually ordered to kill the Uchiha clan by the Sandaime Hokage. Now it was Naruto was speechless. The Sandaime wasn't his favorite person at the moment, since it was he who decided against telling Naruto about his parents. But outright ordering Itachi to kill the clan was too much. The clan was planning to revolt against the village, and it would lead to a civil war if nothing was done. The Sandaime Hokage, I believe, tried to negotiate, but he wasn't able to avoid it. The only way to avoid the death of many was to kill the Uchiha clan, and Itachi was the one to do it, knowing that he would be branded as a criminal for life. At the time, I was downright furious at Konoha and wanted nothing more than to see it burn to the ground. Naruto nodded at the thought too, engrossed to realize what Sasuke meant by this. Sasuke also was lost in his mind to realize that he had just confessed his previous intentions of destroying the village to a Konoha ninja. I found Itachi hoping to settle everything with him about what happened. However, as soon as he heard what I had to say, he surprised me by saying that he had personally volunteered to kill the Uchiha clan. We fought soon afterward and I won, but his last words to me were that he was sorry for everything he had done to me and hoped that I would forgive him. Naruto found himself respecting Itachi now that he realized the truth behind it all. Sasuke couldn't have, because he was so lost in hatred, but Naruto understood. I know you probably won't like this, but I find myself respecting the damn bastard even more now. Sasuke looked at Naruto, threatening to kill him for his words. Say it one more word, and I'll kill you, dope. Itachi murdered my entire clan. Naruto nodded. From what you said, Itachi volunteered to kill the Uchiha clan, but I believe he didn't do it out of some evil intent, but rather to avoid bloodshed in the village. And when you came and told him what you wished to do, he knew what he had to do to take away your hatred for Konoha and focus it entirely on him. Sasuke looked at the dope for a while and then towards the man who killed his clan. Could it be that Itachi was actually focusing the clan's bad history on him and him alone? Itachi used the threat of capturing Sasuke's eyes to lure his hatred away from Konoha and focus only on him. For what purpose, though? To protect Konohagakure? Naruto saw Sasuke's puzzled expression and concluded. Your brother was a hero, Sasuke, and he even protected you from all of this bad blood history. Naruto simply nodded at the conclusion and gave his back to Sasuke. I don't know what you wish to do from now on. However, you came here, so I believe you found Konoha to be a safe haven for you right now. I recommend you do it yourself. Who knows, perhaps the Godame will be lenient regarding this issue. There really was nothing for Naruto to do there, since it was clear that Sasuke needed some time alone. He would leave a clone here just in case the Tem tried something funny once more. What he could do, though, was talk to a special someone who would be interested in knowing what just happened right now. Naruto stopped for a second to receive the memory from the clone he sent in his place to train with his new squad. It was good that he was going to meet this person anyhow. He knew that Jiraya would see past his clone, because unlike the real one, the clone had the tendency of dodging strikes rather than meeting the threat head-on. What was surprising was actually how long it took for Jiraya to realize that the real Naruto was not among them. Either the pervert had lost his touch or Naruto had gotten better at fooling others. Either way, Naruto was not keen on waiting for an Anbu to come and summon him to the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Quickly getting inside the building and into Tsunade's office, Naruto was not surprised to see Kakashi and Jiraya there as well. He also noticed a certain purple-haired Anbu hiding on the shadows and wondered why Yugau's team was chosen to protect the Hokage. Protecting the Hokage was the job of a select team that would never leave the Hokage's side. Somehow, his actions worried his girlfriend as well. Naruto's mind could venture a guess as to what was passing through her mind right now, since she was sending a little bit of killing intent his way. He actually felt insulted at the accusation. "You came here rather quickly, Naruto. I was just telling an Anbu to come get you." Naruto smiled at the people present. They seemed pissed at him right now. "Yeah, I figured that Ero-sensei wouldn't be tricked by my clone, though I was surprised it took him this long." Jiraiya frowned at the joke, but contrary to Naruto's stipulations, he did not join in. "Okay, I won't beat around the bush here. I happened to find an interesting someone this morning that warranted my undivided attention." As expected, he felt Yugau's killing intent risen, making him rather uncomfortable right now. He could feel her sword practically scratching his jugular right now. "After leaving my parents' house, I passed through the old Uchiha compound and I was surprised to find the one and only Uchiha Sasuke walking out of some hidden passageway carrying a dead Uchiha Itachi on his shoulder." The silence that fell on the room was enough for Naruto to hear his own breathing. It was certainly a relief as Yugao was simply too stunned at the revelation to be mad at him. "Care to repeat that, Naruto? I would believe that one of my chunin would have reported this instantly so that we could apprehend Sasuke." Tsunade was looking at him with quite an intimidating stare. "Yeah, I really should have done that, huh? I was shocked at first to see him here in Konoha and even more shocked to see a dead Itachi with him as well." The stares have not diminished, so he believed it was wise to dissuade them of their worry. "Relax, I have placed a clone to keep Sasuke some company. I was actually about to come here and report the interesting conversation I had with him when I received the clone's memory." Naruto then proceeded to tell the ones present about his conversation with Sasuke, especially the part when Naruto revealed an S-ranked secret to a missing nin. Naruto explained that he had to give something for Sasuke to trust him, so he did not regret it. In the end, Naruto was able to hear 6 sighs at the same time. He recognized 4 of them, coming from the Hokage Jiraiya, Kakashi and Yugao. The other 2, he guessed, came from the rest of the Anbu's team. In reality, they were like Yugau's family, so they knew a lot about whom their captain was dating. In all honesty, they should not be surprised. "What am I going to do with you, Naruto?" Tsunade was massaging her temples right now, meaning that he gave her another headache. People were actually counting how many and betting at Tsunade's breaking point. "Well, figuring as I was able to extract a lot of information out of Sasuke, I figure I could get away with not reporting his presence in Konoha. Anyway, I was hoping to ask if we could work something out for the Tem. I bet that he would be a great advantage against the likes of Akatsuki." The ones present were already aware of what the Chunin was hoping for. However, simply relying on the traitor was such a far-fetched idea that Tsunade wondered how long it would take for the Reikage to explode on her, saying how she ever thought the alliance could rely on traitors. There was simply no way Tsunade could allow Sasuke to fight alongside them. Simply not throwing him into jail was giving him too much already. "Naruto, I know you wish to believe in Sasuke being an ally," but Tsunade was already speaking when Naruto interrupted her. "It's nothing like that, actually. I know that Sasuke is strong and can give Akatsuki a run for their money. I was not aiming for simply forgiving his sins. I have been looking into some scrolls in my parents' home since yesterday, and I found an interesting seal, called the slave seal. This seal links Sasuke's chakra to another person. This other person has ultimate control over Sasuke's chakra, allowing the person to stop Sasuke's chakra flow completely. If Sasuke ever decides to escape, or harm either one of us, we can use the seal and block him from using chakra. Jiraya knew about this seal. It was created by the Uzumaki clan to use in prisoners, though the one he remembered working closer to its name. The prisoner was stripped completely of his or her chakra, and any attempt to override the seal would cause unbearable pain. He could see where Naruto was coming from, but even so he believed that Sasuke did not deserve to be anywhere except behind bars for what he had done. Even if Sasuke could help against the organization, it wouldn't bode well with the alliance if Konoha showed such leniency towards criminals. Naruto nodded, realizing the situation. I see, though we could ask their opinion. I happen to know that the slave seal can be used by more than one person, so if I say for instance that both Jiraiya and Kakashi sensei control Sasuke, then we have nothing to worry about. Tsunade pondered for a while when the door suddenly opened. The Raikage and the Kasage had just entered her office for their meeting prior to the battle. The party from Konoha would not put it past them that both cages overheard their conversation. Naruto, how strong is this seal you had just described? Gaara asked, while the Raikage just crossed his arms. Tsunade would be remiss if she did not show her protest. Kasage Dono, Uchiha Sasuke is a wanted criminal of Konoha. We can't expect to simply pardon him and allow him free roam. Gaara was stoic as usual, but only nodded at Tsunade's protest. I and Raikage Dono understand that Hokage Dono, however we agree with Naruto. We need the best of the best, and Sasuke no doubt has the power to back them into a corner. If what Naruto said was right and the slave seal could be applied to more than one person, we can create measures to keep Sasuke from doing anything that could harm the villages and the alliance. He could be in Jiraiya-sama's team, as his fire techniques together with Naruto and Jiraiya's wind techniques would be unstoppable. The seal can be applied to both Jiraiya and Naruto. Tsunade still looked like she wanted to protest, but her only worry was now non-existent, as the alliance had decided as such, not Konoha alone. Okay then, Uchiha Sasuke will be a part of Jiraiya's squad, though I will personally see if both seals are perfectly aligned here. Naruto nodded, satisfied with the answer. Naruto, what about the clone keeping tabs with Sasuke? So far, nothing has happened. He keeps dispelling himself before summoning other Bunshin to send me information. Sasuke was very exhausting when he arrived. He is now asleep inside his old house. Tsunade nodded, before sending Jiraiya and Naruto to bring Sasuke here for the sealing procedure. Seeing as Sasuke was out like a light, it wouldn't be hard to give him a sedative and work on the seal. Naruto needed Sasuke to fight alongside them, but at least they had a backup plan if the Uchiha became difficult about this. In no time, the deed was done, as Sasuke's exhausted frame didn't even register what happened to him, as he was sound asleep. The only pain in the ass was that Naruto took some time convincing everyone that Itachi's body would have to remain there, or else Sasuke would suspect that something wrong happened. The next day. Naruto was busy doing some training with his staff, going through the katas he had practiced since he left with Jiraiya on his training trip. He had to fight all his urges not to use his mother's chains right now, because he was afraid that someone would see him use it. He wanted it to be a secret for now, and use it as a surprise attack when the timing was right. Aside from the chains, Naruto's ninjutsu had improved greatly, because of the exercises he found inside the library. He now had more control over his water element. He couldn't replicate the Nadame's level, of course, but he managed a level of control that he wasted very little chakra and still packed quite a water punch. The library also contained some nice evasive water techniques like the Mizu Bunshin and the Mizu Kawarimi that Naruto now could use. It always irked him when S-ranked opponents played with their opponents by using these low-ranked techniques. Now he understood why, as it actually requires very little chakra and still keep up the threat. Last, but not least, was his ability to replicate the knowledge of seals located in the library. The seal placed on Sasuke was spot on, and even a seal master such as Jiraya was impressed at the attention to detail. Sasuke now was linked, both him and the perverted Sannin. Jiraya had even given the idea of placing a tracking seal on Sasuke should the elusive Uchiha escape from their grasp. It happened to be one more seal that Naruto learned as he observed the pervert's work of art. Naruto was beginning to believe that learning the theory behind his work wasn't such a bad idea after all. He stopped his movements as he heard steps from behind. This training ground happened to be close to the Uchiha compound, so Sasuke wouldn't risk his exposure by coming here. Good morning, Tem. Had a good night's sleep? Sasuke frowned as he made his presence known to Naruto. When he woke up this morning, Sasuke was unnerved as nothing seemed out of place. What did you do, dope? Naruto looked at him with a curious look. Whatever do you mean, Tem? I didn't do anything other than let you sleep. Sasuke frowned once more. I'm not stupid like you, dope. I know that everything is in place, and that's precisely why I know that you did something. Naruto smirked at the accusation, but Sasuke didn't have anything to accuse him of. I knew you're too paranoid, Sasuke, but I didn't do anything. Now, seeing as you are up and full of strength, I was hoping to talk to you about something important. Sasuke crossed his arms, allowing Naruto to continue. Somehow, Naruto thought he would listen to more taunting, but shrugged it off. Akatsuki has remained active for far too long now, and we are moving to put an end to them. Konoha, Kumo and Sunagakure have formed an alliance to send the village's best against them, and we can surely use your help in defeating them. I know that if we fought them together, we can surely kick some S-ranked ass. What do you say? Sasuke kept looking at Naruto with stoic expression on his face as he pondered on the thought. Surely, his past actions wouldn't be that easily forgiven by the Hokage, so Sasuke was skeptical about the entire thing. I defected, dope. You want me to believe that Konoha would accept me back with open arms? Should your efforts in defeating Akatsuki suffice as the Godame Hokage, I can take it into consideration and give you a lighter sentence, Sasuke. The sudden appearance of the Godame Hokage surprised Sasuke, since he was hiding his presence perfectly. There was only one way that she would know he was there, and that happened to be the reason Naruto was smiling at him now. Sasuke snorted at such betrayal, but then he really shouldn't judge, seeing as he did the same thing 4 years ago. Now extending his senses, he could spot the Anbu team hiding in the shadows, as well as 4 strong presences surrounding him. He turned to the Hokage next. What happens if I decline? Tsunade smiled dangerously at the kid Uchiha. You really don't want to know, kid. Suffice to say that we know 2 certain individuals that would love to get to know you better. Sasuke was clueless about the identities of these 2, but the hidden Anbu weren't. Certainly Anko and Ibiki would love to have a go with Sasuke in reference to the secrets he learned while in Akatsuki and Orochimaru's presence. Sasuke turned to think for a while, before looking at the dope to see that he was still smiling at him as if he already knew his answer. Tem, ever since we became genin, you're dying for some action. Now you're hesitating in fighting against S-ranked opponents. What happened to that Tem who wouldn't back down from any challenge? Sasuke couldn't help but snort at the question, but everyone was surprised to see a small amount of humor in Sasuke's response. If you are able to face them, dope, then these guys may not be as tough as they sound. I'm in. Chapter 23, Final Battle Part 1. After convincing the young Uchiha, Tsunade was left with a couple of issues to take care of regarding the situation at hand, which not only meant more paperwork, but also meant dealing with sensitive issues. Uchiha Sasuke's crimes against Konoha were not so severe. The punk's only crime thus far was to abandon the village and join the company of the village's strongest criminals. The first item of the agenda involved keeping his presence in Konoha a secret. Doing so was easy by simply giving Sasuke an Anbu mask. He would not leave the perimeter of his old compound, so Tsunade would not need to worry about others finding out, at least not before the battle begins. The most sensitive topic was no doubt Itachi, or rather Itachi's corpse to be precise. After performing a quick diagnostic, Tsunade was able to conclude that Itachi's health situation was not that good to begin with. Sasuke was surprised to hear that even before fighting him, Itachi didn't have much time left. He was even more surprised to hear that his health would not allow Itachi to fight at full strength. Aside from the history behind it, Sasuke wanted to see if he had the skills to overcome his brother. He imagined that Itachi's defeat was more than proof of that. When asked about the disease, Tsunade said that she had to run more tests on Itachi to verify and come up with the cause and consequence. The medic Hokage understood Sasuke's concern, since Uchiha-wise Sasuke had also evolved his eyes to Itachi's level. He thus wondered if what Itachi suffered was due to the Mangekyou Sharingan. Tsunade promised to find out more, but informed that she just could not perform the analysis like she would with any other from fear of raising too many questions she didn't want to answer right now. Shizune came up with the solution by installing the equipment inside one of the rooms provided by the empty Uchiha compound. With that out of the way, the final preparations was Shikaku's task. The teams were already accustomed to one another, so right now it was only a matter of placing the right team against the right enemy. The Nara clan head had gathered all possible information handled by Kumo and Suna. His job was focused on analyzing the members of the organization and list both their strengths and known weaknesses. The last part was easily the hardest. With all of them being S-ranked ninja, they simply had very few weaknesses, or at least not ones that the Alliance could capitalize upon as easily enough to kill them. Shikaku called in his son for the job. Shikamaru inherited most of his father's intellect, needing only experience to become like his old man. Together they could gather as much information as possible about the enemy, hoping beyond hope that the Alliance would win in the end. If not, then at least, they could weaken the enemy so that the cages could move and deal with the organization for the last time. This was the last option, but logic dictated that a plan B was necessary. With Naruto . Quickly parrying Sasuke's sword with his staff, Naruto moved in to strike Sasuke's shoulder, but Sasuke evaded and moved in for the strike, failing to land a hit. After taking care of everything, Sasuke wished to fight Naruto once more, this time limited to only physical abilities. Sasuke realized, though, that Naruto's skill with his weapon was on par with his own ability with the sword added by the Sharingan. Naruto would attack, already positioning himself for defense. Naruto's weapon was also a piece of work. No matter how much strength Sasuke used, Naruto's staff would not break. The worst part was that his opponent could strike from both parts of the staff, forcing Sasuke to keep his eyes peeled for unorthodox movements. The spar remained for half an hour before Sasuke stopped all of a sudden. Naruto looked at his former teammate for a while, expecting some sort of deception, but Sasuke just returned his sword inside his scabbard, while looking at Naruto as if he was sizing the blonde up. "No offense, Sasuke, but I don't swing that way," Naruto said with a smirk on his face as he saw Sasuke's angry expression on his face at the accusation. Naruto just shrugged. "I don't know if you're interested in women, since you've never shown anything. Don't be ridiculous. I'm serious here. Back when we were teammates, you could have chosen any girl to be with you. You instead avoided everyone like a plague. Now that I think about it, it actually makes sense." Sasuke frowned even more when Naruto placed a hand below his chin, pondering. Sasuke's initial concern was how Naruto measured up to him as far as the shinobi arts, but when Naruto irritated him, he simply turned and walked off, not interested anymore. He may have improved greatly, but Naruto would always find something to make fun of. Still, it unsettled Sasuke that Naruto could be this good. Sasuke's training was not limited to only his own strength and speed. Orochimaru's second-in-command Kabuto has access to a great number of chemical substances that would increase the human body's potential. Sasuke's speed was a byproduct of his own training aided by Kabuto's prowess. Sasuke of course could not know that Naruto's incredible chakra reservoir allowed him to use more extreme methods of training. While Sasuke trained extensively throughout 3 years, Naruto could say he at least trained 4 if not 5 times what Sasuke did by using his clones. In addition, if Sasuke were to believe what his eyes told him, Naruto's chakra reserves had only gotten larger. Is there something on your mind that you're standing there not saying anything? Once more Sasuke stopped thinking and merely turned and walked away. Naruto saw the Anu squad leaving the area as well. Do you enjoy irritating him that much? Naruto smirked as his girlfriend materialized behind him. I would be lying if I said no, I sort of missed messing with him, that's all. Naruto then turned to face the cat mask. You're still on duty. Yugao inclined her head in question before smiling at the way Naruto was positioned. Yes, I am. But that doesn't mean I can't wipe that smirk off your face. Yugao said, before removing her ninjato out of its scabbard. With Sasuke . While walking towards the Uchiha compound, Sasuke calmly pondered on the events thus far. The Hokage prohibited him from setting foot near the more populated areas, but said prohibition was unneeded. He actually craved for zero interaction with others. He thought about a lot. He thought about his family. He thought about his brother and the reasons behind every choice Itachi made throughout his life. Ever since Sasuke could remember, Itachi was his role model, his idol. It was interesting that he would think more highly of Itachi than their own father. Uchiha Fugaku was the Uchiha clan head when Sasuke was born. Sasuke rarely saw his father do anything other than teaching him the Grand Fireball technique 10 years ago. Therefore his eyes only settled on Itachi as his older brother showed time and time again why everyone considered him a prodigy. His brother knew everything about everything, and what irritated Sasuke was that Itachi always made everything seem so easy. It irritated Sasuke even more when he tried it and failed miserably. Above all, Itachi was the only one in the clan, aside from Sasuke's mother, that treated him like family. His father only had eyes for his skills as shinobi. His cousins would always come and talk to him about how lucky Sasuke was at being Fugaku's son and Itachi's brother. It was partially because of how kind Itachi was that Sasuke couldn't believe why Itachi walked along the path he created for himself. Sasuke looked up to see his old sensei Kakashi hanging by a tree while reading his orange book like usual. Sasuke kept walking as he passed by Kakashi. You seem pensive about something. Sasuke stopped to address the gray-haired Jounin. His old sensei hadn't changed one bit, always looking bored to everything around him. Yes, I was enjoying some alone time until someone decided to ruin it. Kakashi simply smirked at the jab and placed his book inside his pants pocket before approaching his former student. Kakashi always prided himself of grasping facial expressions. Every Dijutsu user was actually. Sasuke was looking at the ground the entire time. There is nothing you should concern yourself with, Kakashi. Even if Sensei knew that statement to be false, he knew that the student wouldn't share it with him. Sasuke never bothered to open up to Kakashi in the past, so he wouldn't even consider the possibility now as he had more time to ponder on his life events. Kakashi didn't think too much of it though. Suit yourself. Though I was hoping to review a thing or two about Itachi that could clear your mind a bit. Sasuke looked at Kakashi with venom, but the sensei merely shrugged it off. Kakashi grabbed his book once more and walked away, only to stop when Sasuke called for him. What is that you want to say? Kakashi closed the book and placed both hands inside his pocket as he addressed Sasuke. I was hoping you had figured this out by now. But I guess your mind was clouded by your brother's deception. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at his sensei for how the man described Itachi's actions thus far. Deception. A shinobi's most powerful tool meant for misdirection. The act of deliberately making somebody believe something untrue as the truth. Sasuke knew that what Itachi did was nothing far from that simple word. Deception. He didn't know why though. Itachi explained to me the truth. What he did not explain was the reason behind everything. Kakashi nodded, accepting Sasuke's reason. Well, then you really want to hear what I have to say to you. Sasuke looked suspiciously at his old sensei, wondering what Kakashi knew about his brother that he hadn't revealed yet. Unknown location . Their meeting were always carried in secluded and open places where they could hide from everyone and proceed with their occupation. Extracting the Bajoa from the Jinchuriki. Right now, though, the Akatsuki organization faced a different type of situation that neither of the members accounted for. The simple idea of more than two villages uniting even if for one specific goal was unheard of. Sure, there were several occasions in the past when two villages would get together to jointly rid themselves of a third village. Konoha was constantly bombarded by Kumigakure, Ibagakure, Sunigakure and Kirigakure in the past three great ninja wars. There was never a time where three great ninja villages would form an alliance. There was simply too much blood between them for anything to work properly. When Setsu communicated his findings, the organization leader Pine was skeptical. However, seeing as all the remaining Bajol are now gathered in Konoha, the leader couldn't find anything to refute. Initially, Pine thought of going to Konoha and capture them all. However, the man wasn't crazy enough to believe himself capable of dealing with 4 Jinchuriki 3 Kage and the entire Konoha force by himself. However, if the entire organization were to make a move, their odds would improve greatly. So, standing in the middle of the dark cave, Pine and Conan waited as his peers came from various directions at once. Haiden and Kakuzu came from the east, Deidara and Toby appeared from the west, with Toby introducing himself in his own goofy kind of way, which caused Deidara to snarl at him. Zetsu materialized from below the ground, and Kaizam appeared from within a water shunshin. Since Itachi was killed by Sasuke, the organization didn't have a suitable replacement to become Kaizam's partner. Kaizam was never one to work with a partner. Even if he enjoyed his conversations with Itachi, there was never an occasion where they would join forces against an enemy. A couple seconds of silence followed before Pine began the meeting. So far we've managed to capture 5 of the total 9 Bajoa. The Ichibi, Nibi Hachibai and Kyubi Jinchuriki however have eluded our capture thus far. Pine began surmising their situation. The damn Kyubi Jinchuriki ruined the Ichibi's capture. That damn brat will receive a piece of my art soon. It was no secret how angry Deidara became of Naruto for completely defeating him and still able to defeat Sasuke using the fox's chakra. Indeed, the Kyubi Jinchuriki's sudden increase in skill and prowess with the fox's chakra took everyone by surprise. 3 years ago, Uzumaki Naruto was brash, brainless and hyperactive enough to easily be caught in a trap. In fact, when the organization started hunting the Jinchuriki, it was settled that Naruto would be their easiest prey. The Sandaime Hokage played a big favor in not allowing anyone to train the boy into becoming a weapon for the village. Konoha had also played against us in capturing the Nibi Jinchuriki. The Raikage wouldn't be aware of our presence fast enough to stop the capture. Kakuzu stated, earning various nods. Now the hidden village in the leaves has managed an impossible feat, convincing Suna and Kumigakure into joining forces against Akatsuki. The meeting fell into deep and dreaded silence, as the voice that made the final statement didn't come from any of them. Deidara looked at his goofy partner and nearly jumped off the floor when Toby's posture shifted completely. Kaizam looked murderous at the direction of the voice, since he remembered it belonged to the Sandaime Mizukage. Kakuzu and Haiden narrowed his eyebrows towards the specific direction as well. All of them looked at Toby, all of them clueless except Pine and Conan, who already knew about Toby's real identity, but didn't know the man would be revealing it to the others. "It's a pleasure to meet you all," Toby said, just as the right Sharingan appeared. Madara? Conan mumbled in surprise. This world is full of lies and deceit to have fooled everyone here for so long. You certainly hadn't changed one bit, Sandaime Mizukage-sama. Now Kakuzu narrowed his eyes at Kaizam. The man had contacts in the black market, and thus he had knowledge of rumors preceding the civil war in Kirigakure. He even had knowledge of how the Sandy Jinchuriki and Yondaime Mizukage were being controlled by someone powerful the entire time. Being a mercenary, Kakuzu didn't have any issues with anything so long as said issues didn't mess with his bounties. He was in for the money after all. Kakuzu was also considered a highly experienced individual and thus didn't require much time to come to a vital realization. It became obvious when he heard the man's name and saw the Sharingan. I assume that you orchestrated this entire organization from the shadows then. Toby's amused and controlled laughter set everyone on edge. His presence alone made everyone on edge. Even Pine looked intimidated by the man's presence, and that was saying something. Certainly it's nice to see you once more, Kaizam. Your words are flattering. And you're right, Kakuzu-san, I've been running this organization from the shadows since the very beginning. I would be remiss, however, in presuming that all of you feel betrayed by following Pin's presumed leadership. In normal circumstances, I wouldn't feel the need to reveal my true identity. Events, however, changed my initial endeavor. Konoha, and in particular, the Kyubi Jinchuriki played a huge part in changing the normal course of our plan. Now, the three village alliance managed to unite their strongest fighters followed by the remaining four Jinchuriki to engage against Akatsuki. Jiraya of the Sannin and Hitake no Kakashi are among them. Deidara and Haiden, being the most hyperactive members of the organization, voiced their displeasure at being ordered around by an Uchiha. Kakuzu and Kaizam, though sharing their protest, didn't voice it. They were smart enough not to outright pressure Uchiha Madara into anything. They were also smart enough to realize that not following the man now was out of the question. In the end, though, both Kakuzu and Kaizam figured that the following fights would be to their advantage. Kakuzu would be able to receive the bounties and Kaizam would face powerful opponents to satisfy his urge for battle. Do you believe we should unite forces against them and march towards Konoha? It was Konan who asked, earning a nod from the masked Uchiha. While it's true that Suna and Kumo have their most powerful shinobi stationed in Konoha, the fact remains that the remaining Jinchuriki are all gathered in one place, making it easy for us to capture all of the Jinchuriki once and for all. I'd imagine that some of you don't wish to remain loyal to Akatsuki, so for those who don't wish to remain can walk away. Being S-ranked criminals had given all of the Akatsuki members some sort of clairvoyance when it comes to sensing danger, or at least a danger level far above what they are used to. Simply believing that they could walk away from Akatsuki without any form of punishment was ridiculous, also believing that they wouldn't have their heads cut off after doing so was even more ridiculous and even laughable. As if you wouldn't kill us if that ever was our decision? Kakuzu snorted, earning a mock laughter from Toby. He really could see that Kakuzu became insulted. Indeed, that would be the penalty, but I never said anything about prohibition, did I? This time everyone released a snort of derision. Attack when they least expect it, instead of allowing them to come prepared against us. Toby said before vanishing within his own space-time ninjutsu in front of everyone. The rest of the members stood there dumbfounded, as never in their wildest imaginations could they believe that the clown Toby was in fact the shadow leader of the organization. The name Uchiha Madara was known by most as a legend, but only Kakuzu could truly state what it was to face such a man, as he was the eldest in the group. The former Takagakure ninja was not surprised that the man was alive, because he also had found a way to beat death, even if said method involved taking the lives of others. In Fire Country . All the members of the Akatsuki, excluding Toby, were casually walking towards the green fields of Fire Country, heading straight towards Konoha. Zetsu was below ground, working his sensory magic by tracking any nearby shinobi who could warn of their presence ahead of time. There wasn't a doubt in their minds that no one would be able to spot them without either S-ranked shinobi knowing it in advance and dealing with the threat appropriately, but they needed to catch Konoha by surprise. The absence of their shadow leader was a bit unnerving for the group, but no one dared to question Pine about this entire mess. Leader or not, Pine was the strongest of them all and possessor of the legendary Dojutsu. The fact that his full power remained a mystery to everyone only fuels the organization's uncertainty of what exactly his abilities were. Of course, one of the group had to act stupid, and that was Haiden. "Oh, Leader Sama, what's the deal here, huh? If you're actually our leader, Everyone stopped and looked to the fool. Hayden, shut up. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes at his partner, while questioning the man's stupidity. No, I'm not going to shut up, Kakuzu. I don't know who the hell appointed you as the leader, just because of those stupid eyes. Pine looked at the silver-haired member with stoic visage. You question me, believing that no matter what I do, I wouldn't be able to kill you. But how about if your soul ever left your body? Hayden was immediately startled as Pine focused his measure of killing intent added by the Rinnegan. Removing one's soul was pretty much unheard of in the shinobi world, but Hayden couldn't find himself to believe that Pine was just bluffing. Thanks to his sacrifices, Hayden's body achieved immortality. He didn't know what would happen if his soul was detached from his body. Pine just kept walking towards their destination, while the group followed, with the exception of Hayden, who couldn't stop shivering at the sudden possibility of being killed. It was definitely not a good feeling for someone who considered himself immortal. As the Akatsuki group ventured beneath the forests that surrounded Konohagakure, none of them noticed a small blue toad wearing red vest and goggles. The small amphibian went through hand seals immediately before slamming both hands on the ground. The members of the Akatsuki were startled by the sudden smoke, since Setsu was nowhere to be seen or felt. All of a sudden, 50-foot Red Toad wearing a blue kimono appeared in front of the Akatsuki members, before Gamabunto opened his mouth. From within, the three teams from the Alliance charged and got into position in front of their enemy. The Konoha Nin were smiling that their plan worked in the end. Allowing these guys to invade Konoha would no doubt result in full destruction. At least now, they could fight head-on, knowing that no damage would befall Konoha and its citizens. The rest of the Alliance just didn't have the same concern. It seems Shikamaru's concern proved merit. Naruto turned to Jiraya, who nodded. In one of the meetings, Shikamaru theorized that there was nothing keeping Akatsuki from attacking the village, since the Alliance ended up gathering the remaining Jinchuriki in one place, making it easier to capture them. So, Jiraya conversed with the toads so that they could form a ring around the village forests so as to anticipate their movements and summon the teams directly to the location. It worked like a charm. All they had to do now was deal with the S-ranked criminals for good. Personally, it was Jiraya's and Naruto's favorite part of the plan. That kid is just like his father. You'd think that clan of smartasses could see the future. Gamabunta, please do as we planned. The gigantic toad nodded, before gathering as much air as possible. He hurled a gigantic water ball at the Akatsuki group, forcing them all to scatter. Gamabunta even added another attack and charged with his sword. The teams soon followed, each one picking their target. It was decided that Jiraya's team would choose the members they knew next to nothing about. Being the strongest member of the group, he would be more equipped to handle surprises than the rest. With his job done, Gamabunta left. Jiraya's team stood in the center, facing Pine and Konan. Gaara's team faced off against Hayden and Kakuzu. Team Darui was pitted against Deidara and Kaizan. Team Jiraya . With the plan accomplished, Jiraya and his team stood in front of Pine and Konan. To Naruto and the rest, Jiraya appeared focused in the upcoming battle. However, the man was unbelievably perplexed at what or actually, who stood before him. Jiraya knew that no genjutsu was casted on him, so that meant that these two whom he believed were dead, were now facing him in open combat. Jiraya could not help but remember his happy memories with the three orphans he encountered right after the Sanin's fight against Hanzao the Salamander a long time ago. Picturing those three as responsible for the chaos that emerged in the elemental nations brought shame to him. He thought he had trained them better than this. It's been too long, hasn't it, Jiraiya-sensei? Pine greeted, earning a snarl from the Sanin, and a questioning look directed at him from Naruto and the others. What is the man talking about? Jiraiya ignored Naruto's question, as he needed answers right now. The man before him was similar to the eldest orphan Yahiko, but the Rinnegan eyes were a surprise. As far as he remembered, only Nagato had the Rinnegan. Yahiko, why are you doing all this? What happened to the three of you after I left? Conan and Pine kept looking at their old sensei with apathy, though neither of the two enjoyed hearing the name of their best friend/lover. Yahiko is no more, Jiraya-sensei. Jiraya narrowed his eyes at the information. It should not be possible, as this man could not be Nagato. Nagato's appearance was much different. Jiraya then turned to the rest as they waited for an explanation. Back when the Second Great Ninja War was in full swing, Amigakure was the center of the war, as the country shared borders with Fire, Earth, and Wind Country. Thus, more rather than not, Rain Country became the battle stage. At the time, M's leader Hanzao the Salamander managed to drive everyone away from his country, including the Sannin formed by myself, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Kazutake nodded as he remembered being just a chunin at the time. At the time, we three just couldn't beat Hanzao, so we escaped. We managed to find a hideout to rest, and then returned to Konoha when I found 3 kids hiding from us. At the time, Tsunade did not care about them, and Orochimaru actually wanted to kill them, but I believed that it would be better to give them some training so that they could better protect themselves in such a dangerous environment. I stayed with them and trained them for a couple of years before leaving. I have not heard of them ever again, and had actually heard rumors that they were killed. 2 of those kids are standing in front of us right now. One of them has the Rinnegan, and the woman possesses a paper manipulation bloodline. Half of Jiraya was conflicted about sharing this info against the 3 orphans he went out of his way to help. However, those 3 orphans were now the leaders of the organization that was threatening to kill his godson as well as destroy the entire elemental nations. Naruto kept looking at the enemies and tried picturing any similarities with himself. Usually, those who were trained by the same man had similar goals and way of thinking. That was the logic of being chosen by the Gamma Sannin. The man would not just waste his time training someone that did not share his view of things. I do not wish to extend this any more than we already had. Jiraya-sensei, hand us the Jinchuriki already and I won't kill any of you. The team narrowed their eyes at the threat. The team saw Kamin's body transform into loads of paper before charging straight at them. Immediately, Kazutake took a step back as the other 4 went through hand seals. Gyukaze and Naruto provided the wind while Sasuke and Jiraya gathered air inside their lungs for the grand fireball technique. All the paper immediately combusted, but the wind-induced fire technique still had enough strength and speed. The combined ninjutsu reached Pine, who simply stood there unmoving. He lifted his right hand before an unknown force repelled the combined ninjutsu as if it was nothing. Right afterward, Conan emerged by his side slightly burned, but otherwise fine. Jiraya and the others kept looking at the Rinnegan user, wondering how he managed to repel a combined ninjutsu so easily like that. Any effort on your part is useless against a god. To prove his point, Pine lifted his right leg and kicked Kazutake right in the chest. The Suna Jounin attempted to use an invisibility genjutsu to approach the enemy. Kazutake was sent flying towards his team, lacking air and bleeding from his mouth. The genjutsu user was secured by Gyukaze and Naruto, while Jiraya focused on the enemy. Against a dojutsu, genjutsu is practically useless. Kazutake's attempt was due to the man getting into position behind the enemy's sight, meaning that Pine had sensor capabilities as well. The Rinnegan still remained a mystery, however. Jiraya could only theorize about it. Right now, the worst enemy was no doubt Nagato. He had a feeling that Conan could be easily dealt with by Sasuke and Naruto. Right now, it was better to take down the opposition rather than facing Pine altogether. Naruto, Sasuke, we need to take down Conan. You guys take her on? The 2 youngsters of the group nodded, before they looked at each other with a smirk. We're on it. Naruto responded, earning a nod from Jiraya, who went through hand seals while at the same time nodding towards Gyukaze for some assistance. Katan Career Enden Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Projectile Technique. Futen Kamaidachi, Wind Release, Cutting Whirlwind Technique. The 2 combined techniques were aimed at Conan. Naruto and Sasuke were already moving as they had to take the opportunity and split the enemies apart. Sasuke was moving ahead with his Sharingan blazing. The combined ninjutsu was soon stopped by Pine, using the same method as before. However, the smoke generated by Jiraya's technique was enough to cloud their sight for a brief moment. Naruto and Sasuke quickly emerged from the smoke and Sasuke kicked Konan away from the group, while Naruto kept watch on Pine to see if he would attack Sasuke's back. Like he expected, a metal rod emerged from Pin's hand and with it, Pine moved to strike Naruto. Before the rod could pierce Naruto's heart, 4 chakra chains erupted from his back, parrying the rod and attacking Pine. The Rinnegan user dodged them all effortlessly when Jiraya appeared in front of him with his Rasengan, forcing Pin's attention away from Naruto, who vanished towards Sasuke's position. Naruto and Sasuke against Konan ===. As soon as Naruto reached Sasuke's position, he was surprised to see that Sasuke and Konan were already engaged in deep and close combat. Naruto could attest that Konan's paper bloodline was quite fearsome. Apparently, the paper could be folded into sharp shuriken and even paper bombs. Sasuke appeared to be struggling as he sliced every piece of paper that came at him with his sword. Some of them passed through and caused a few bruises along his arm. Naruto had to move quickly and assist. In one swift motion, Naruto appeared behind Sasuke and went through a quick succession of hand seals. He needed to stop the barrage of attacks. Suton Sujinheki Water Release Water Wall Technique. The sudden appearance of the water wall forced Konan's paper attack to stop and it gave Sasuke some room to breathe. What took you so damn long? Sasuke got into position as he looked at Naruto with narrowed eyes. The other guy attacked me while you attacked her. I had to defend. Can you see where she is? I have to direct the water. Sasuke nodded and focused his Sharingan past the water ninjutsu to spot her position. Naruto was already molding a few more hand signs when Sasuke pointed him in the right direction. The water wall was transformed into a giant dragon before charging at Konan. Suton Suariakiba no Jutsu Water Release Water Dragon Fang Technique. The woman quickly used her bloodline to evade the technique, however, and moved in for another attack with her paper bloodline. Sasuke was prepared, however, and exhaled a great fireball straight towards the place where the papers were gathered. The paper was scattered in random directions, all of a sudden, before materializing in another position. Reformed, Konan looked at her opponents. She could attest to their teamwork, and it was something the Akatsuki did not expect. Sasuke went rogue a long time ago. They shouldn't have had the time to train such teamwork as just days ago. They were bitter enemies. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke looked at her with a frown. Can you see any weaknesses, Sasuke? Sasuke negated with his head as he observed the woman with his Sharingan. None so far. She can use her bloodline to evade any of our ninjutsu. Getting close also isn't an option as she can use her bloodline and transform into paper. Naruto frowned at the intel, or the lack of for that matter. So far, despite having a numerical advantage against her, Konan had the advantage of an unknown bloodline that she could use to evade attacks and attack from long range. She was also fast enough to avoid receiving a direct hit from their ninjutsu. Any planning on their part would have to wait as Konan moved to strike them once more. They saw the paper suddenly form 2 separate wings on her back, earning a snarl from Sasuke at the obvious disadvantage. The woman could fly. Suddenly, the wings were point towards them, before each sent a new barrage of paper towards them. Sasuke's Sharingan could see that the paper were actually seals formulas. Paper bombs, damn it. Naruto looked at Sasuke in surprise before the attack hit the target. The paper hit the ground, and caused one big explosion. For a moment, Konan believed that her attack was enough. She was surprised, however, when a pillar of water rose from the smoke, before a wave was formed, charging straight at her with great speed. Konan was surprised with the sudden movement, but managed to get away from the technique. Suton Suishaha, Water Release, Water Collision Destruction Technique. Thank Kami that I took the time and trained this technique. It's rather chakra taxing if you ask me. Sasuke kept looking at Naruto, and was shocked at the amount of chakra just used by his teammate. The amount was simply ridiculous. Simply put, it was as much as his entire chakra supply, and Naruto did not look any different afterward. Naruto turned to Sasuke. In one of my relaxing periods, I've decided to check on some techniques and found a scroll about the Nadame Hokage's Suton techniques. That was one of them, though the old bastard was able to use water techniques without any nearby source of water and twice as big. Naruto was smiling the entire time and Sasuke became unsettled. He decided to pester Naruto about it later, however. Do you have anything we can use against her? Naruto negated with his head, looking worried before he remembered something about the Sharingan, or rather Itachi's Sharingan. I may have thought of something, but I'm afraid you won't like to hear it. Sasuke looked at Naruto from the corner of his eye, before Naruto released his idea. How good are you in casting genjutsu just by looking at the enemy? Like your brother used to do it. Immediately, Sasuke regretted allowing Naruto to speak his mind. However, now was not the time to yell at Naruto for his comment. The damn enemy could turn them into pincushions for target practices. Explain. Naruto could see that Sasuke was grinding his teeth and smirked. If you could trap her in a genjutsu for a few seconds, I could reach her position and deliver the killing blow. Sasuke nodded with a smile at Naruto's idea. He had not tested the Tsukimi ability yet, but using ocular genjutsu was one of the Ukka's many known abilities. Who would have thought a dope such as yourself could come up with such a plan? Naruto smirked, but said nothing as he watched Konan direct her body towards the ground. I'll attempt to stop her flight for a couple of seconds. You have that long to use it. Sasuke nodded as his eyes caught the paper user Kunoichi descending towards them in great speed. In mere moments, Konan was upon Naruto before she positioned both her wings in stab position. Sasuke watched everything with his Mangenkyu Sharingan and wondered what Naruto would do in order to stop her. His eyes widened to impossible proportions when a sudden wind current erected around Naruto, as if the man commanded the force of nature itself. If Sasuke was not facing such a dangerous battle, he would punch himself in the face for not seeing it being used against him. Immediately using his Mangenkyu Sharingan, Sasuke looked directly at Konan's eyes, forcing her to submission just as Naruto stopped using his wind barrier technique. Not wasting any time, 4 chakra chains left Naruto's back and charged straight towards Konan's now exposed chest. She managed to dispel the illusion quickly enough, but it was not fast enough to stop the chains from piercing her in 4 different and vital areas around her body. With Jiraya . Jiraya believed his odds would improve once the boys took Konan away from them. He knew that the woman preferred long-range attacks and played the support style, meaning that he and the rest of the team would be facing the Rinnegan as well as her paper attacks. With her occupied elsewhere, he could deal with Pine and Pine alone. However, what he believed was an advantage turned out to be the other way around. It began with Jiraiya's acting rash and falling victim to the enemy's metal rods. The other Sand Shinobi managed to get her out of the original path, thus Pine only pierced her stomach instead of her heart. However, the woman wouldn't be able to fight now. Jiraiya attempted to rush in when the enemy was occupied with the others, but Pine was fast. He used the same force to repel the ninjutsu, but the Sannin saw the extended hand and got out of the way before engaging in taijutsu. Pine was hit by Jiraiya's kick followed by a Rasengan, but Pine dodged the swirling ball of chakra and attacked Jiraiya with his metal rod. The Sannin quickly evaded the attacks until he saw Kaizatekai appear behind the enemy and perform hand seals. Doton Doriasu, Earth Release, Earth Rising Spears technique. Pine quickly jumped away from the spears and used his repelling force on both Jiraiya and Kaizatekai, propelling them away. Jiraiya quickly summoned a toad to catch him in midair, but Kaizatekai wasn't so lucky. He tried using Earth Ninjutsu to soft the land, but still it hurt him pretty badly. The genjutsu user had a couple ribs cracked, but nothing he could not handle. He nodded at Jiraiya, signaling that he was fine, and returned to Jiraiya's to see if she was better. The woman had knowledge on medical chakra, and was busy applying it on herself. I already said it was useless, sensei. You can't defeat me, and to further prove my point, Pine said, before placing both hands on the ground, before the summoning markings appeared on the ground. When 5 more individuals suddenly appeared next to Pine, all having the Rinnegan as well, Jiraya realized that his odds just went from minimal to almost none. Both his teammates were out of commission for the moment, and thus he had to face the enemy alone. If it was one thing he regretted right now, it was sending Naruto and Sasuke away to deal with Conan. His regret turned out to be unfolded when he saw a gigantic meteor of fire charge straight at the 6 enemies. He identified the attack as Sasuke's Grand Fireball technique. Jiraya was surprised when one of the Rinnegan users turned towards the attack. A sudden white field enveloped the man right as the fire ninjutsu reached him. In less than 2 seconds, the attack was fully absorbed by the enemy as if nothing happened. Right afterward, Sasuke and Naruto landed next to Jiraya. Conan was secured by Naruto's chains, and by the looks of things, she was unconscious. Sorry for taking so long, Ero-sensei. The woman was quite a pain to deal with. Jiraya nodded with a smile on his face as he mentally counted a point in favor of the alliance. Further looking at Conan's body, though, he could see 4 holes in her heart and lungs. He concluded the obvious immediately, but couldn't help but share a final prayer in sympathy for the little girl who offered him a paper-made flower a long time ago. Now looking at Pine, Jiraya wondered what the man's actions would be after seeing his friend dead in front of him. Pine considered himself a god, but would he be able to not feel anything? Sasuke took one step closer to Jiraya. What can you tell us about him so far? Jiraya looked at Sasuke briefly and returned to the enemy. The Rinnegan is a force not to be trifled with. So far, what I was able to gather from our fight is that through the Rinnegan, he can use gravity-related techniques. First, he used it to repel ninjutsu, and then he used to repel me and Kaizatekai like ragdolls. Now when you attacked one of them with your fireball, the enemy was able to absorb the attack somehow. I can conclude that any ninjutsu near that guy is useless. He should be the first to be taken care of, I'm afraid. The rest remain unknown. Sasuke nodded as he saw the energy of his Katan jutsu being absorbed. Apparently, Jiraya wasn't finished. We need to work together against this guy. Jiraya tried to go alone, and was hurt pretty badly. She would be dead if it weren't for Kaizatekai's interference. Anything else you remembered from training them in the past, Ero-sensei? Naruto placed Conan on the ground behind him as he appeared next to Sasuke. The most I gave them was at least the ability to defend themselves. A few elemental ninjutsu, but nothing out of the ordinary. But Nagato had already awakened the Rinnegan back then. Naruto nodded as he took his bow staff while Sasuke had his sword with him. Jiraya nodded at this, but wondered what more secrets would be revealed by his first student, and if said secrets would end up killing either Sasuke, Naruto, or even himself before anyone was able to stop it. He needed to use trick he had available to him. It would be the first enemy he ever had to use it against. Chapter 24 Final Battle Part 2. While Team Jiraya was busy facing the apparent leader of the organization, the other teams were busy dealing with the weaker, but nonetheless dangerous foes of Akatsuki. Team Gaara faced both Haiden and Kakuzu, while Team Darui faced Deidara and Kaizan. Both battles raged on as neither side showed any signs of overcoming the other, despite the fact that both teams had one Jinchuriki who had the power to overcome any adversary. S-ranked shinobi had the tendency to overcome any sort of adversities. Team Darui. Team Darui, composed of Mato Gai, Kairabi and Baki, started the fight with a misplaced underestimation of the enemy, knowing that not only they possessed the advantage in terms of numbers. The team had the Hachibai Jinchuriki with them. Kairabi was a perfect Jinchuriki as he was able to synchronize his chakra with the Bajoa inside him, granting him full ability over the Hachibai. However, the team soon realized that Akatsuki did not just choose their members based on their S-rank status alone, but also because of their specific set of skills that allowed for an easier capture of their targets. Deidara's specific skill set allowed him to attack from longer distances, and Kaizan possessed his same hata, a special sword made in kirigakure that allowed him to absorb chakra and use it on himself. As such, the two S-ranked Akatsuki members managed to separate Team Darui with Kaizen facing both Kairabi and Guy at the same time while Deidara took on Darui and Baki. Baki, however, was the first casualty of the group. The Tsunigakure elite Jounin was a skilled shinobi with extreme mastery over the wind element. However, his mastery involved fighting from mid to close range. At first, Baki and Darui used their combined assault on Deidara, forcing him on the defensive from the start. Baki even managed to slice one of Deidara's hands using his wind sword combo. However, the minute Baki moved to end the entire fight and go help against Kaizen, he had simply believed Deidara to be finished without one of his clay-making hands. Baki had moved to decapitate Deidara, but the Mad Bomber suddenly embraced the Suna Jounin with both his arm and legs, before blowing himself up, taking a surprised Baki with him. The movement alone surprised the team leader. The movement was so sudden, taking no longer than 2 seconds. The situation only worsened when Darui saw Deidara emerge from the ground with a predatory smirk on his face and worst of all, with both hands intact. The truth of what happened hit Darui like a ton of bricks. "You used a bunch didn't you?" He saw the pure condescending look from the enemy and narrowed his eyes at Deidara. No doubt, the Mad Bomber's status was well deserved. "It's only a matter of time until you join your little buddy hum." Darui charged the Mad Bomber immediately with a barrage of shuriken and kunai, not allowing Deidara to make his retreat. As soon as Darui stood inches from Deidara, he unsheathed his butcher-like sword and swung at Deidara. The Mad Bomber performed a backflip while at the same time producing a ball of clay and leaving it for Darui. The ball exploded immediately, but he could not see a body. He was hoping that his little art show would be enough to deal with his enemies. Following his instincts, Deidara turned to the left as he saw Darui running through hand seals before gathering water inside his lungs. Suton Sujinheki Water Release, Water Barrier Technique. Deidara was hit full force by the technique and became suspended in the air by Darui's technique. Following on his attack, Darui used a single one-handed seal and created a strong lightning current. Being amplified by the flowing water, Deidara was hit full force by the combination ninjutsu. Deidara made a clear look of discomfort and even pain for a while, before smirking at the enemy as his body transformed into mud, revealing it a mud bunshin instead. Darui extended his senses looking for the enemy. Deidara so far has proven to be quite a fearsome enemy, deadly at long range and dangerous in close range as well. The Mad Bomber's skills were not varied, but the man has enough experience that he is able to use everything at his disposal, even when he is nowhere in sight. Darui just couldn't allow himself to lose his cool and act rash. It took one single precise blow to kill an elite jounin such as Baki. Suddenly, the Raikage's right-hand man jumped, obeying nothing but his instincts. No sooner had the man jumped, a couple of clay mines erupted from the ground and exploded. In front of him, Darui saw a couple of small clay birds flying straight at him, hitting him dead on, much to Deidara's happiness, as he appeared where Darui once stood to check on the body. The Mad Bomber snorted, however, when a small rock fell nearby. He smirked, however, suddenly getting the thrill of the fight. Deidara would not be pleased if his opponent went down just as easy as the Tsunigakure Jounin. Hidden behind a thick tree, Darui grabbed 2 shuriken before charging them with lightning chakra. Immediately after throwing the projectiles towards Deidara, a beam of lightning emerged from one shuriken landing onto the other, forming a lightning cable towards Deidara's back. Raiton Shuriken Raiden Lightning Release, Shuriken Lighting Cable Technique. Deidara narrowed his eyes at the sudden approach from behind and managed to evade by jumping. However, the minute he did so, Darui was immediately onto him with his lightning-infused sword, promising to cut Deidara in half. The Mad Bomber managed to produce a couple of clay bombs, but Darui sliced them clean, before moving to strike Deidara once more. The attack was successful, but Deidara used the small bombs as distractions, while performing another bunshin for a quick escape. His opponent was good, much more so than he expected. Deidara just couldn't kill the man without resorting to his stronger abilities. In addition, Darui now realized the true weakness of his clay attacks, as lightning chakra, when in contact with the exploding clay, manages to nullify its exploding effect. Taking a distance, Jiraya smirked as he had found a worthy opponent to battle against. Darui, for his turn, took a much more serious approach in this fight. Against this enemy, he would have to go all out, and that meant using every skill he had at his disposal. Meanwhile, Hoshigaki Kaizam was facing Mato Guy and the Hachibai Jinchuriki. So far, neither side worked on a clear advantage. Guy and Kairabi looked at the still smirking Kaizam with narrowed eyes. So far, the entire fight was concentrated in close-range combat. There were some bruises on everyone's faces, and a few scrapes as well. Guy was actually the one with most visible wounds, seeing as he either did not have a demon healing his wounds or a sentient sword. So far, neither Guy nor Kairabi wanted to push things to the extreme and use everything they had at their disposal. However, looking at Kaizam's full-teeth smile, they realized that the shark missing Nin would not mind either way. Kaizam's most notably asset was his vast chakra reserves, and he certainly did not mind waiting for his opponents to get serious. You two won't be able to beat me by playing it safe. I admit that I'm a bit outnumbered here, but that doesn't mean I am that easily beaten. For once, Guy did not have any youthful comment to throw at Kaizam. Kaizam didn't wait for them to make a move and immediately used a Mizu Bunshin to split his attention between his opponents. The Hachibai Jinchuriki was naturally the more worrisome of the two, so Kaizam would have to deal with the man himself. The other, although an elite jounin and high-class taijutsu fighter, did not pose the same level of threat. The shark Nin then went through hand seals before he expanded in size like an akimishi. He threw up hundreds and hundreds of liters of water. Suton Baku Suishao water release exploding water colliding wave technique. Both Kairabi and Guy were immediately alerted upon seeing wave after wave being formed before they stood on top of a river. The bad news started the moment they allowed a shark to get inside his own turf. With Naruto, Pine just stood there as he looked at Kanin's body. Contrary to what everyone expected, the individual did not even blink as he appeared to grasp the consequences of what happened. Naruto and Sasuke were certainly caught by surprise. Even Jiraya could not believe what he was seeing as he studied his first student's expression. He saw many shinobi in the past trying their best to not be affected by a comrade's death. However, everyone, damn it, even his former comrade Orochimaru, showed at least one single reaction, even if one of joy. Pine, on the other hand, did nothing at all. It was indeed unsettling to watch, especially in Jiraya's case, since he specifically recalled how close those three were in the past. Are you not troubled by her death, Nagato? Pine this time crossed eyes with Jiraya, but otherwise his expression remained unchanged. The look alone served as proof of Nagato's change of heart. Yahiko and Konan were his only family in this world. It matters not if I am saddened by her death. Ultimately, my vision will happen and everyone will know true pain. The Yahiko body suddenly went through a large sequence of hand seals before slamming both hands on the ground. Jiraya moved to intercept, but the technique was complete, enveloping the enemy in a cloud of smoke. When the smoke settled, instead of one enemy, now stood 5 others, behind him, all of them carrying the Rinnegan. The sight startled Jiraya, Naruto and Sasuke, as according to the Sannin, the Rinnegan Jujutsu belonged to the Sage of the Six Paths. Now, instead of one enemy, they had to face 6 at the same time. Arrow Sennin? What's the plan here? How are we supposed to face them? Jiraya looked at Naruto's concerned expression. The pervert had a nervous smile on his face, sharing his current student's worry. Sasuke was listening to the conversation while sucking everything his Sharingan was telling him. He could see something very interesting about his opponents. For instance, while his Sharingan could perceive the human body's natural chakra flow, he was having trouble understanding what was happening before his eyes. Normally, each person's chakra appeared differently before his accursed red eyes. These 6, however, had identical chakra flows, as if they were mere clones of the original. Naruto, Sasuke, tread cautiously here. One of them was hard enough. My experience tells me that each one of them possesses unique set of skills that complement a full man assault type. Both teams nodded, before Jiraya moved through hand seals. Katan Dai Enden Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. The huge ball of scorching fire charged at the enemies, but only one of them stood forward. He had the same outfit, but was shorter and chubby compared to the others. The Konoha nin stood by, waiting to see what would happen before the new enemy did something with his both hands and absorbed the deadly fireball, making it vanish completely. Jiraya narrowed his eyes in worry. One of them had the ability to absorb ninjutsu. That meant that they had to get close range and engage in taijutsu against this person. That in itself was troubling, considering that the Yahako body had gravity-related techniques and could send the opponent flying. Any sort of musing was cut short when another enemy, this time the one with long blonde hair, went through hand seals once more for the summoning technique. As soon as it ended, 4 huge centipedes stood facing the members of Konoha. The huge beasts charged at them, forcing the members to scatter. Naruto sprang into action immediately and summoned 3 Cage Bunshin. The 4 golden copies charged at the beasts head-on, each one going through the same hand seals. The centipedes were sliced into pieces and vanished. Naruto took the opportunity and charged at the 6 enemies, while Jiraya and Sasuke flanked him. The Yahako body waited until Naruto was close to use his gravity propulsion technique, sending the Kyubi Jinchuriki flying. Naruto managed to hold on to a large rock, using his chakra chains, but he still felt as if a train hit him in the face. When Jiraya and Sasuke got into position, all the 6 enemies had fallen into some sort of battle position. The blonde-haired enemy this time summoned a giant rhino and multiple-headed dog. Immediately, Naruto and Jiraya summoned some help as both Gamahiro and Gamakin appeared to aid them. While Naruto and Jiraya were busy dealing with the summons, Sasuke took the opportunity to sneak behind the Yahako body and attack with his sword. How surprised was Sasuke when the enemy suddenly turned and blocked his sword with a metal rod. The man's reaction time was 100%, as if he was indeed seeing Sasuke the entire time. Pine attempted to use another Shinra Tensei on Sasuke, but Sasuke's Sharingan allowed him to move out of the way. They engaged in a fierce display of close-range fight until the chubby enemy with the ability of absorbing ninjutsu came from behind Sasuke and held him in a vice lock. Sasuke realized in fright that the enemy was sucking his chakra. The Uchiha snarled at being caught like this, and especially by this guy. He couldn't use his ninjutsu from fear of wasting even more chakra. A golden blur was visible as Naruto attempted to land a kick on the enemy that was holding Sasuke, only for the man to avoid his kick without even seeing Naruto approaching. Sasuke took the opportunity to get out of the hole. What's the deal here? How was he able to see me coming? Naruto used the speed augmented by the fox's chakra. Sasuke was equally perplexed. The same thing happened to me. The fact that the Yahako body was looking at the scene the entire time went unnoticed as another came at the 2 teens. This guy had a weird look on his face, but what really irked both was seeing the man's head opening before a bunch of missiles came out of it, flying straight at them with high speeds. Sasuke stood at attention and got ready to use his sword the minute the attack came within striking distance. Naruto had other plans, however, and started spinning his bow staff on top of his head. Sasuke, stay close to me. Sasuke looked at Naruto reluctantly, before nodding. Fuden Briangai, Wind Release, Protective Dome Technique. Sasuke could see with his Sharingan, the wind current above Naruto forming a dome above them just as the torpedoes were close by. The projectiles got into close contact with the wind dome before changing direction and exploding on the ground, far from the fight. As the dome vanished, the members of Konoha attempted to work the information they acquired throughout the fight. So far they knew a couple of things: using long-range ninjutsu was next to useless, getting close was suicidal, and apparently, the enemy could use summoning with the same amount of effort as a mere bunshin. The enemy appeared to be a bottomless pit of chakra. A sudden tremor alerted both Naruto and Sasuke as they turned to see the toads emerging victorious from their respective fights. Jiraya was busy engaging the first opponent with gravity-related techniques. Naruto, I think I may have figured something out about our enemy. Naruto looked at Sasuke, urging him to go on. Look at Jiraya's fight. Naruto did as told, but could not see anything unusual about it. Like usual, the enemy was blocking the Sannin strikes without technically facing the attacks. However, it appeared that the others appeared to be looking at the fight as well. Sasuke nodded at Naruto's right focus and explained, I may be completely wrong here, but it seems that the reason he can dodge our strikes is because all of them are able to transmit each respective line of sight to all of them at the same time. Naruto looked at Sasuke as if the Uchiha was crazy. How much chakra did you lose to them, Sasuke? Feeling lightheaded or something? Sasuke grunted at his partner's response. I'm speaking the truth, you imbecile. Follow my lead, and attack one of them, I'll attack the other. Sasuke said, before vanishing straight towards the enemy with the ability of summoning animals. Naruto narrowed his eyes, but followed Sasuke's plan, attacking the one with the ability of absorbing ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was still busy engaging in a fierce taijutsu fight against the enemy with the gravity-related techniques, dodging the attacks as well. Sasuke unleashed a giant fireball at his target, while Naruto sent a giant water dragon at his own. Even if Naruto's target had the ability of absorbing ninjutsu, if Sasuke's crazy-ass theory came true, then Jiraiya would be able to land a hit on his enemy. As expected, Sasuke's target dodged the attack, and Naruto's target absorbed chakra behind the water dragon. However, in doing so, both enemies' eyes turned away from the one known as Deva Path. The effects was instantaneous as Jiraiya evaded Deva's Shinra Tensei before flipping from behind and scoring a nice reverse kick. Jiraiya was surprised as hell before he decided to regroup with his charges. What happened here? How did I manage to hit him all of a sudden? Jiraiya looked at Sasuke, who explained his theory. In the end, the perverted Sannin looked at Deva Path. It appears that you just unraveled the visual advantage given by the Rinnegan Sasuke. From the three great dojutsu, the Byakugan allows the user to see through walls, the enemy's chakra points, and even long distances. The Sharingan allows the user to copy all three forms of ninja arts, and even anticipate the enemy's movements. The Rinnegan then allow the user to take full control of the battlefield, covering all the possible angles. Very observant indeed. Sasuke nodded. Jiraiya's discomfort did not vanish, however. The only way we can win this is by taking them one by one. Sad part is that two of them are yet to make a move, so we don't know squat about them. Let us focus on killing the one able of summoning, and the one who fired the strange mechanical projectile. Let us prepare a coordinated assault. Jiraiya came up with a quick plan, just as the animal paths summoned another rhino and another dog. All three Konoha shinobi moved at the same time, with Jiraiya's plan in mind. Naruto summoned a cage bunshin and charged at the animals while forming a giant Rasengan. Jiraiya rushed at the animal path with Sasuke flanking him before the pervert Sannin went through quick hand seals. Sasuke just kept moving, with one hand grabbing his sword. Deva Path unleashed his Shinra Tensei at Jiraiya, who finished his hand seal sequence in time and placed both hands on the ground. Doton Dorier Juiki Earth Release, Earth-style Rampart Technique. The gravity attack met its resistance by the large earthen wall that just emerged from the ground, separating the five paths from the animal path. Sasuke by this time had shunshined behind the animal path and swiftly decapitated animal path before going through hand seals to unleash a powerful katan ninjutsu. The animal path was reduced to dust before the earthen wall came down, revealing the trio's strategy. The Deva Path looked at his opponents, while visualizing their pattern in his mind. With animal path gone, using the summoning beasts wouldn't be possible. Looking at Sasuke, Deva Path extended his hand, mumbling the name of the ability. Bansha Tenin. All of a sudden, Sasuke's body started flying towards Pine at top speed. He was unable to make a single move in retaliation because of the speed he was flying. Deva Path was already waiting for him with a metal rod aimed directly to his heart. Sasuke narrowed his Sharingan eyes in alarm, as he watched the scene of his death play in front of him in slow motion. He just couldn't find within his arsenal anything to stop him. He couldn't form hand seals because of the speed he was flying, and it would take too long to use a suitable ninjutsu. He had dropped his sword when his body lifted the ground with tremendous force. Amaterasu would be the only choice, but it would not do him any good against his impending fate. His body began to tremble at the prospect of dying so prematurely, before he was able to reform his clan. The noise of metal drawing blood echoed in the clearance, and Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. With Darui, the elite Kumo Jounin cursed his opponent as he dodged yet another clay bird coming his way. Darui never enjoyed fighting long-range specialists, and here he was perhaps facing the most dangerous one. If even a single bird landed on him, his life was forfeit. The dark-skinned shinobi wondered if there was ever an end to Deidara's clay storage. He saw that every time his opponent formed his explosives, he would stuck his hands inside two holsters strapped on his waist. Deidara so far has kept enough distance to make most of Darui's attacks useless. His only hope was to charge at the man while at the same time dodging his explosives and also going through a hand seal sequence. Gathering such resolve, but not after complaining how dull the situation was, Darui ran straight towards a straight path as he focused on the still airborne enemy. Deidara didn't disappoint, and threw another batch of clay birds at him. Darui dodged the first and the second, but had to use a quick shunshin to evade the third and the fourth from exploding himself into pieces. His eyes never left Deidara as he ran. As soon as he spotted Deidara going for his clay repertoire, Darui threw a couple of lightning shuriken at the opponent, forcing Deidara to fly out of the way. The few seconds were enough for Darui to stop at a suitable distance from the Akatsuki member and get into a strange ninjutsu position. He separated his feet, the right one in front, and joined his hands together, lacing his fingers together. A bright blue energy surrounded his hands, before a great number of beams exploded towards the shocked Deidara. Rantenryaza Sakasi, Storm Element Laser Circus Technique. The bird in which Deidara was standing on exploded upon contact with one of the beams, and the rest bombarded Deidara, who couldn't escape being in free fall. The beams pierced his entire body, delivering a ruthless killing blow to the long-range S-ranked missing nin. Darui saw the limp body falling a few meters from his position and frowned in suspicion. He appeared close to the body, and cursed as he saw nothing but clay on the ground. Suddenly, a claw came from the ground, and grabbed Darui's leg, shocking the elite Jounin. Deidara soon emerged from behind some trees as the field where Darui stood was now filled with clay mines. "You were much tougher than I thought, but it ends here, huh?" Darui looked at the man, and his sinister looking filled with certainty that Darui would not be able to escape. "Any last words?" "Oh, I could think of a few." Darui went through quick series of hand seals. Raiton Kanjkia Lightning Release Inspiration Wave Technique. Darui was suddenly enveloped by a wave of lightning energy that spread toward his legs and feet, heading towards the clay mines below ground. Deidara attempted to blow them up, using the specific hand seal, but frowned when nothing happened. Deidara didn't even get to curse the lightning user for ruining his art as Darui drew his butcher sword and threatened to slash him to pieces. Quickly evading the slash, Deidara produced a small clay bomb, before creating a distance. Darui quickly focused lightning chakra through his sword and sliced the clay bomb in two. Darui now allowed himself to smile, knowing that he now had an advantage over this damn clay bombs. He had a theory that the clay were earth chakra oriented, which meant that his lightning chakra would be able to nullify its effects. Deidara for his part snarled at the Kumo Jounin. "Don't you think that you've won this battle, Kumo nin? My art won't be extinguished that easily." Deidara screamed, before gathering a bunch of clay and forming a dragon made of clay. "Let us see how you deal with my Kaibaku Nendo C2 Doragon Exploding Clay C2 Dragon Technique." Darui looked at the size of the clay dragon, and flinched at the possible blast radius caused by such an animal. He saw the dragon opening his mouth, and inside appeared a smaller creature looking the same as the big one. The small dragon flew at Deidara with amazing speed. Darui quickly went through hand seals before exhaling a column of water. The Sujin Haki wouldn't be enough to stop the clay dragon, however. As soon as the dragon was stopped by the water, Deidara activated his seal, forcing the creature to explode. Darui jumped away instantly, but some of the fire from the explosion caught up. Darui looked up once more, as his body was covered with minor burn marks. His strategy worked barely, and it consumed the chakra he was saving throughout the battle. He didn't know how many Deidara could throw at him, and quite frankly, he needed to think of something quickly. Looking at the creature, Darui cursed as he saw another dragon leaving the mother dragon's mouth. He could see his storm release technique, but it would cost him a lot of chakra. Darui grabbed a couple of smoke bombs from his holster, and threw them on the ground as soon as the dragon initiated his flight, surprising Deidara. The explosion rocked the ground Darui was before, but Deidara was already preparing his exit strategy, in case the sneaky Kumo Nin managed to attack him. As he expected, an attack came, but not directed at him. Darui's sword came spinning straight at the mother dragon's head. The Akatsuki member didn't move in time to dodge, being forced to use another of his small dragon bombs to stop the sword. The sword managed to slice the small dragon in two, but the lightning energy stopped coursing through the sword, thus showing no danger to Deidara. Deidara overlooked the field, but he couldn't see his enemy. Darui, for his part, managed to find a hidden bush where he could observe the enemy. He was able to spot a major difference in the dragon's tail size since it was formed. The tail had the form of multiple clay balls perfectly lined up. At the start, Darui saw 5 clay balls, and now the dragon had only 2. Deidara used 3 small dragon bombs, so that means that the mother dragon has 2 more shots. The downside, however, is that Darui didn't know what would happen when all 5 shots were fired. Could he use the mother dragon afterward and cause one big explosion, or could he use the clay for something even more powerful? The possible outcomes of this battle were quite dangerous, and Darui's chakra supply wasn't replenishing itself like the man expected it to be, and he knew the reason for this. Never in his life had he used so many ninjutsu techniques, except one time when he was training under the Sandaime Reikage. At the time, Darui remembered almost passing out from exhaustion. His chakra capacity was average for a jounin after all. Darui would have to resort to some trickery in order to pose enough threat for Deidara to use his entire ammo of dragons. At least this way, he could salvage a bit of chakra. Genjutsu was not his forte. His comrade Shi was the illusion master. However, his partner in crime had taught him a simple illusion that he could use against Deidara. Deidara was screaming for the man to come out of hiding, before his eyes caught on a blur to his left. He saw Darui throwing him a bunch of shuriken and kunai. Certainly it didn't pose the same level of threat as before. Making no effort to evade, Deidara used another of his small dragon bullets and threw it where Darui stood. He smirked sadistically when the dragon bomb hit the target, followed by an explosion. His laughter was cut short as he saw another blur coming out from the smoke generated by the blast, this time going through a sequence of hand seals. Driven by fury upon seeing how much this man was making fun of his art, Deidara used the last missile faster, so that Darui couldn't use his troublesome lighting ninjutsu. Once more, the last dragon hit the target, causing another explosion. When the smoke cleared, however, there was no body to be seen. When something blocked the sun from behind, Deidara turned too late to see a giant black panther charging at him. Raiton Kurapantsa, lightning release, Black Panther technique. The technique hit Deidara head on as numerous arcs of lightning worked its magic. The lightning energy immediately nullified the mother dragon, disputing its blast power. Deidara, however, had other concerns at the moment, trying his best to stay alive while thousands of volts fried his organs. However, soon it became too much for him to withstand. His eyes had lost its color, and his loose body fell on the ground. Darui was panting for breath. His eyes were almost losing cohesion as he struggled to even breathe properly. The man was sure that his entire chakra capacity was gone as he took a seat on the ground. The burn marks caused by Deidara's attack ached all over the place, and he couldn't move his arms without feeling immeasurable pain. The Kumo Nin looked at the downed enemy and smiled, before closing his eyes as well. If the man wasn't dead, then chances were that Darui won't be waking up anymore. The only obstacle that kept him from simply closing his eyes was that he had to secure Baki's corpse. With Guy. Despite knowing that the opponent was a Mizu Bunshin, Guy felt hard-pressed to keep up with the unyouthful sword that would absorb his chakra. The man was comfort in the knowledge that he barely used his chakra for most of his attacks. Guy used his extreme taijutsu ability against the Mizu Bunshin, but Kaizam had extensive knowledge and prowess in the battlefield, so naturally his clone inherited said knowledge. Kaizam's clone managed to compensate the lack of speed by positioning the sentient sword in front of Guy's attacks. Meanwhile, Kairabi was having his own share of trouble as he faced the original Shark Ninja. For once, the Hachibai Jinchuriki wasn't fixated on his regular rapping way of conversation. Kairabi was battling with two of his swords, but he could see it was not enough against this guy. Kaizam had the territory advantage, thus his speed surpassed Kairabi's. Throwing all 8 swords to the air, surprising Kaizam, Kairabi got into his Kenjutsu battle position and attacked the surprised Kaizam. The Akatsuki member has never seen anyone in his entire life able to wield as many swords as the Hachibai Jinchuriki. At first, he figured that the man would not be as proficient, but that thought was gone the moment he saw, or at least tried to see, the intricate dance that soon followed. Samehada received a lot of punishment from Kairabi's unrelenting assault, but still could not form a suitable defense against the onslaught. Kaizam flinched as he felt the deep pain caused by multiple sword wounds. He needed to stop this immediately, and did so by going through quick 3-hand seals. Suton Sujinheki water release, water wall technique. Beneath the struggle, a small water typhoon soon emerged, separating Kairabi from Kaizam. The Hachibai Jinchuriki wasn't deterred, however, and waited for the defense to drop before he continued. Kaizam just couldn't keep the man from attacking, up to the point that he received a deep slash on the chest that sent him skidding on top of the water. Kairabi's smirk soon vanished, however, when he saw Samehada connect its body to its wielder, closing the wound in seconds. Never would I have believed a chakra powerhouse like him would dedicate his energy into sword fighting. Kaizam indeed was enjoying the fight immensely though. After the sword healed the mater, Kaizam got up and cleaned some blood from his mouth. Kairabi got into his own rapping pose, before the chakra cloak enveloped his body, and 8 tails appeared behind him. Kairabi charged with extreme speeds and Kaizam met him halfway, slamming Samehada on Kairabi's side, lifting his body up in the air. When Kairabi landed on the ground, he realized that he had only 2 tails worth of power. Looking at the sword, it had changed dramatically. It was no longer covered by bandages and it was filled with dark blue spikes. The tip of the sword now resembled a big mouth filled with sharp teeth, and a giant tongue came out of it, drooling like a puppy. Samehada really enjoys the taste of your chakra, Hachibai Jinchuriki. I for one appreciate for the extra juice. Be careful of this guy B. That sword of his managed to nullity your first transformation. Inside of B's mind, Jinchuriki and Bajoa were having their talk. So it seems. Enter Tailed Beast, B. No way, fool, you fool. An attack with you would be way too huge and would destroy the area, better do that as last resort. So what will you do? Fight in version 2 state? Oh yeah, except most of my chakra got taken away during that last exchange, so lend me yours. B even got into his dancing spunk, before he felt the sudden spike of chakra. On the outside, Kaizam kept smiling as he saw Kairabi attempt the same thing over again, but now he felt something different. The chakra tails suddenly embraced Kairabi, before he was transformed into a bull-like creature with 8 tails. The amount of chakra was enough to create light tremors, as the beast kept his eyes on the enemy. Over Kairabi's shoulder, bones started to appear, taking the shape of a bull-head skull. Samehada was practically trembling in excitement, much to Kaizam's amusement. Samehada is giddy in excitement. The chakra earlier is nothing compared to this volume and quality. I'm amazed he can control this much chakra without losing his mind. Kairabi charged with extreme force and speed, ripping a piece of the ground off. Samehada just wasn't able to absorb that much energy, and as a result Kaizam got hit full force, being sent flying with a big hole on his torso, exposing his ribs. Despite it all, the Akatsuki member kept smiling as the sword once more came to his rescue, giving him all the energy it acquired from the Jinchuriki previously. Because of the energy, the wound was entirely closed as Kaizen got up, exposing his clean skin. The stronger the opponent is, the stronger I become. I do not tire, I do not fall. That's why I'm called the tailed beast, Kaizen said, before focusing on a single hand seal. Suton Deibaku Suishao water release super exploding water shock wave technique. With Naruto. As a seasoned shinobi, Jiraya bore witness to a great many impressive events in his life. When he was but a kid, barely 6 years old at that, he had found a secret passage that led him into the Senju compound. When he got out of the passageway, he saw a fight between the Shodaime Hokage and the Nidaime Hokage. It was nothing short of amazing at the time, as the Shodaime's Makuton battled fiercely against the Nidaime's water mastery techniques. This show ended up inspiring him into becoming a shinobi. When he was a genin, he saw his sensei the Sandaime Hokage battling alone against an entire army of Eojounin without working up a sweat. Later as a Sannin, Jiraiya saw the results of the Yondaime's Hiraishin no Jutsu. The 4 previous Hokage were legends on their own. To this day, Jiraiya figured that no one would be able to replicate even a third of what the previous Kages were able. What he saw today, however, went against his entire expectations, as he saw Sasuke on the verge of losing his life to Pain, before a yellow flash crossed the entire field in less than a second. Sasuke's body was inches from the metal rod when Naruto appeared and caught him, changing the path of Sasuke's body. The metal rod instead scratched Sasuke's arm badly, but nothing more. When Naruto got up from the ground, all Jiraiya could see was the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto turned to look at the enemy and summoned his bow staff. Within seconds, the staff was glowing white, showing how much wind chakra Naruto was pouring into the weapon. His first target was the Asura path, as he summoned his chakra chains to aid him in battle. Despite the speed, the enemy's visual prowess allowed the Asura path from suffering the worst possible blows. Still, Naruto was relentless and eventually managed to strike the opponent's shoulder with such force that the enemy was sprawled on the ground, reduced to scrap. Naruto was about to attack the one named Naraka path, a foe with orange spike hair and lots of metal piercing on his face. However, before he could finish the attack, he had to dodge Deva's Shinra Tensei and regroup with Jiraiya and Sasuke. Sasuke saw the entire movement with his Sharingan and snarled at Naruto. That speed was very close, if not faster than his own, was when he used the Shunshin augmented by the Mangenkyu Sharingan. Completely forgetting about the fact that he owed Naruto his life, Sasuke's injury forced him to act as more support in the battlefield. The thought alone irked him to no end, especially when he saw Naruto approaching near Jiraiya. "You're okay, Sasuke? You know, besides the arm injury." Sasuke nodded, still not happy about the situation. "Did you see the one I just destroyed?" This time, the question was directed to Jiraiya. "We believed that all 6 of them were humans. Even the one Sasuke defeated was human. However, that one clearly was not. Now, I do not know what is going on here. Is Pain one of the 4? The one in the front looks like Yahiko, but Yahiko did not have the Rinnegan, only Nagato did, and I don't see Nagato anywhere." Sasuke let go of his jealousy towards Naruto's abilities and focused his Sharingan on the 4 enemies. He still could see the same chakra pattern from before, but something was amiss, especially now that he focused more chakra to his eyes. It took a few seconds and a drop of blood even came out of his right eye, but Sasuke was able to spot, even if briefly, the chakra residue reaching the 4 opponents, as if they were receiving chakra from somewhere else. As soon as the thought was processed, Sasuke's eyebrows rose in surprise. "I don't believe Pain is among them." Naruto and Jiraiya turned to see what Sasuke was talking about, as his Mangenkyu Sharingan was spinning madly. "What are you talking about?" Jiraiya asked as he observed the 4 opponents. "The Sharingan's only function is to help the user in battle, nothing more, nothing less. For other uses, the Rinnegan and the Bakugan are much more useful, being able to see chakra. I had to focus a lot of chakra just to see it, but it is there." Directly above all four of them, I can see a faint trace of chakra coming from another direction. It seems that these four are being controlled by someone from afar. Jiraya narrowed his eyes at the notion. The way they moved has indeed stuck out as odd, as he had never seen such teamwork even from the most disciplined teams that Konoha produced. Not even the Inoshika Cho team was able to move as coordinated. Apparently, Deva Path had heard their conversation. Sharingan. So it took another Dojutsu to uncover my secret. I do wonder if your brother Itachi had known this as well. It matters little, as I will kill you too and capture the Kyubi Jinchuriki. When Deva Path spoke, the three turned their focus to the enemy. However, they were soon surprised to see that one of the enemies was standing right next to a strange creature that emerged from the ground. Surrounded by dark flames, the only possible connection the team from Konoha could relate to was the pair of Rinnegan eyes. Neither of them moved from fear of not knowing what it was and what its abilities were. Suddenly, though, the creature opened its mouth, and much to their surprise, both enemies that Naruto and Sasuke dealt with now stood before them once more as if nothing happened. Team Gaara. While colossal fights were happening, Gaara, Yugon, Yugao, and Kakashi were busy with their own foes. Kakashi and Guy were busy dealing with Kakuzu, while the Ni sisters were trying their mightiest against Haiden. For a member of the Akatsuki, Haiden didn't have much to go for. The man's ability with the scythe was unparalleled, and even had the agility to back it up. However, so far in battle, that was precisely the only ability he had displayed thus far. However, that alone didn't change the fact that the Ni sisters were getting less frustrated. They tried it all against him, even throwing him techniques that would reduce any human being to ash. Yet, Haiden walked off, barely noticing the fact that his scorched body was slowly healing itself. You fucking bitches. That actually hurt. It didn't help that the man kept cursing them every goddamn second. Yugao was using her first tailed form, while her older sister went through hand seals for some lava attack. Yugon shot Haiden a barrage of small lava-sized pebbles. However, the man simply snorted and charged at them with his scythe. Yugon grabbed both her ninjato and parried the attack while signaling her sister to attack from behind, while she kept Haiden busy. Their plan worked, as Haiden received a nasty claw mark from behind, laced with Nibi's chakra. Yugon took the opportunity and moved to decapitate the opponent. Haiden, however, saw the attack and parried with his scythe. He attempted to attack once more, but his opponent's agility allowed them to create some distance to regroup. Damn cunts. You can run all you like, but it will be worthless in the end. You'll be my next sacrifices for Jashin-sama. Haiden had a sick smile on his face, enraging Yugon as she was at a loss. What do you know about this, Jashin, Nisan? Yugon looked at his young sister for a while, never taking her eyes away from the enemy. No more than stories. But it's said to be an old religious practice focused purely on utter destruction and death. However, I've never faced one practitioner of the art before, so I don't know why we are unable to kill the bastard. Yugao looked at her older sister with concern. When she wasn't able to grasp something, her temper got the better of her quite easily. It was precisely this reason that Reikage-sama took so long to grant her the Jounin promotion, despite her incredible mastery over her bloodline. However, in this situation, Yugao was also baffled at their opponent. Her claws were laced with Nibi's chakra, and once it scratched the human skin, it was worse than the worst poison out there. Chapter 25, Final Battle Part 3. While the destiny of the elemental nations was on the line, one man in particular was busy conducting several experiments that, if successful, could help him become the most powerful shinobi ever to roam the elemental lands. After collecting the remnants of Orochimaru and synthesizing his blood, one Yakushi Kabuto began the procedure of injecting Orochimaru's blood into himself. His theory was that by doing so, he would have all the capabilities his master possessed, and by doing so, he could continue the Sannin's job in creating the perfect body. Kabuto had helped his master in planning the next steps, but it seemed that Akatsuki came in the way and decided that the Sannin should not live anymore. However, after 5 failed attempts, Kabuto's body just could not adapt to the snake Sannin's blood. The medic Nin theorized that his special healing technique would be enough to handle the strain. Right now, the IV drop was strapped to his right arm. Kabuto's arm muscle was simply huge compared to the rest of his arm as veins budged from his biceps. The pain was evident by the amount of sweat on his face, and the wet tissue he was biting like his life depended on it. He could not allow himself to quit the procedure. Orochimaru had to live. As the snake's right hand, it was up to Kabuto to make sure that the man's vision became successful. He let out a good list of curses, as he concluded for the 6th time that nothing happened. He was about to store the rest of Orochimaru's blood when his body suddenly convulsed in pain. He kneeled on the ground, holding his stomach in desperate need to ease the pain. It was simply unbearable. His body started to suffer a shape transformation, the likes of which he did not foresee. The skin of his arm became much more hardened, resembling a reptile's skin. His teeth became sharper until it resembled like snake fangs. His entire body shifted into one of a human-sized snake, until only his gray hair remained human. The eyes slitted Kabuto, well, if he could still be called as such, looked around flickering his tongue, while crawling on the ground. The only thought in his mind right now was the next meal. What Kabuto did not take into consideration, however, was that the only reason Orochimaru took after a snake in appearance was that he conducted his ritual together with the Snake Clan. Kabuto, on the other hand, had not. In Konoha, below the Hokage Tower, the tension was quite thick as the people inside felt the earth tremble occasionally. The Hokage and the Raikage followed by Nara Shikaku stood inside a special room that was built as a war room of sorts. Each of the 3 villages had chosen their best sensors in order to monitor the army's chakra levels, and the enemies as well. The Raikage's secretary Maebui was in charge of coordinating the information generated by the sensor unit back to the cages. Aside from that, Tsunade had dispatched 4 Hyuga clan members and 4 Yamanaka clan members in key locations throughout the battlefield. The Hyuga clan would use their Byakugan to scan the field while the Yamanaka members worked in sync transmitting the Byakugan-generated images back to headquarters. All the images were transferred to Yamanaka Inoichi back in Konoha. Inoichi had a special machine on his head that helped amplify his reach and even lower the chakra usage rate. Said coordination efforts allowed the cages to receive immediate updated information of the battlefield, both good ones and bad ones. With Baki being the only casualty so far, Naruto and Sasuke managed to turn back the odds by defeating one of the members known as Konan. Darui of Kumagakure also managed to defeat Deidara. Shizune, Sakura and a team of medic Nin had already retrieved Darui to be treated. Tsunade had seen Konan through one of the images and instantly remembered the little blue-haired girl she and her team found after fighting Hanzo of the Salamander. Tsunade just could not help but wonder if Jiraya had the right idea by helping those kids back then. From the information gathered thus far, it seemed that the worst fights were against the leader of the organization Pine. The Raikage was quite shocked to see the Rinnegan in not 1 but 6 foes. Despite the initial information that Jiraya's team managed to defeat a few of them, everyone was surprised when all 6 foes appeared all of a sudden, as if nothing had happened. Do you believe this Pine can be defeated, Tsunade? The Raikage had the feeling that Pine might be too much and may defeat even Jiraiya the Sannin. The Senju Sannin maintained a worried expression, and she could feel the immense pressure on her shoulders. She did believe that the enemy would be defeated, but she feared that Pine would take one casualty with him to the afterlife, and that could mean either one of the 3 that was currently fighting the Rinnegan. However, I have every faith that Jiraiya will see it through. He also has capable ones helping him. Naruto is not only the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but he also is an A-ranked shinobi. Uchiha Sasuke has the Mangenkyu Sharingan. The Raikage made an understanding sound and looked at the Nara clan head, who in turn was looking at the Hokage with concern. What is our professional opinion, Shukaku-san? Shikamaru's father looked at the Raikage and closed his eyes with a thoughtful expression. It's needless to state how capable Jiraiya-sama is, and Uzumaki Naruto possesses enough power and speed thanks to the fox's chakra that he is a threat to the enemy. Sasuke, however, as we had seen, suffered great injury against Pine. He is only alive right now because of Naruto's impressive speed. Right now, all he can do right now is use his eyes against Pine while providing support for Jiraya and Naruto. The two cages nodded at the assessment as they waited for the next batch of information coming from the battlefield. Gaara and Kakashi. Kakashi and Gaara stood facing S-ranked member and mercenary Kakuzu from Takagakure. When the battle started, the enemy appeared to be overwhelmed when facing both an elite Jounin and cage-level shinobi and Jinchuriki. At first it appeared that his only expertise was in earth techniques. Even if he used high-level and highly menacing techniques, it was still only earth release techniques, and he was facing a lightning user in Kakashi and a wind and sand user in Gaara. When he released his robe and showed the black substance that seemingly appeared from within his body, the fight had escalated. Kakuzu inclined his body forward and from his back, 4 creatures made of the same black substance appeared lined up. All of them had masks. All of a sudden, instead of 2 against 1, Kakuzu now had turned the tables, adding 4 enemies against only Kakashi and Gaara. What do you think, Kakashi? The elite Jounin had his Sharingan active while looking at the mysterious foes in front of him. I don't know yet. We will have to discover their abilities while treading carefully. I am afraid that we cannot fight him using the same tactics as before. Gaara nodded, before manipulating his sand and sending a wave towards the enemy. The best way to push an enemy into revealing his abilities was to attack and see the results. All 5 of the enemies evaded the wave before one of the creatures opened the mask mouth, aiming at the Kasuke. Kakashi saw with his Sharingan the familiar chakra molding. Raiton John, lighting release false darkness technique. The thin laser type technique charged at Gaara, who used the sand on the floor to lift a barrier. The lightning however passed through and pierced Gaara's chest. Kakashi stiffened for a second, before he saw Gaara turning into sand and falling on the ground. The real one attempted to attack Kakuzu once more with another wave, but Kakuzu dodged once more, barely showing any sort of effort. However, Gaara's second sand wave was not the end as Gaara manipulated the sand to attack Kakuzu's back. It would have worked perfectly, had one of the creatures not lifted a water barrier around the enemy, protecting him from the sand attacks. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the foe's new abilities. The original was an earth user, however, these black creatures had shown usage of both lightning and water techniques, rendering most of their possible attacks useless. Kakashi could only venture a guess that the other 2 had fire and wind affinities. You have come up with the same conclusion, I presume. Kakashi nodded, answering Gaara's question. Kakuzu is an earth user, however he has somehow acquired mastery over all 5 elemental techniques. I can see with the Sharingan that the creatures use the techniques, however Kakuzu performs the hand signs. I still do not know what these creatures are though. Do you, Kasuke-sama? Gaara looked at the enemy with his calculative gaze. The perks of being a cage is 100% access to every sort of material in my village. One scroll of interest was the Shodaime Kasuke's journal. The man had been quite busy facing many powerful enemies from other villages. One entry in particular did not give the enemy's name, but the description of his appearance and skills matches with Kakuzu, missing Nin of Takagakure. The bingo book did state that Kakuzu had stolen one of the village's most powerful kinjutsu called Jiangu, Earth Grudge Fear. According to the Shodaime Kasuke's journal, he did battle these creatures and even managed to kill 2 of them. I do remember the journal saying that the masks were actually hearts stolen from other shinobi. Kakashi looked at Gaara in surprise, wondering just how old was this man if he faced the Shodaime Kasuke. Kakuzu heard the tale and let out a noise in amusement. The Shodaime Kasuke was indeed a powerful enemy, but it actually took an entire battalion of his forces alone to achieve such a feat. I could have killed him easily at the time had I not cared about sacrificing my other hearts. That man was nothing compared to the Shodaime Hokage, however. It was because of him that I was able to steal this precious ability. I guess that now the history lesson is over and I shall kill the both of you and acquire your bounties. Kakashi alone is worth quite a lot. The elite Jounin tensed as another mask opened his mouth, while Kakuzu molded the chakra. Katan Zukoku, Fire Release Head Mincing Pain Technique. Kakashi's eyes widened at the amount of deadly flames coming his way, but he relaxed upon seeing Gaara lift a sand shield that blocked the heat. Some of the sand turned into glass, however, attesting the power of Kakuzu's technique. However, Kakashi did remember Gaara's shared information, and he faced the monsters before him with a critical gaze. If the masks were the man's hearts, then Kakuzu would have to be the last one to perish. Their focus was now on the creatures instead. As the sand wave receded, Kakashi took charge immediately and attacked the closest creature, the one that used water techniques. Gaara moved as well, already capitalizing on the Jounin strategy. Kakuzu may have decades of experience over them, but he could not hold the two of them. Kakuzu, seeing Kakashi's assault, directed the lightning creature to defend the water one. The lightning creature used another false darkness technique, but it was redirected by Gaara's sand. Nodding subtly at the help, Kakashi worked relentlessly in taking care of the creature. His Sharingan managed to follow the movements accordingly, and he was now within striking distance. Kakuzu saw this as well and ran to intercept Kakashi's famous lightning technique, when he saw Gaara's sand moving from the corner of his eyes. Suna Shigure Renden, Sand Drizzle Technique. From Gaara's sand, hundreds of small sand projectiles bombarded Kakuzu, forcing the man to evade the technique. However, he had never taken his eyes away from Kakashi's fight with the creature. He once more attempted to get close to Kakashi, but the damn Kaisuke's technique kept forcing his hand. Kakuzu used his wind mask creature to bombard the Kaisuke with wind bullets, but he was not successful in penetrating the powerful absolute defense. Gaara's skill with it was absolute, and it managed to block all the wind projectiles from passing through. Using the window of opportunity, the elite Jounin charged a Kudari and slammed right into the water creature mask, before hearing a gasp of pain from the enemy. Kakuzu held his chest tightly in pain. It has been a long time since he lost one of his hearts, and he vowed to take Sharingan no Kakashi's heart before getting his bounty. Kakuzu had more experience than simply presuming the enemy would wait for him to recuperate. Gaara unleashed a fast stream of sand. Kakuzu jumped away from the technique, and once more unleashed powerful wind projectiles. The sand blocked it all, but Kakuzu kept using it anyway. When the fire mask creature stood next to the wind mask one, Gaara knew he was in deep trouble. Both masks opened their mouths, and unleashed a powerful wind-fire collaboration technique. Gaara's sand barely withstood the fire technique. He would not be able to withstand this one. The Kaisuke was already making contingency plans in his head, before Kakashi appeared, and formed a single-hand seal. Suton Sujinheki Water Release, Water Barrier Technique. The water barrier managed to reduce the heat somewhat, but just could not stop it entirely. He had to jump away, but at least he managed to buy Gaara enough time to do the same. While in the air, the Kaisuke managed to manipulate his sand to bind the lightning-masked creature. However, before he could finish with the sand burial technique, Kakuzu smashed the sand away with his earth-enhanced fist. Kakuzu then went straight towards Kakashi, who looked at him in surprise at the unknown speed in which Kakuzu moved. Kakuzu aimed another earth-enhanced fist straight at Kakashi, who could do nothing but place both arms in its path. The elite Jounin felt the punch almost break his bones as he flew towards a thick tree. Kakuzu was not done, however. He unleashed another barrage of wind projectiles aiming to transform Kakashi's body into a sponge. Gaara managed to lift a sand barrier to stop the projectiles, and another sand wave to secure Kakashi from hitting the tree. I appreciate it, Kaisuke-sama. Gaara nodded. We still must kill him 4 times, Kakashi. Jump. Both jumped right as a lightning beam exploded on their previous position. Kakuzu was already waiting for Kakashi's next position and used his Jiangu to capture and throw him on the ground. He was about to pierce Kakashi's chest to extract the heart when Gaara shoved him away with his sand. Not fazed by the near-death experience, Kakashi focused chakra on his feet, and charged at the lightning mask with 2 electrified kunai. He threw the first one, which was evaded by the creature. However, Kakashi had accounted its next position through the Sharingan, and slashed the mask with enough speed and precision that reminded himself of the anime days. Gaara was facing Kakuzu when once more the man grabbed his chest, after losing his second heart. "You two has pushed me this far, my congratulations," Kakuzu said, in between grunts of pain. "I will kill you both, and take away your hearts for my collection." Kakuzu got up just as the masks of fire and wind entered the hole on Kakuzu's back. The enemy went through a transformation as more black threads emerged from his body, just as Kakashi landed next to Gaara. It took a couple of seconds before both masks appeared above Kakuzu's shoulders. "You two have managed a feat not even the Shodan Keisuke was able to, and for that you can be proud of. However, none of you will escape here alive. Of that I assure you." Gaara and Kakashi were surprised when the same black threads emerged from the ground and trapped them in place. Both Kakashi and Gaara saw the masks of fire and wind opening their mouths together, which signified only one thing. At this distance, the collaboration jutsu will kill them no doubt. The heat of the technique brightened up the entire clearing, enveloping both Gaara and Kakashi as Kakuzu yelled out their deaths in triumph. With Guy and Kairabi. As soon as Kaizen molded the necessary chakra, he gathered an enormous amount of water inside his lungs and released in one go. Both Guy and Kairabi were trapped inside a large dome of water. Kaizen was in front of them with a predatory smirk on his face as he knew that not only would they not be able to use their skills as efficiently, but also their mobility was severely reduced. Kaizen, however, had no such limitation as he began his transformation. Guy and Kairabi watched the scene as the sword entered beneath Kaizen's sleeve before merging with its wielder. This new enemy was more shark than human being, at least it was more so now than usual. "You should have capitalized on the advantage when you had the chance. Now you're both in my territory, and I'm just getting started." Both Guy and Kairabi looked at the shark menace with anticipation. Until now, they had managed to keep the tailless Jinchuriki at bay, escaping from his Suton ninjutsu and chakra-sucking sword. However, right now, they were inside the enemy's territory. They both tensed when Kaizen swam with speeds that baffled both allied shinobi. He attacked Guy first, and the taijutsu managed to block, but Kaizen kept on attacking both of them relentlessly. By the end of it all, both shinobi had many bruises and scratches. It became clear that they could not do a thing against Kaizen in the state they were in. Kairabi could see, however, an even bigger problem. Guy was showing signs of drowning. Instantly activating his second form, he grabbed Guy's arm and dragged him away from the bubble, hoping to take him away. "I can't see the boundary. So much water. The water bubble is in motion and that half-fish Guy is at the center. Pay attention. He is faster underwater than we are. In addition, he is half-fish, so he probably breathes through gills. Just running away is gonna get us killed." Kairabi realized that Kaizen was after him more than Guy. Capturing the Jinchuriki was in fact Akatsuki's goal after all. If what the Hachibai said was true, then if Kaizen chased him, then Guy would get out of the bubble. With that thought, Kairabi left Guy floating and swam away, hoping that Kaizen would take the bait and go after him instead. Kaizen, however, smirked and went after Guy, who was already unconscious. Kairabi cursed himself and focused more chakra to get there faster. The fish face anticipated it and waited for Kairabi to arrive with spikes coming out of his body. He grabbed the Hachibai Jinchuriki. Kairabi went back to the first transformation, but he released a few octopus tentacles and trapped Kaizen. "Gotcha. No way will you keep taking my chakra. Fool, you fool," Kairabi shouted as he forced Kaizen away from Guy. "You are indeed worthy of being called the perfect Jinchuriki. To be able to change just one part of yourself into your tailed beast is impressive," Kaizen said, just as the water bubble kept moving until Guy managed to escape out of it, falling on the ground unconscious. Seeing as he managed to save Guy, Kairabi now attempted to strike Kaizen using his sword. However, he just stopped short as the air inside his lungs ended. He just stood there floating without so much as a single movement as Kaizen looked at his prey with a predatory smirk. He would just take his time contemplating how much fun his water technique was and how he was the best in Akatsuki to capture the Jinchuriki alive. While that was going on, Kyrabi was busy wondering his strategy. Perhaps I could use the lariat. Don't. He's ready for everything you can throw at him now. Your best option is to run. Kyrabi nodded and focused on a single hand seal, before concentrating on gathering ink. He released it all in one go, and the water became dark. However, despite the smokescreen, Kaizen was able to reach Kyrabi and land a series of blows that knocked Kyrabi unconscious. The sword had drained his chakra completely. The Hachibi's chakra was gone as well. Kaizen released the bubble before staring at the unconscious Jinchuriki on the floor. He then released the transformation with a smirk on his face as he was about to complete his task after all. He soon walked toward the Jinchuriki hoping to chop off his legs so that Kyrabi could not escape from his grasp. However, before he made one more step he was sent flying courtesy of Guy. Kaizen looked at him and saw that the man's skin was almost black and an yellow energy surrounded him. Guy pressured and continued the attack, landing powerful blows at the enemy, and even one that sent the sword flying. Try as he might, Kaizen just could not defend himself against someone who released 6 of the chakra gates. The man had simply lost count of the number of ribs broken by Guy's attacks. Guy swung his leg and sent Kaizen flying. The fish face was almost unconscious seeing as he was separated from his sword. Guy then fell into position with both his hands extended and his fingers entwined. The concentrated energy of the open chakra gates followed by the air pressure by Guy's taijutsu move impacted Kaizen with enough force that many bones were shattered inside Kaizen's body. Guy's third most powerful taijutsu move called Harudara, Daytime Tiger. The last swordsman of the mist was dead before even reaching the ground. In addition, his skin was completely covered with bruises from Guy's attack. The taijutsu beast released the gates and checked the enemy to verify his death. Afterward, he went back to check on Kyrabi only to sweat drop as Samehada was there rubbing its body on Kaizen, as its life depended on it, and it looked like the Hachibi Jinchuriki was quite enjoying the show of love, much to the Hachibi's dismay at its host's antics. Guy just took a seat near one of the trees for a while just as the medic nin team showed up to check on them and collect Kaizen's body. Jiraya's team, Naruto, Jiraya and Sasuke stood there looking at the 6 paths of pine. So far, their only achievement was discovering their abilities. However, the 6 pines appeared unscathed while the allied shinobi team had utilized several chakra taxing techniques, and Sasuke had received a considerable injury from Pin's iron rod. Right now, only Jiraya and Naruto were able to face Pine head-on, as Sasuke would have to remain on the defensive. Of course, it did not matter to the Sharingan, and certainly not to the Mangenkyu Sharingan as Sasuke could use all 3 of the Mangenkyu techniques. Jiraiya-sensei, it has proven that no matter how much you try none of you will be able to beat a god. Just hand the Kyubi Jinchuriki to me and I'll spare both of you. All 3 of the allied shinobi looked at the opposition with fierce resolve, but one of them was busy with a discussion. Kyubi watched the entire battle and knew that his host had become strong with time. He was still a piece of trash, but Naruto, in the last 3 years, had developed his skills greatly. He even managed to score a few hits against the fox when they battled in exchange for the energy that his host now uses freely. Still, as he saw his host fighting against a superior foe, the fox remembered his life being inside one Uzumaki Naruto. It all started with that fateful fight that he had against the boy's parents that led to the darkness that was the boy's prison. No doubt, it had a lot of anger as he had just gotten out of the last host and gained his freedom. It was not until the boy was 2 years old that the fox figured that he would bid his time for when the seal was loosened. All the while, the fox could do nothing but witness the treatment Naruto had because of what happened. The words demon and menace reached the fox's ears through Naruto's all throughout the boy's childhood. The fox could not help but remember the words that people used in the past. Kyubi, this transient form is nothing more than a nodule. You are only a piece of yourself. You are just an ignorant, unstable power. Those who shall guide you are the Uchiha. You are simply servants of those with visual prowess. Uchiha Madara said before molding the chakra through his eyes, yelling for Kyubi to obey. Kyubi, your power is too great. Regrettably, I cannot let you run loose. Senju Hashirama said. When you exert your power, you draw hatred to you. Please stay quiet inside me. Mito Uzumaki said. This is unfortunate for both of us. You may be here to keep the world in check, but I am here to watch you. Uzumaki Kushina said. Still, when I had access to your chakra, I could feel the amount of hatred you carry with yourself all this time, Fox. I now understand the reason behind your behavior. I don't know how, but I swear at you that I will do everything I can to rid you of your hatred. It is my promise to you. Uzumaki Naruto said. At the time, Kyubi was consumed by anger as the fox had engaged in combat against the boy. Naruto had succeeded in taking the fox's chakra by force, even if aided by the chakra of his long-lost parents. Since that moment, the fox was busy contemplating everything he came to know about the human being. For all his extensive knowledge, however, he could not find anything to dispute Naruto's claim that he would try to work over Kyubi's hatred. And unlike everyone who's ever been in direct contact with the fox, Naruto was the first who did not want to control him. He also did not fear the Kyubi's presence as a nothing more than an evil entity. The fox opened his eyes slowly as he looked at his jailer standing in front of his cage with a serious expression on his face. We need to fight together. Naruto appeared in front of the fox. Ah. The energy you had stolen from me was not enough, I take it. No matter how much stronger you say you are, you inevitably comes to me for aid. Naruto frowned at the comeback. You're right, Kyubi. The fox's eyes opened in surprise at the statement. The enemies we face are stronger, and are more experienced, hence why I inevitably come to you for aid, as you said. However, that's not the reason I came here. I came here because I made a promise to you, and I intend to keep it. Our chakra is already synchronized, however I feel as if there is one thing missing for both of us to merge completely. Naruto said as he passed his hand through the metal bars that separated the prisoner from the jailer. The fox looked at Naruto for a while, before snickering in presumed temptation. If you were to open the cage, you'd set me free. What guarantee do you have that I won't simply attack you like I did before? Naruto, unlike Kyubi expected, did not waver. Oh, I don't have any. It's just my faith that you'd wish to work together just as I do. The kid had a smile on his face, and the fox could not help but smirk as well. In case you do attack me, though, I would just to whoop your ass into shape once more. The fox smirked even more at the non-offensive comment. Somehow, the fox was not surprised to think about a nice retort to Naruto's comment. Strangely so, in such a good nature that the fox felt at ease. If we're going to work together, I can't have you calling me by that stupid name anymore. Naruto looked at the fox surprised as the fox's giant fist appeared in front of him. The Chunin bumped fists with a smile on his face, before feeling something that made him happy inside. Both Naruto and the fox smiled deeply at one another at the new bond they formed. My name is Kurama. Naruto nodded, before turning his back to the fox, as the lock that held the cage together started to open. When the lock opened entirely, Naruto barged the cage open as he and Kurama looked at the horizon with excitement quite evident. Let's go then, Kurama. Naruto shouted before a bundle of energy emerged from the water, enveloping Naruto entirely. On the outside, as soon as Naruto opened his eyes, his golden cloak was activated, but much to everyone's surprise, the design was different as instead of his normal clothes, a golden trench coat appeared followed by a fishnet shirt in the middle. In terms of power, however, the difference was calculated in exponential progression. Sasuke had to cover his eyes from such energy, as the Sharingan was active. The 6 paths of Pinal looked at the Kyubi Jinchuriki in surprise before coming to the realization. So, you finally managed to merge with your Bajaw? This complicates things. Naruto nodded with a smile on his face as he faced the opposition. Jiraya, Sasuke, please conserve your energy. We can deal with them. Both Sannin and Sharingan user looked at Naruto, and first wondered if he had lost his mind. However, Sasuke was terribly injured and Jiraya's chakra capacity right now just was too low to give it another go against the enemy. The Sannin struggled with himself as he could see the huge difference in power that Naruto possessed now. He could not let the kid face Pine alone. Please sensei, we have to go all out here to beat this guy so that we can move on to the others. You can count on us. The fact that Naruto was using the plural eluded Jiraya and Sasuke. The latter in specific was livid at the dope for suggesting such a thing, but even he could not argue about the sudden spike in power. You better win this, dope. Naruto nodded, before Sasuke placed some distance from the fight. Jiraiya too looked uncertain but complied. If Naruto needed him, he would be close to provide assistance. You wanted us. So you'll have it. Naruto screamed before joining hands and molding the energy. Instantly, 6 golden arms appeared from his back and landed a fierce punch on all 6 of them. Neither of the paths managed to avoid it, since all 6 pair of eyes ended up facing the same direction. Naruto didn't let up and used 4 of the arms to mold wind chakra. Futen Suin Race Shuriken, wind release, twin spiraling Shuriken technique. Jiraiya and Sasuke had trouble keeping up with the fight, before they saw 2 of Naruto's technique at the same time, unlike before when he managed only 1 at a time. The 6 Pine saw the 2 projectiles coming at them fast, before the Petra path got in front and initiated the absorbing process. Unlike before, however, it was not as easy as the techniques carried a lot of energy. Taking advantage of the second target being occupied, Naruto vanished in a golden light and appeared right in front of the absorbing ninjutsu Pine, before swinging his bow staff right at the body's head. The power behind the swing was so great that the enemy was smashed into pieces. The 5 other Pines looked at the attack in surprise, still in denial about the Jinchuririki's power. Naruto wasn't done, however, vanishing once more in a golden flash. He appeared right in front of his first target. The Naraka path. As soon as he appeared in front of the Naraka path, Naruto charged a large Rasengan as tall as Naruto himself, before slamming it at the enemy, also destroying it. With these 2 gone, Pine could no longer absorb ninjutsu nor could he reform, meaning that right now all that Naruto needed was to kill the other 4. As soon as he stepped on the floor, all the animals that were summoned before bombarded him with attacks, but the Chonen could not care less about them, escaping with his superior speed, and targeting the bodies instead. He appeared in front of the animal path, but had to evade the Deva path's gravitational attack coming his way. Asura path started the attack, sending missiles after Naruto, who went through hand seals. Suton Sujinheki water release, water wall technique. The missiles met a pillar of water rising from Naruto's position, blocking the attack. Naruto followed the water technique with another water technique, sending a tidal wave after the other paths. The summoned animals got in the way, however. The force of the wave, now amplified by Kurama's chakra, took them away. Naruto looked at the reduced opposition with calculative gaze as he considered his next course of action. He now had the advantage, but Pine could not be underestimated. Not to mention that our merge is not perfect. You probably have 5 more minutes in this form. Naruto nodded at the info and vanished, this time appearing in front of the Asura path. Fuden Sureizu no Tatsumeki wind release slicing tornado technique. The mechanical body was reduced to ruins as Naruto's tornado lifted it off the ground. Looking at the other 2 enemies, Naruto summoned a Cage Bunshin to take care of the animal path while he attacked the Deva path. Without the beasts to provide assistance, the animal path was easily taken care of by a regular Rasengan. The Deva path, now being the last one, looked at the path of destruction in front of him caused by the Kyubi Jinchuriki. The only way he could think of that would capture the Jinchuriki was a technique he had never thought of resorting to. However, seeing as the Deva path was the only body left, he did not have a choice. Joining hands in a prey-like fashion, the Deva path formed a small black ball with a lot of chakra. Rumor had it that this technique was used by Rikudao Sennin to create the moon and trap the Jubi's body inside of it. Chibaku Tensei, planetary devastation. The black ball flew up to the sky, stopping 100 meters from the ground. The seemingly small black ball attracted everything on the ground. Rocks, plants, trees, everything was ripped from the ground. Naruto felt the gravitational force pulling him up, and was about to escape when the transformation stopped. He could not escape from the gravitational force until his body got stuck on the rock surface. He was about to be swallowed by it when the force stopped, and everything that went up was now falling on the ground as if the force had shifted its course. The Deva Path's head looked surprised when it was sliced clean from the body, courtesy of Sasuke's lightning sword. Naruto looked at the scene while falling with a smirk on his face, while molding wind chakra through the tenketsus located on his limbs to ease the speed of the fall. As soon as he touched the ground, Naruto fell down in slight exhaustion. During the fight, both his chakra and the foxes were used. Naturally, his own capacity only paled in comparison to Kurama's. He needed some rest before moving forward. Jiraya appeared next to him with a smirk. "You did not think we'd allow you to face him alone, now did you?" Naruto smirked before turning when Sasuke appeared on top of a falcon. It appeared. "Once more I had to save you, dope." This time Naruto rolled his eyes as Sasuke just had to say that. Still, they were victorious. "You two stay here and rest." "Sasuke, can you point me in the direction you felt the chakra residue?" Sasuke nodded and pointed it. All of them could see two hills by following Sasuke's directions. Jiraiya and Nagato. The Sannin quickly climbed the hill where he knew that he would find the one responsible for this entire mess. Along the way, he tried to rack his mind trying to anticipate how the conversation would go. Step by step his eyes landed on something in the horizon. It surely was not human in shape, and it worried him greatly. As he got closer, however, he could see a person he recognized. Nagato was there seating in an oddly shaped machine with metal rods strapped to his back. Jiraiya frowned as he saw the state of his student. From appearances alone, Nagato was suffering from extreme malnourishment, and the Sannin could see more bones and ribs than skin. His old student had really did quite a number on himself. "Are you here to kill me as well, Jiraiya-sensei?" When a student becomes the enemy, the master must be the one to kill him, is it not? Jiraiya did not have to be a genius to feel great animosity hidden in Nagato's words. "I don't have an answer for you, Nagato, yet. Your actions were indeed criminal, as Kami knows how many had perished that did not deserve. How many have fallen victim to whatever desire you had." The pervert Sannin controlled his breathing as he could feel himself losing his control. It was the first time one of his students became a criminal. He understood his sensei now. "However, despite all that, I still remember you as that kid whose only wish was to protect the ones he cared about. For now, I wish to know what happened to you that turned that little boy into the criminal responsible for assembling the most powerful criminal organization in the elemental nations." Nagato didn't even blink as he looked at his sensei for a while. "You wish to know what happened to me after you left us?" Jiraiya nodded. "How different the outcome would be. You will no doubt kill me afterward." The pervert frowned, but complied. "Call me curious and even naive, but for some reason, I still see the little boy inside of you. And like I said before, I still don't have an answer for you about that." Once more, student and master eyed each other before Nagato relented. "Very well. I shall tell you everything. In my life, there were two cataclysmic events that helped shape the man I became, sensei. One of them, which you are already aware, had given me the Rinnegan and the Sage's powers. The other was the time I had to kill Yahiko." Jiraiya's eyes widened as he now had the answer to the Yahiko look-alike that he fought just minutes ago. Nagato first talked about the real creation of Akatsuki, which was formed by himself, Yahiko and Konan. Their first intent was to protect the Land of Rain and its citizens from Danzao and his shinobi. The first Akatsuki organization grew in time, and it consisted mostly of shinobi who shared their ideals about the Land of Rain, with Yahiko being the organization leader. Nagato then told Jiraiya about one time when a messenger from Hanzao came and presented Yahiko a letter containing an alliance. I remember how happy Yahiko became just minutes before meeting with Hanzao to form the alliance. It was his dream that made everyone want to follow him. Jiraya could not help but smile at that. He did remember about Yahiko's personality, and could not help but see the similarities between Yahiko and Naruto. When I and Yahiko arrived at the designated place to seal the alliance, we realized it was nothing but a decoy to lure us in and kill us. Hanzao and his troops were there as well as Shimura Danzao. Jiraiya instantly saw the rest of the story playing in front of him upon Nagato mentioning Danzao's name. He had no knowledge of what happened in Ame, nor did his sensei. It appeared that Danzao had utilized his root program at the time to influence the world. Hanzao had used Konan as bait and threw a kunai close to our feet. He threatened to kill Konan unless I killed Yahiko. I took the kunai, but I just could not go through with it. All I ever wanted was to protect them, and I have failed. I hesitated, but Yahiko just threw himself at me. The kunai went through and I saw nothing but red afterward. I killed Hanzao and his troops. Danzao, however, took his team and left before I could deal with him. Jiraiya could not help but look downtrodden at the story. A logical point of view would state that everything he heard was untrue. He had heard lies before used to cover something up. However, Nagato had no reason to lie, not when his life now was at a whim. Jiraiya could sense Nagato's low chakra levels. The Rinnegan's threat was eliminated the minute Yahiko's body was destroyed. Danzao always preached about Hiruzen being weak for not taking action against the enemies. From what he learned from Nagato, it was precisely Danzao's actions that created the worst criminal organization to roam these lands. Now that you have satisfied your curiosity, what will you do? The Sannin had his eyes closed in deep contemplation when Nagato asked him. Jiraiya looked up and once more locked eyes with Nagato. He already had the answer to his conundrum. Without saying anything, Jiraiya began a long series of hand seals, while molding a seal formula on his hand. Jiraiya vanished in thin air and appeared right in front of Nagato as he placed the seal formula on Nagato's head. The seal spread from Jiraiya's hand to Nagato's head and body, earning shouts of scream from the Rinnegan user. A white energy surrounded Nagato before it transformed into smoke. The procedure went on and on until Nagato's eyes had lost its usual dark color. He started trembling, while at the same time wondering what it that Jiraiya had done to him was. It didn't take 2 seconds, however, for him to realize it. My chakra. Jiraiya nodded in all seriousness expression. While I did not have the will to kill you for your sins, even though you deserve it, my student, I do need to stop you from accomplishing what you're after. The Uzumakis had crafted a rather ingenious Fuinjutsu seal to apply to their worst criminals. The seal must be placed on the brain, and will force all of your chakra out of your body before transforming it into smoke. Uzushogakure was quite brutal on their criminals though. Brutal, but efficient nevertheless. You must be wondering about your Rinnegan, I assume. Nagato looked at him with murder written in his eyes. Jiraiya did remember that look when Nagato started his wind manipulation, and could not complete one technique. Your eyes are now as normal as my own, appearance aside. Since I destroyed your chakra capacity, your shinobi abilities are the same as an academy student. And now for a suitable new home, I guess. Biting his thumb, Jiraiya summoned a small green toad. What are you planning on doing now? The toad simply lunged at Nagato with its mouth wide open. When it appeared near Nagato, the former Rinnegan user went inside the toad. While we deal with the rest of the organization, you'll be living with the toads. Trust me, Nagato, the only way to escape from where you are going is through the toads themselves. The toad Sannin returned to his student the second the little toad vanished with Nagato. Gaara and Kakashi. The fire and wind mask released their element at the same time before it merged to form a beam of death. Kakashi's eyes widened in anticipation, as he could not find a way out of this mess. Even a mere substitution he could not do, as there was nothing to replace himself with. Kakuzu smirked in satisfaction, as he would kill the famous Hotake Kakashi and the Godame Keisuke. As the attack was about to reach them, a sudden sand structure rose from the ground with the similar shape of the one-tailed demon Shikaku. Kakuzu's attack reached the sand shield and exploded upon contact. Seiko Zede Bagyo, Shikaku no Tate ultimately hard absolute defense, shield of Shikaku. Since the attack was in close proximity, Kakuzu's attack generated a lot of smoke and forced the bounty hunter to block his eyes. When Kakuzu opened his eyes, he saw the sand creature standing in front of him blocking his view from the enemies. However, he didn't have the time to ponder on said technique as a lightning-infused fist emerged from his fist, thus killing Kakuzu the third time. Suffering yet another loss, Kakuzu looked at Kakashi's Sharingan eyes looking at him. Despite the pain, Kakuzu attempted to understand what happened. He was about to kill both of them with his most powerful elemental technique. Both of them were immobilized from head to toe. What did happen? Kakuzu asked between gasps of pain. Kakashi narrowed his eyes just as the sand creature disappeared, showing Gaara also without the earlier restraints. You presumed that my sand manipulation could not function without me using my hands. However, ever since my fateful fight against your ally Deidara, I have trained to improve my level of control. What you saw just now was the personification of the one-tailed demon Shikaku. I managed to absorb the strongest minerals from the soil and incorporate it in my sand. The shield that blocked your technique was made of such improved sand. As to why neither of us are restrained is because my sand sliced the tendrils while you released your technique. Now I believe this fight has gone on long enough. Gaara said as sand started from Kakuzu's feet up to his legs and torso. Kakashi backed off immediately as the sand enveloped Kakuzu's entire body. The bounty hunter tried to move, but for some reason, he could not. Little did he know that the technique in particular carried a binding seal along with it just to make sure that Gaara could finish it without interruptions. Sabaku Susu, Desert Funeral Technique. The bounty hunter's body was crushed instantly, thus destroying the last two hearts. Kakashi looked around for a while, just to be safe as he pondered on the technique displayed just now. Even when Gaara was but a genin, his file was already on every shinobi's mind, Chonan and above. Nowadays, Kakashi could not rank the Keisuke below S-ranked. Not only that, but the Godame Keisuke, despite being close to Naruto's age, possessed a keen mind to be the Keisuke. Such a powerful ally, no doubt. Kakashi, we should assist the others. Niujido and Niyugon are battling Haiden right now. I will go assist them. What about you? I will check on my students. I know that Jiraya-sama is with them, but they are facing the leader right now. Gaara nodded as both shinobi went on different directions. With the Ni sisters. Since the beginning of the fight, the Ni sisters had dominated the fight against the madman Haiden. Both of them bombarded the man with all sorts of lethal techniques. Niyugon would throw lava release techniques one after another at the man and pretty much in all of the techniques. Any other enemy would certainly become charcoal. However, Haiden kept coming as if the battle had barely started. He would just curse the woman's name to the heavens and keep on attacking. Niujido even used all the power granted by the Nibi no Nikomata, but like her older sister, Haiden took all the techniques head-on and got back up. It was impossible to kill the man, no matter what they tried. In the end, the consequence was inevitable as Haiden managed to escape from Yujido's blue fire technique and attacked the almost unconscious Yugon. The elder sister did not have much chakra to spare, and Yujido did not move quickly enough to stop Haiden from carving his side in Yugon's chest. Yugon released a terrified scream in pain, earning both a demon scream from Yujido and a moan in excitement from Haiden. Haiden did not waste any time and drank Yugon's blood, while drawing a strange symbol on the ground. Yujido looked at the man with rage at Haiden and worry for her sister bleeding on the ground. The situation became a nightmare for Yujido as she could not figure a way out of this situation. Her sister was on the floor bleeding to death, and their opponent had been through everything they had and came back unscathed. In fact, short of a Bujudama, Yujido did not know what to do. The Bujo attack, if used, would reach her sister as well, and she could not have that. Yugito saw the symbol on the ground and wondered what the man's intention was as she kneels next to the bleeding Yugon. You are indeed lucky girl to be a part of Jashin's cult. The man's skin became black all of a sudden with white drawings that resembled the human bone structure. The Ni sisters both tensed as the man took from within his sleeve a black and sharpened rod. Haiden lifted the weapon, releasing a screechy-like laughter in joy at what was about to happen. Yugito was about to place herself in front of the weapon's trajectory when she instead saw Haiden piercing his own chest. Her confusion only lasted about 2 seconds when she heard her sister's sudden scream of pain, holding the area where her heart was. Ignoring the noises made by Haiden that somehow consisted of extreme pleasure, Yugito kneeled once more to check up on her sister, only to see blood coming out of her mouth. She was surprised to feel that Yugon's chakra was fading and looked at her in alarm. The look in the woman's eyes was familiar as Yugito saw it many times upon witnessing one of her peers' deaths. She became frightened immediately and screamed frantically, not permitting herself to believe the truth. "Wani-san, what happened? Please talk to me." The elder sister could feel her life force leaving her body. "Yugi-chan." She struggled to form her last words. "I believe this is the end for me." She could see her little sister's tears falling freely now and cursed herself for seeing it again. The last time she saw it was when she came back from an A-ranked mission. Yugito's boyfriend was one of the shinobi under Yugon's squad and an Iwa missing nin killed him. Upon breaking the news to her little sister, the Nibi Jinchuriki had cried for days and Yugon felt every bit of guilt towards not being able to protect her future brother-in-law. Now, Yugon, despite being on the verge of dying, felt guilt once more upon not being able to protect her from harm. Her heart ached not because of the enemy's attack, but rather the fact that she was once more the reason why her sister was crying. "Please don't cry, little sister. Just seeing you cry hurts more than anything." Yugito could not stop it, however, as she closed her eyes, fiercely shaking her head, trying to deny everything. "You can't do this, Wani-san." Her yelling was enhanced by the demonic chakra passing through her coils right now, but Yugon smiled and caressed her little sister's face before wiping the tears from her eyes. "Promise me something. Promise me that you will escape." "Run away, Yugito. You cannot beat him." "No one can," Yugon said before her eyes closed slowly. Haiden watched the scene with a wicked smile as his skin went back to normal. Seeing that Yugito was just kneeling next to her sister in apparent shock, he grabbed his three-blade scythe and swung it, hoping to have himself another sacrifice, this time a Jinchuriki. Certainly, his lord Jashin will be pleased. When the scythe was inches from Yugito's face, time appeared to stop as the Jinchuriki realized she was being attacked. Her face showed from the metal's reflection. The woman then closed her eyes, knowing that she would join her sister soon. She heard a strange noise, but wondered why she felt no pain. Opening her eyes, she was surprised to see sand blocking it inside. From behind Haiden, Gaara appeared on top of a sand structure with his arm extended. "Are you alright, Yugito-san?" Gaara saw that the sister Yugon was on the ground unconscious. He could not feel her chakra, and he could see that Yugito had tears in her eyes. He did not need an answer to her question. Turning to the enemy, Gaara manipulated his sand and sent a great number of sand bullets at Haiden before seeing all of them hit the man, sending him flying. He then approached Yugito to see if she needed assistance. "That won't kill him. Nothing we did was enough. He just kept coming like nothing happened. And people called us monsters." Gaara looked at her from the corner of his eyes before Haiden appeared once more. "That hurt like hell, asshole. You shall become a juicy sacrifice for Jashin as well." Gaara looked at the man for a while, as he processed the information he had on the enemy. According to Yugito, none of their physical attacks worked against him, and Gaara knew exactly how fearsome Yugon's lava release techniques were. In addition, Yugito used the Nibi's power, and that still was not enough. If the man were indeed immortal, then none of his straightforward techniques would work in their favor. A thought came to Gaara as he observed the man intently. He could be in fact immortal. However, he wondered if he could regrow limbs from scratch. Better yet, if Gaara were to pulverize the man, would he come back? Gaara's thoughts had to stop as Haiden grew tired of waiting, and attacked the Kasuke fiercely with his scythe. Gaara flinched as he realized that Haiden got too close for comfort. His attacks were fast and powerful, forcing Gaara to manipulate his sand accordingly throughout the attacks. Throughout the face-off, however, if one could look closely, Gaara slowly directed some of the grains of sand to gather behind Haiden. The battle of attrition kept on going for a good 2 minutes, before Gaara backed off and manipulated the gathered sand to grab Haiden's limbs. The Jashing worshipper looked back in surprise as he saw where the sand came from. The sand slowly crawled to the rest of his body, restricting his movements. The scythe was on the ground as Haiden looked at the Kasuke with eyes that promised bloody murder. Gaara focused a lot of charka in both strengthening the sand in order to keep an S-ranked shinobi at bay and covering Haiden's entire body, until only his face remained. "You can't kill me, you bastard. Nothing you can do is enough to take away Lord Jashin's protection. Let us see how you come back if your entire body is reduced to dust." Haiden looked at him in confusion, before Gaara closed his extended hand. "Sabaku Susu, desert funeral technique?" Yugao looked in awe as the man's body was crushed because of the sand. Blood sprawled everywhere, while Gaara waited in deep anticipation. After 5 minutes of waiting, however, it seemed that Haiden was not immortal. Gaara went to Yugao to check if she was okay when he heard the voice once more. "You motherfucker asshole. Son of a bitch." Gaara turned incredulously, before he looked on the ground to see where the voice came from. Haiden was there. Well, at least his head was. Gaara released the air he was holding as he kept staring at the man cursing Gaara's entire family tree. Gaara simply gathered a ball of sand around his head and closed it just as the medic nin team arrived to attend to Yugao and collect Yugon's body. Gaara could see that Yugao's eyes lacked the necessary focus, while a Kumo medic nin carried her back to Konoha for treatment. He supposed it was high time he returned to the village and checked on his sensei's fight. Little did he know, however, that the fight had already ended and Baki had not survived. Team 7 vs Toby. Naruto and Sasuke saw Jiraya go after the real pin's location. The man did not return, which worried Naruto. Neither of them knew if the 6 paths were the enemy's only ability, and Jiraya could very well be facing him alone right now. Sasuke, in the meantime, while being attended by a medic nin, looked at the Jinchuririki's back with a scowl. When he had faced Naruto in battle, the Jinchuriki was using the fox's power, but it was nothing compared to what he witnessed just now. The Uchiha had never seen a person moving so fast before. His Sharingan worked hard in order to trace the chakra residue, but the blonde was already gone when Sasuke managed to spot his location. Not to mention the power of his ninjutsu, who was simply off the charts. Naruto, despite how much Sasuke refused to admit, had become very powerful. The Uchiha learned his lesson in humility as he saw how quickly Naruto dealt with an enemy that possessed the most powerful dojutsu in the world. Sasuke stopped his wanderings when Kakashi appeared. "Naruto. Sasuke. Are you two okay?" Naruto nodded with a smile on his face. "Yeah, we managed to take care of our 2 enemies. Ero-sensei is right now talking with the leader, who was hidden on top of those hills up there the entire time. He had 6 bodies under his control to handle the fights, and each of them had the dojutsu of the Rikudao Sennin. We managed to kill all 6 of them, and now Jiraya is there dealing with the real one." Kakashi listened to Naruto's brief report, and was surprised at the mention of the Rinnegan. Just a quick observation, however, showed him enough to corroborate Naruto's story. The landscape was quite simply indescribable, and Sasuke was injured on the ground, while a medic nin was busy fixing what looked like a very considerable wound. "I guess I'll get to hear more from Jiraiya-sama when he returns. I'm glad you're both okay." Both teens nodded, and Naruto was about to comment when a new voice emerged from nowhere. Not for long. Naruto and Kakashi stood at attention immediately before the air shimmered a few meters from their position. When the swirl stopped, Toby emerged with his arms crossed. The man inside the mask could not have anticipated that his entire organization would crumble in just one day. When the day started, everyone in Akatsuki, except him of course, marched straight towards Konoha in order to capture the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Confident that the extraction would be clean and quick, Toby chose not to get involved, and instead focus on the plans for when it was time to take Nagato's eyes from him and use the power granted by the Gedo Mizuo. When he came to inspect the aftermath of Pin's wrath against Konoha, Toby was surprised to see all of the members of Akatsuki dead with him and Setsu as the only exceptions. Plus, he just could not know where Nagato was, and that infuriated him because he needed the Rinnegan for his plans to work. "You again?" Toby had turned to Naruto. "I honestly did not take you for a coward using your comrades while you get to watch the fight." Despite the jab intention, Toby just could not help but chuckle in amusement. Comrades is not the word I would use to describe them, but rather simple pawns I was able to use to do my bidding. All three Konoha-nin snarled at the comment, especially Sasuke since the man was talking about his brother. Together they managed to capture the majority of the tailed beasts. "Now I shall step in and take you by force, Kyubi Jinchuriki," Toby threatened before he focused his ocular technique on Naruto, who flinched immediately. "The same technique that Uchiha Madara used on me." Damn those Uchiha. Inside his mindscape, Naruto's personification looked at the fox surprised. "What is going on, Kurama?" The fox, however, narrowed his eyes and snarled at feeling this situation once more. Normally, the technique would ensnare it, but this time, it was different. "Naruto, let me take over and talk to this mongrel." Naruto looked at the fox, and nodded with a smile. In the outside world, Sasuke and Kakashi looked at Naruto worried that the enemy has gotten hold on the Kyubi somehow. They all looked shocked when Naruto started laughing. What surprised them was not that fact alone, but that Naruto's voice was different. Much more different. When his head lifted, everyone could see the red slitted eyes and sharpened teeth. "Pathetic Ning. You may have succeeded in using that technique against me in the past. As my chakra and Naruto's merged, you can't hope to capture both of us in the same illusion." Toby's only visible eye narrowed upon hearing the fox's voice rather than the Jinchuriki's. "My host was right. You're indeed nothing but a coward, and should thus far meet a coward's death," Kurama said, before switching places with Naruto once more. Naruto, unlike his fight with Pine, did not use the fox's chakra as Kyubi was busy collecting more energy to perform the bond once more. That did not mean, however, that he was helpless without it. "Sasuke, are you fit to battle?" Sasuke nodded as he stood next to Naruto and Kakashi. Naruto started the battle going through a good number of hand seals before gathering air inside his lungs for a compressed projectile. Futenkei's Tama, wind release, wind shot technique. The air projectile left his mouth in amazing speeds towards the enemy, who merely stood there as the wind attack passed through him. Toby summoned Uchiha Madara's gun-by fan and released a gust of wind at the allied shinobi, sending them flying. The enemy didn't waste any time and shunshine near Naruto as he attempted to grab the Jinchuriki. His hand passed through Naruto, however, as Kakashi appeared with a Raikiri aimed at his heart. As soon as Naruto and Kakashi passed through Toby, Sasuke appeared in front of the man with his sword posed to strike. Once more, it simply passed through Toby. It all happened in slow motion as the second the sword passed through Toby's body, Sasuke had to block a rather powerful punch from the enemy. Sasuke could not stand still because of the punch, and Toby capitalized on that, performing the Tiger Hand Seal, while the air vortex formed around his only visible eye. Katan Bafutu Ranbu Fire Release, Blast Wave Wild Dance Technique. From within the vortex, a thin layer of fire appeared, forming a fire spiral on the outside. Sasuke's body was right in the middle of the technique. Using his Sharingan, however, Sasuke could pinpoint exactly where the technique was more vulnerable and used to escape. After landing on the ground, Sasuke threw a couple of Raikiri Senbon at Toby. Once more, however, the lightning Senbon passed through the enemy. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and morphed his normal Sharingan eye into the Mangenkyu Sharingan. Toby noticed and stood in preparation. Naruto appeared from behind him with his bow staff, but Toby was prepared and used his evasion technique. Sasuke, however, managed to see it in slow motion. His evolved eyes could see just what was happening. He moved 1 second before the bow staff began to leave Toby's body and charged his sword into lightning. Toby looked at the Uchiha in surprise, barely able to dodge the attack. Kakashi managed to observe as well with his own Sharingan. His students were making progress in forcing the enemy's hand. Utilizing the same strategy, Naruto and Sasuke attacked once more in deep synchronization as if they were teammates their entire lives. The procedure would repeat itself, and Toby realized he needed to attack instead. Once more using his vortex, he released 4 windmill shuriken, 2 at Naruto and 2 at Sasuke. Sasuke dodged it easily thanks to the Sharingan, but Naruto had to use his bow staff to block it. He focused a large quantity of wind chakra to make a stand. All of them were shocked, however, when Toby released a wood projectile from within his sleeve and threw it at Naruto. Makuton Sashiki no Jutsu would release, cutting springs technique. The shock of seeing Makuton techniques was short-lived as Naruto was strongly advised by Kurama not to let the wood projectile hit, unless he wanted roots to grow from within and kill him. Allowing himself a second or two of Kurama's suggested mental image and another wondering just how Kurama knew about this specific technique, a Jinchuriki proceeded to spin his bow staff rapidly while molding wind chakra. In less than 1 second, a dome of wind surrounded Naruto. Futen Briangai, wind release, protective dome technique. Sasuke took the opportunity and used the ability granted by the Mangenkyu Sharingan. His right eye began to bleed as he formed a spear out of black fire and threw it at Toby's back. Inten Amaterasu no Yari, blaze release spear of the sun goddess. The black fire spear traveled quickly towards Toby before landing close to his foot. The black fire spread just like the original Amaterasu technique would. Toby ended up being caught in the blast, being forced to escape using his technique once more. These two were beginning to get on his nerves. Toby looked at Naruto coming from behind him charging his Rasengan. The enemy allowed the Jinchuriki to pass though. Naruto headed straight to the black fire, before vanishing in smoke, revealing to be a shadow clone instead. Sasuke used his black fire spear once more, but Toby dodged it this time. He also dodged a barrage of shadow kunai coming from Kakashi, who decided to run support for the meantime. Naruto was about to attack once more when he felt his energy levels skyrocket all of a sudden. With a Kyuubi-like grin, Naruto and Kurama merged once more, vanishing in a golden light towards the enemy. Toby had barely enough time to become transparent. Toby remembered how his fight went with the Yondaime Hokage and humored that Naruto had finally learned how to move at his father's speed. He had to work extra hard in anticipating where Naruto's attacks would come from in order for him to use his technique. However, it was very hard to do so as the Jinchuriki moved even faster than Toby believed he could go. Naruto was moving even faster than the Yondaime. Sasuke saw all of this, however, and with one final effort on his already strained eyes used the left eye to cast the Tsukuyomi, God of the Moon, on Toby. Toby suddenly was inside another world. However, Sasuke's technique was inferior to Itachi's and he managed to break it in 3 seconds. However, it was enough time for Naruto to smash a Rasengan on Toby's mask, breaking it. Toby knew the odds were against him right now. Those two were just too good to be simply teenagers. He needed to even up the odds. Kakashi was closer to him and his chakra levels were severely low, probably because of his fight with another member. Toby vanished from within a vortex and appeared behind Kakashi, taking him inside the vortex before Naruto could save his sensei. Sasuke, however, just stood there as his eyes became a dull gray from the curse of the Mangenkyu Sharingan. Toby versus Kakashi. Once inside Toby's dimension, the leader of the organization managed to even the odds. To believe that Sasuke's Mangenkyu Sharingan could pose that much of a threat, it was surreal. Not to mention the damn Kyuubi Jinchuriki and his newfound speed. Hatake Kakashi also posed an equal threat, but now he was alone and Toby would dispose of the man quite quickly. After dealing with him and then those annoying pests, Toby will take where he left off and continue the Moon Eye plan. Otake Kakashi. Everyone has found some way to ruin my plans greatly, and I cannot have that. You shall be the first. The Scarecrow Jounin looked at the enemy with only his Sharingan eye. The fight so far has proven that the enemy was not untouchable, proof of Sasuke's use of Amaterasu and Naruto's Rasengan. However, throughout the entire fight, Kakashi had received strange but outright familiar signs coming from the foe in front of him. Naruto and Sasuke bombarded him with ninjutsu and projectiles. Almost all of the attacks passed through the man as if he wasn't there in the first place. It was Kakashi's gained insight on his own Sharingan eyes that allowed him to deduce how the enemy's technique worked. The possibility of said statement caused his legs to quiver slightly. His brain worked a mile a second, trying to come up with anything to prove that he was wrong. This just could not be happening right now. If Kakashi was right, and the technique the enemy used was identical to the one he used with his Mangenkyu Sharingan, then Obito. Toby was about to move and strike Kakashi when he faltered at the sudden name that came out from Kakashi's trembled voice. They stood still for a couple of minutes before Toby saw fit to take off the already broken mask courtesy of Naruto's Rasengan. As soon as he did so, the now revealed Obito heard Kakashi's surprised gasp. It was one thing to suspect the identity. It was another to really see his long-lost friend in front of him. Alive. For someone pegged as a genius Kakashi, you sure took your time to figure it out. Why? It was actually the only conceivable word that Kakashi could muster at this point, as the shock of the revelation was still there. The one that Kakashi was 100% certain that would not lift a finger in the wrong direction. Had actually become the mastermind behind all of Akatsuki's actions. For all intents of comparison, it would be the same as stating that Naruto was the leader of the organization. Obito, for his part, narrowed his eyebrows at the simple yet right-to-the-point question. You ask me why, but I'm afraid you have to be more specific. Why did I do all this? Why did I become the very enemy I swore to beat when we were kids? There are many possible questions, Kakashi, but I guess I can humor you a bit. I guess the best way to explain everything would be to start from the beginning. When I saw you kill Rin. The sudden amount of killing intent left Kakashi speechless as the scene that gave him nightmares throughout most of his shinobi career. Another mission that went wrong with his team. Kirigakure had captured Rin and managed to seal the Sanbi in her. They attempted to brainwash her into attacking Konoha. At the time, Kiri's Anu unit tried chasing after her, forcing her to go to Konoha and release the demon. Kakashi charged his Raikiri and attacked one of the enemies, only for Rin to jump in front of his attack at the last minute. Obito told him his story up to their meeting, including meeting the real Uchiha Madara and the Moon Eyes clan. Kakashi just stood there, not caring if he was paying attention to the rest of Obito's story. Two of his worst nightmares were everything he could think about. The images of both his teammates dead. The image of shock in Rin and the resigned smile in Obito. His knees couldn't stop shaking and his shoulders felt like they were carrying 1,000 pounds. Kakashi just could not move. He could not utter a response to it all. The images kept playing in his head just as Obito stopped explaining everything. Kakashi by this time managed to stop seeing his teammate and focused on the enemy Toby instead. The revelation hit the Scarecrow Jounin hard, but there was one thing he just could not forget. The man before him was targeting his own student and sensei's legacy. That thought alone gave him pause and allowed Kakashi to think more clearly. That, and the way Obito was looking at him now. He could not see his friend in this new foe. You have no idea how hard it had been to get over these two nightmares, but right now you are threatening Sensei's son and I won't let you. Kakashi said before charging his Raikiri once more. Obito narrowed his eyes as he saw Kakashi's famous technique, before the two started the battle all over again. However, one keen aspect of Kakashi's advantage was that Obito could not use his outer dimension technique to evade attacks. That being said, The man, although S-ranked in nature, was now touchable and even killable. Kakashi crossed the distance in less than a second and slammed his Raikiri on Obito's chest. The Uchiha member, however, managed to dodge and summon two windmill shuriken. Kakashi was startled at the move and didn't have the time to move, allowing Obito to carve a cross slash in Kakashi's chest all the way to his stomach. The vest blocked much of the damage, but the pain was simply unbearable. Even so, Kakashi managed to procure a kunai and struck Obito's shoulder, piercing it slightly. Obito jumped away as Kakashi ran through hand seals, hoping to catch the Uchiha in midair. Obito, however, saw through and mimicked his former teammate's actions. Katan Gaokakir no Jutsu Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique. Both maintained the techniques active for a while. Obito narrowed his eyes when Kakashi formulated a new hand seal, quickly nullifying his fireball. Unexpectedly, many kunai traveled towards Obito. Kakashi remembered to thank Sasuke for coming up with the idea of hiding projectiles inside fire release techniques. Obito released a snort at the attempt as he quickly deflected the kunai with one of his own. The man was surprised, however, when one of the kunai carried an exploding tag along with it. The explosion made the area tremble, but Kakashi was able to follow Obito's path with his Sharingan, and charged forward with another kunai. Obito appeared from within the smoke and blocked Kakashi's kunai with a start. "You and I have the same eye, Obito. Everything you do with it, I can see it." Obito snarls. "And another thing." Kakashi continued as he continued attacking with his kunai, before piercing Obito's shoulder with said kunai. "You were never able to use a kunai properly." Kakashi thrust the projectile further, earning another scream from his former teammate. Kakashi took a couple steps back, gathering his resolve for his next move. Kakashi grabbed a scroll from his vest and bit his thumb for some blood. Quickly opening the scroll and passing the bleeding thumb throughout the paper, Kakashi then focused on a single hand seal, positioning the scroll in between his joint fingers. A few hand seal sequences later, and he placed the scroll on the floor, as the kanji formed around, and then vanished elsewhere. The entire movement took less than a second, and Obito did not even have time to counterattack. Kochiyos Doton Suiga no Jutsu, Summoning Technique, Tracking Fang Technique. Kakashi's nin dogs appeared from behind Obito and each bit Obito in key locations that managed to immobilize him on the spot. Normally, Obito had the strength and chakra to get out of this entanglement, but the fight before managed to push him like never before. Looking up, he saw Kakashi forming another of his famous Raikiri. His eyes were obscured as the man's head was slightly looking down. Gathering the resolve, Kakashi crossed the distance and slammed the Raikiri right at Obito's heart region, earning a short gasp from the leader of Akatsuki. Kakashi, for his part, had blood on his face courtesy of his Raikiri. One thing that Kakashi was not prepared, however, was for the image of the teenage Obito's bloodied face looking at him with a smile on his face. His throat dried instantly as he saw Obito's eyes instantly lose all of its color. As Obito fell on the floor unmoving, Kakashi realized one simple fact. His Raikiri was created to protect those he cared about. However, it was instead used to kill both of his teammates. Chapter 26, Epilogue. 1 week had passed since the fateful battle that decided the elemental nation's future. The members of the alliance had already dispersed and each went back to their respective hidden villages. The focus of the joint venture remained solely on ridding the world of the Akatsuki threat. Seeing that the organization was finished, there were no more pleasantries exchanged between the villages. Sunigakure and Konohagakure were already allies before the alliance started. Kumo, however, found no reason to extend the temporary alliance beyond this point. The Reikich had left Konoha soon after the fight was over, consoling the Nibi Jinchuriki for the death of her sister Niyugon. Gaara had left soon afterward with his subordinates. Konoha was blessed with no sacrifices, but the toll of the fight weighed heavily on their shoulders as well. Otake Kakashi had spent every single day after the fight in front of the memorial stone as he lamented yet another of his failures. It was odd in a sense. Ever since the first time he believed that Obito perished, Kakashi had spent a couple hours of his time every day staring at the memorial stone, wondering if he could have done things differently. Every belief he had bottled up was released when he saw that the real leader behind the Akatsuki was none other than his first true friend. He once believed that the Raikiri was his most prized ability. However, said jutsu happened to kill both his teammates in much the same manner. If attempting to wipe Rin's blood off his hand was already impossible, also having Obito's was downright maddening. The floor received the first water drops, but it was not because of natural causes. Kakashi just could not control his tears. He believed that he had dried them when he killed Rin, but he was mistaken. The pain was simply unbearable. A kunai had suddenly appeared on his right hand and a new resolve appeared in his mind. The pain was just too much. Just a small throat incision, and it would be all over. His arm was trembling at this point as he positioned the knife inches from his throat, and in one swift move, a bandaged hand held Kakashi's wrist, surprising the scarecrow Jounin as he looked at Gei's hard glare. This time, Kakashi looked at his partner with the same angered glare that Guy had showed him. "Stay out of this, Guy." Kakashi attempted to force his wrist out of Gei's grasp, but he could not. Guy was much stronger than he was. "No, I will not stay out of this. I do not know who you are, but you are not my rival Kakashi. You cannot blame yourself for what happened. If you did not do it, Obito would continue on his path of destruction. He was the one who carved the path, not you." Guy remained strong, despite Kakashi's sudden bloody stare. Kakashi was lost in darkness and despair right now. Guy had lived long enough to see the same look in others. Hell, Kakashi had seen the same look when he was in Anbu. "I will repeat, Guy, stay out of this. Everything is my fault." The last part came out of his mouth so loud that he almost coughed in pain. By this time, Guy had already retrieved the kunai and threw it on the ground. Kakashi kneeled on the ground, trembling as he began his rant. "It was my fault that Rin was captured in that damned mission. It was my fault that Obito was killed the first time trying to save my sorry ass. I was not worth saving, Guy. Obito did not have to save me. The world would be much better off if he lived and I died. Obito would have found a way to save Rin. He would have been a better student to the Yondaime and an even better sensei to Naruto. He would have found a way to prevent Suzuki from turning over to Orochimaru, and above all, the Akatsuki would not exist. Kakashi would have continued ranting had Guy not punched him hard in the face that sent Kakashi skidding a few meters. "That's good, Guy. But do it harder. Perhaps with one of the gates open. I will punch you as many times as necessary to rid your brain of such unyouthful thinking. Is that what you believe in? If you died, the world would be a better place. Is that it? Tell me, Kakashi, what about the events that you helped prevent, huh? What about those? The amount of lives you saved as an Anbu captain. The hundreds of our comrades that would simply cease to exist if you were not there to save them, myself included. Perhaps Obito would be a better sensei to Naruto, and yes, he could have prevented Sasuke from fleeing. You taught your genin that it was better to abandon the mission than abandoning your comrades. There is no amount of training that could better prepare the future generation." Kakashi looked at Guy, and the green beast relaxed upon seeing slight doubt in the scarecrow's visible eye. "The reason why I have chosen you as my great rival was not because of your hip attitude or your genius displayed on the battlefield. It was because that no matter what happened, you would always manage to find a way out. You always came out on top, Kakashi, and I respect you greatly for it." Guy finished the speech by giving his trademark thumbs up, followed by the exaggerating smile with a small bright spark. Kakashi looked at his savior for a while, before releasing a warm chuckle as he got up from the ground. The pain was still present, but after Gei's interference, it became tolerable. He took a couple steps forward Gei's direction, and extended his hand with a smile on his face. "Guy, you are a true friend, thanks for everything." Guy nodded and shook Kakashi's hand. "No problem, my rival." Hidden behind a thick tree near the memorial stone, Jiraya smirked at the scene. He had faith in Gei's drive to keep Kakashi from committing seppuku, just like the White Fang. Jiraya often wondered about the similarities that Kakashi had with his father, Sakamo. Both were considered elite jounin, as Sakamo's strength even rivaled to the Sannin. Jiraya had no doubt that Kakashi would be even stronger than his old man in 2 or 3 years. Now I guess I will see how Naruto is doing at the hospital. With Naruto, the hospital room did not reflect the madness that Naruto had been through the last couple of weeks. As he opened eyes and looked around, all he could see were the white walls of the room and the sleeping Sasuke on the other side. The only entity that invaded the room was the dim rays of sunlight. His ears were entranced by the many tranquil sounds of the wind gently moving the window curtains and the village population going about their respective business outside the hospital. As far as he was concerned, there was no one threatening to invade the hidden village. There was no S-ranked missing nin out there after him for Kurama. For some reason, though, Naruto just could not fit in such a peaceful scenery. He became accustomed to the Akatsuti's threat every single day, and every single second. Now, however, there were no threats out there. It was somewhat unnerving. His eyes landed at a single chair that contained his clothes, and a brand new jounin vest on top of it. After seeing Naruto's capabilities, simply keeping him a chunin was simply ill-advised. At least those were Jiraya and Tsunade's words for him when they came with the vest 2 days ago. That day Naruto was indeed happy to receive the promotion. He did ignore the few snide comments made by Sasuke, as none of the comments were derogatory. The Tem just could not help himself wherever Naruto's growth as a shinobi was brought into the subject. As he looked at the sleepy Uchiha, Naruto remembered that Tsunade had decided on a smaller sentence for his crimes, seeing as he aided in the fight that dealt with Akatsuki. Sasuke, in the end, was allowed to become a shinobi once more, but he had to perform a good number of missions for the village, followed closely by an Anbu team and Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi even had the seal that Naruto placed on Sasuke to assure that he would not escape. Speaking of Kakashi, Naruto remembered the look in him when they returned home. Naruto hoped that his old sensei would bounce back from whatever he was facing right now. The knowledge that the organization leader was actually Kakashi's best friend and teammate in the past was a pretty tough pill to swallow. Naruto could not help but imagine if Sasuke had taken Obito's place. And Naruto would have to be the one to kill Sasuke. You seem deep in thought right now. Naruto smiled as he saw his girlfriend materializing out the room window. Right now, she was calm, but when Naruto came back, looking like a mess, she was frantic trying to take him to the hospital. I was thinking if Kakashi-sensei is alright after what happened. Yugao released a sigh as she also thought about her senpai. The man had been through a lot trying to get over the death of his teammates, only to see his best friend being responsible for almost destroying the elemental nations. Now Kakashi's Raikirya technique he used to protect, not only killed Rin, but also Obito as well. She was about to comment when another voice entered the conversation. His wounds are still too fresh, but I believe he will be okay. He just needs a bit of time off to process things, that is all. Jiraya appeared outside before going inside the room to check on Naruto. His godson looked much better than a week ago, as most of his wounds were healed. Even with the fox helping him, it took this long for his student. Of course, Naruto was also the one with most wounds, as both Nagato and Obito managed to land powerful blows on Naruto. The other one in the room would take even longer. But Sasuke's case was chakra exhaustion and mental trauma battling against Obito with the Mangenkyu Sharingan. He became blind soon after, and Tsunade had decided to give him Itachi's eyes as well. It would take at least another 2 weeks before Sasuke could wake up, and another week for his eyes to adjust. Because of this, Sasuke had become the second bearer of the eternal Mangenkyu Sharingan, with Madara himself being the first. Normally, such operation would be completely frowned upon, since Sasuke about a month ago was still a rogue shinobi that openly acted against Konoha. Certainly Tsunade had quite an earful from the elders about giving Sasuke such an amount of power. However, with the Akatsuki threat handled, and with Sasuke knowing the truth behind what happened, it seemed that Sasuke had calmed his urges down. Also, now it was time for his next ambition to reach the surface, and that was recreating the Uchiha clan from scratch. Everyone just snickered at the headache Sasuke was about to face when he makes his ambition known to the entire village. In fact, Naruto was on the floor holding his stomach when he saw Sasuke's scared face. "So how are you doing, Gaki? All healed up, I take it?" Naruto nodded with a pleased smile. "I am 100% already. I was already healed 2 days ago, but no one believed me. Tsunade even threatened to break his bones if it meant convincing him to stay longer in the hospital. Yeah, Tsunade can be quite persuasive when her patients are being difficult." Yugao resisted the urge to snicker at Naruto's pouted face. "Yeah, when Jiraya said difficult he meant childish. Now that you're a jounin, have you given any thoughts to the future? Most newbie jounin wait a year or two before they take a team of genin, and there is also Anbu you could choose from. I hear you received the invitation to join." Yugao for some reason was against the idea of her boyfriend choosing the second option, as she was thinking it was time to ask for Anbu retirement and become a regular jounin. Perhaps she and Naruto could take on missions together. She heard her boyfriend speaking. "Nah. No offense to the Anbu and all, but I'm just not the silent type, you know. Also, with the amount of chakra I have, it is such a pain in the ass to conceal. For now, I will take on missions." Jiraiya laughed at that. He even caught on Yugao's released sigh, but decided not to comment on it. "Yin, and with the fox inside of you, any seasoned jounin would single you out. Doesn't mean you cannot cause havoc anywhere you go though." Naruto showed a wide smile that caught Jiraiya by surprise for a while. He just could not help but see the Yondaime Hokage doing the exact same thing. "Minato. Kushina. This young man right here is by far your greatest accomplishment," Jiraiya thought as he looked at Yugao with another smile on his face. "And it looks like grandchildren are on the way." 2 years later. The big oak trees represented only blurs as a bright gold figure crossed through it with speed that rivaled, perhaps even surpassing the speeds reached by the Nadaime and the Yondaime Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto went on a solo S-ranked mission towards the outskirts of Fire Country to hunt an A-ranked missing nin that had been terrorizing the villages. He had grown a few inches and his face was now more angular. Unlike the Yondaime though, Naruto's hair was much shorter but still spiky. He wore metal braces on his arms that complemented the standard jounin uniform. Already surpassing the S-ranked barrier, Naruto did not take much time to deal with the threat and capture the missing nin from Kirigakure. The tension was upon delivering his captive to the Mizukage, but Naruto got out unscathed. He could feel great amount of animosity towards him from the majority of Kiri's hunter nin. Now, one would question why exactly Naruto was in such a hurry to reach Konoha. As soon as he decided to camp for the day and resume his trip in a casual pace, Yamakichi appeared next to him informing Naruto of the big news. When he left the village for the mission, Tsunade had assured him that it would take longer for the due date. However, for some reason, his wife's pregnancy accelerated, and right now she was going into labor. 8 months ago, Naruto received the news that Yugao was pregnant. The much bigger news was that he would be a father to a twin couple. The labor was considered delicate because of the fact that Naruto's DNA was altered by the fox's presence inside him. Tsunade was afraid that some of the fox's chakra would be passed on to Naruto's children. One time, 4 months ago, Yugao was taken to the hospital in a hurry after leaking a small amount of red chakra. It took Naruto's newfound Fuinjutsu knowledge and even the fox's assistance to subdue the red chakra and allow Tsunade to heal Yugao's slightly damaged uterus. Kyubi's chakra was poisonous to everyone, aside from the actual host. He crossed the oak tree forest and took to running towards the path that led to the village entrance. The guards could only see a bright gold flash crossing in front of him. Naruto reached the hospital and soon received directions to where his wife was. He reached the hallway and found his wife screaming to the heavens, even threatening everyone with a small tanto that she did not want to have the babies without her husband. The doctors were divided between rushing Yugao to the delivery room and trying to save their own lives. Tsunade and Shizune did find the situation quite humorous before they all saw Naruto gently grabbing Yurgao's wrist that held the Tanto. "I'm here, Yurgao-chan." His voice had also lost whatever innocence it once held, being much more condensed, compared to his usual boisterous expression. One thing that did not change, however, was the spark in his bright blue eyes, which Yurgao was grateful for. The way he looked at her was the same, as if she was actually the only person in the room. Tsunade and Shizune covered their shock well upon seeing Naruto's presence. The man had left 3 days ago for a mission that would take at least a week to finish. She had other things to worry about, however, and ushered the medics to take the now more relaxed soon-to-be mother to the room, followed by Naruto. 3 hours later. The entire procedure took a total of 40 minutes as Yurgao and the babies were now inside another room as the medics performed some tests to check on their health. Naruto was sitting at the hallway, waiting for someone to tell him that his family was okay. 3 people saw this scene upon entering said hallway: the San Andrea, the elite Jounin Hatake Kakashi, and the Amba captain Uchiha Sasuke. Well, Sasuke was not alone per se, as he was carrying a black-haired infant with light brown pupil-less eyes on his shoulder as well. Sasuke, as soon as he managed to take up the Uchiha clan seat, began his project of recreating the Uchiha clan. Like everyone expected, as soon as Sasuke became an eligible bachelor, he became swarmed with fangirls. However, one person in particular stood above all the possible choices. In fact, it surprised the hell of most everyone and even shocked a few when he appeared one time with the most unlikely woman in all of Konoha. Mitarashi Anko never told a soul as to how exactly she managed to take the Uchiha away from every girl in the village. Truth was that when Sasuke was busy avoiding the horde of fangirls, Anko appeared one day and helped him escape. Afterward, the two started talking, and before everyone knew it, the two were already together. Their bond was even greater, considering that the same man targeted them and Sasuke had shared with Anko things that he would never dare tell anyone else. Anko was the same as she told Sasuke just how her experience with Orochimaru was when she became his apprentice. They got married in secret. Only Naruto, Yugao, Kurena, and Kakashi knew about it. As usual, none of the girls his age took it well, especially Ino and Sakura, with the latter believing that Sasuke would finally reciprocate the feelings. Anko became pregnant 2 months after the wedding, and Itachi was born 9 months later. Anko and Sasuke were now expecting their second-born, named after Anko's father, any day now. "Hi, Naruto." The person in question looked up and nodded fondly. "Hi, sensei." "Sasuke. You brought little Itachi along, huh?" Sasuke nodded. "So Yugao is in there right now?" Naruto nodded, and his sense of urgency was quite clear in his visage. Sasuke knew that look quite well, and he even theorized that Tsunade-sama did this on purpose to make him suffer. Hell, he bet that even Anko was on board with the Hokage's scheme. The labor went fine, I guess. As we feared though, little Minato and Kushina both received a bit of Kurama's chakra, so the labor was more complicated. 3 weeks ago, Naruto and Yugao were busy discussing baby names. It was actually Yugao's idea to give the names of Naruto's parents, seeing as he did not meet them in life. Naruto was so thrilled about the idea that he agreed to it immediately. He expected to at least name his son after his father and let Yugao choose the name of their daughter, but Yugao went ahead with her idea. Now, as the 3 most powerful shinobi in Konoha stood in the hospital's hallway chatting, the red light was turned off, unnerving Naruto immediately before he saw Shizune come out with the news. Said woman saw the worried look of the father and smiled at him, showing everything was fine. "You can come in now, Naruto-kun, your family is waiting for you." Shizune smiled even more when she saw her surrogate brother's look of happiness. Naruto took some time to embrace her. "Thank you for everything." The two nodded at each other, before everyone followed Shizune towards Yugao's room. As soon as Shizune opened the door, Naruto's heart melted at the scene of his wife holding little Minato and Kushina on each of her arms. Both of the infants inherited Naruto's hair, it seemed, but both of them had Yugao's facial features. The eyes remained a mystery because both twins had yet to open their eyes. Tsunade, Anko, and Kurena were in the room as well, helping the former anime captain in her and the children's every need. Naruto chose not to waste his time with words, trying in vain to describe how he was feeling right now. He merely crossed the room and leaned close to Yurga's face, before kissing her gently on the lips. He then kissed his children's foreheads and silently wished that his own parents looked after their grandchildren from above. I expect that you help me too, Kurama. The fox inside of him looked at the two kits from Naruto's eyes and nodded with a gratifying smile on its face. After all, the fox did go out of its way to pass on his chakra to Naruto's children. That's it for this video. If you enjoyed it, then like, share and subscribe for more, and also check out my other playlist. Hope you would like them too.